So Hudson Prentice to continue here from the David Capel end. Pops that one slightly shorter compared to his first over.
Yeah, Proctor might feel he's missed out there. Just hip high, leg side line, work that away behind square for runs, but missed out. Middlesex 2 for 2 against Yorkshire.
Wow, goodness me, that is a difficult start, that. Oh, that is absolutely glorious from Luke Proctor. A real shot of authority and disdain to get him up to 10 from 7. I do believe as well, just for those tuning into the YouTube live stream, we have now got audio and visuals back. So apologies for the late start. We've had a few technical gremlins here on the live stream this morning, but thankfully, fingers crossed, they appear to have been resolved. So yeah, apologies about the delay here to the commentary. Northamptonshire 14 without loss.
Well, hopefully everybody got on line just quick enough just to see that shot from Luke Proctor, who just hit through the line beautifully there through mid-on and drilled it. Just again endorsing the fact that this looks a tremendous wicket.
Yes, it is. And I suppose it's only right that we bring everybody up to scratch instead of just throwing everybody into 3.3 overs. Of course, Northamptonshire winning the toss, choosing to have a bat first on what appears to be a good wicket. Had a slight tinge of greenness, but McManus happy to put his side into bat first. That one just clipped away by Luke Proctor. As for the two teams, as you can see out there in the middle, opening the batting for Northants are Adi Sharma and Luke Proctor. In at 3 is James Sales. In at 4 is Tim Robinson. Making his debut, carded in at number 5 is Stuart van der Merwe. We'll tell you plenty more about him as and when we see him a little bit later on today. In at 6 is George Bartlett. And it's the captain, Lewis McManus, in at 7. Dom Leach returns at 8. Liam Guthrie and Yuzi Chahel come in at 9 and 10 respectively. And also making his Northamptonshire debut will be Ben Whitehouse in at 11. Sharma just chops that away to backward point. As for the visitors, Sussex, Tom Haynes and Charlie Tier are expected to open the batting. Tom Clark, the Centurion from the victory over Lancashire, is in at 3. Then Finn Hudson-Prentice, as you can see, he's bowling right now. You've got Captain John Simpson, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, Archie Lenham, Henry Crocombe, and last but by no means least, the one change from that victory over the Red Rose is Bertie Foreman. He comes in for Sean Hunt. So we thank you for your company here on the live stream today. We just see a little bit of chopping and changing in the field. Tom Clark moved into a catching mid-wicket position. And that will be the end of the 4th over. Northamptonshire 15 without loss. Proctor on 11. Adi Sharma on 4 runs. Of course, the voices bringing you the commentary day today is myself, Aaron Viles, and making his debut on the Northants live stream. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome into the comms box the wonderful Sam Turner.
I'm sure you'd be saying wonderful if you've been in here all day with me this afternoon, Aaron. But yeah, thanks very much for the welcome. First time ever at Wantage Road. Glorious afternoon for it. If I bought nothing else, I bought some good weather.
Oh, it is. It's a stunning day, isn't it? Hopefully will be a good one for the Northants Steelbacks. Tom Clark starts off with a wide here. His 3rd over of the day. Started off very nicely. Conceded just the 1 run to kickstart proceedings.
I think Darren Lehman will be happy with the approach of the Steelbacks batsmen, though. They haven't looked unduly troubled. 1 player miss, just to a wide ball. Adi Sharma had a little bit of a waft at it. But other than that, they've run well. They've looked to nick singles, and they've hit the bad ball so far.
Well, huge appeal there from Tom Clark.
Bat, surely? Inside edge?
Well, I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point. Clark was absolutely convinced, throwing hands all over the place on that appeal. But Luke Proctor looks relatively undisturbed. So
you always do as a batsman, though, don't you? Pretend you've hit it or you're outside the line. It'd be interesting to see the replay, but it did look a little bit outside the line.
That one full, rifled into the boot of Clark. He's done well to stop that.
Yeah, his toe might not be thinking the same. But yeah, probably save runs there. Luke Proctor's, we've already seen one drive down the ground and also a cut back with a square. So he's certainly looking to get on with it. Feels that it's a good pitch, no extravagant bounce. Doesn't seem to be any extravagant lateral movement either. And certainly no swing on a morning like this.
That one just set up very nicely, didn't it, for Luke Proctor? Whisks it away through mid-wicket and should be 2, could even be 3. Proctor, well, there you go. He does turn it into 3. Good running between the Northants openers.
Very quick, isn't he, Adi Sharma? I think he always had 3 on his mind there.
Yeah, good to see this as well, isn't it? The promotion up the order for Addy. He's very highly regarded in this neck of the woods. He's been predominantly in the middle order in both the championship and the early stages of the One Day Cup, but getting his chance now to open the batting with Luke Proctor. Well, that one edged. He's played it with soft hands, and that will race away down towards the Spencer Lounge for 4 runs.
Very deftly played, wasn't it? Almost Joe Root-esque, wasn't it? The way that he just got on top of the bounce, just guided it down between first slip and gully. No danger at all, no risk involved with that shot whatsoever. We've already seen one beautiful cover drive from him, which he bought him a couple of runs. He looks a very assured player, doesn't he?
Oh, he is very, very highly touted. Is Adi Sharma. Started out at Great Brickhill, which is just south of Milton Keynes. Now he plays his cricket for High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire. And of course, talking of Buckinghamshire, scored 97 on his debut for the National County side. And as if that wasn't enough with regards to good debuts, scored a century on his Northants 2's debut as well. So he's a man who is renowned for scoring big runs. We haven't quite seen the best of him so far in professional cricket, but he's someone with all the shots in the locker, just needs to utilise them to the best of his advantage.
He's got a lovely platform here, hasn't he? I mean, good wicket, doesn't seem to be extravagant movement. Gorgeous day for batting.
Certainly is. That will bring about the end of the 5th over as well. Northamptonshire 24 without loss. A reminder as well that this is Community Day here at Wantage Road, so all tickets are £3 as we get a replay here.
It's pitched outside leg, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the immediate gut reaction, wasn't it?
And they looked a little bit of shape there as well, so that didn't have a lot going for it, that appeal, I don't think. But as a bowler, you always think it's out.
I can say that as a bowler, Sam, that is definitely the case.
Yeah, I did it once or twice in my time as well.
But that one aerial from Sharma just chips it over the top, will be cut off by the fielder.
Wristy flick for 2. A little bit of a chancy shot, especially with wicket in short.
Placed it nicely though, didn't he?
Yeah, like he'd got that lob wedge out the bag, hadn't he? And it's about 80 yards to the tee, to the green. Sorry.
Nice length that from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who started well, of course. Went for just 7 runs from his opening 2 overs, kept it nice and tight alongside Tom Clark. But as is often the case in 50-over cricket, Sam, you've got to just lay a foundation, haven't you? I know this is something which Northants probably did to the extreme against Yorkshire in what was a very difficult run chase, and we're only going at around about 3 to 4 runs and over. But these two, if they can just lay a decent basis for that middle order, could be a high scorer here today.
I definitely think so. That's a wide, surely. Yeah, I think so. And you just got to make sure that you don't lose a couple. We've seen in this competition, haven't we? Teams can be 30 for 3, 30 for 4 and recover. But it's not an ideal position to be in. So Warwickshire get out of jail at rugby school in similar scenarios. So, yeah, I think nice steadying opening partnership. The ball's going to get a little bit softer, dry outfield. It might reverse a little bit later on, but you would think that yeah, just a solid partnership here really just settles the nerves.
And so far it has been. It's been solid. It's been dependable from these two. We saw the slightly chip shot from Adi Sharma, but aside from that, no real danger.
No, just one play and miss. Very smooth progress this morning.
That shot just keeps the scoreboard moving along. Northamptonshire now 44 without loss. Strong start this, isn't it, Sam, between Sharma and Proctor?
Yeah, absolutely. They look very assured. Change of bowling as well for Sussex, obviously, with Henry Crocombe. Impressive Henry Crocombe. He actually beat the bat, which is a real rarity this morning. Haven't seen that at all. Of course, he has impressed in this competition. A couple of three-fers in his last couple of games. Promising.
That one slightly straying down the leg side, will be cut off by the tumbling fielder. Apologies for those, again, tuning into the YouTube live stream. We hope that the gremlins had gone in our technology today, but we have had a few audio issues, so we are working on them throughout the day. Unfortunately, we're up for the game. The technology doesn't seem to be. It's having a little bit of a slow start on this fine Sunday morning, but thank you for your company. Northamptonshire move on to 45 without loss after 9. Sharma on 21 from 34 and Proctor 21 from 20. But as you've just mentioned there, Sam, that extra degree of nibble and bounce and pace that Crocombe generates.
Yeah, first time seeing him live, but read some very positive reports about him, and obviously he's enjoying another good season. I think he was leading wicket taker in this competition for Sussex last year as well. Very promising.
Yeah, he certainly is leading wicket taker for them this season as well. Is Henry Crocombe, certainly highly regarded down on the south coast. I know that Paul Farbrace is a big fan of his character and, of course, his bowling talent. Of course, he is Sussex through and through, products of Eastbourne.
Leading Vitality Blast wicket taker as well. Very much the go-to guy in this attack, isn't he?
I most definitely is. Slight change in the field here for Hudson Prentice.
Obviously, Seamer's getting a good go while the white ball's at its hardest, but it'll be interesting to see what traction the spinners get as we move through the innings. Obviously, Sussex packed with plenty of spin options. This pitch just offered precious little, hasn't it, to the seamers? Very much up and down, trying to hit a hard length, try and offer the batsman no width. It's the only opportunity the bowlers have got of trying to stem the flow, really. I think the Steelbacks have moved along quite serenely at 5 and over without taking any risks.
And that will be the key, won't it, for the home side today? Got very strong middle order with the likes of James Sales, who'll be brimming with confidence following that excellent knock up at the Riverside. Of course, Tim Robinson himself chipped in with 63.
No Broad today.
No, which is a big loss, but I tell you what, Stuart van der Merwe is someone to watch out for. Seen quite a bit of him for the twos, formerly of the Surrey Academy. Has a very pronounced batting stance.
Does he? I'm looking forward to seeing it. I haven't seen anything of him. Quite combative player, is he?
At times, yeah.
Yeah.
Proctor attempts to just carve that away, only as far as the aforementioned Crocombe at backward point for no run. But this is a really solid start for Northants.
He's had a lot of time to play, hasn't he, Proctor? He's seen it early. He just doesn't look particularly troubled. Just seems to have a lot of time to play on this track. As indeed does Sharma.
That one clubbed away by Proctor just in front of square. Takes a couple of bounces, will be cut off. That is an outstanding diving stop from Bertie Foreman, it is.
Brilliant.
Saves 2 runs as well, and rightfully so, gets applauded in front of the ComSave stand. That really was a great effort, wasn't it, from the youngster?
Phenomenal. Didn't quite get all of it. I clothed it a little bit, I think, Proctor, but still got enough of it to look as though he's going to get 4 for it until that brilliant intervention from Foreman.
Strong fielder is Bertie, something which he prides himself on. That one just driven crisply back past the bowler for 1 run. And that will be the 50 partnership between Luke Proctor and Adi Sharma comes from exactly 60 deliveries. And at the culmination of the 10th over, the Northamptonshire Steelbacks 50 without loss.
Well, it couldn't have gone any better, could it, really, after winning the toss? Serene progress to 50. Both openers seeing it well, looking to have plenty of time to play. They've nicked some quick singles. They've hit the bad ball. They've played miss once, twice, maximum. A lovely platform here for Steelbacks to go on and post a really big competitive total.
So it will be Crocombe to continue. Just having a word there with his captain, John Simpson, who marshals the troops. Looking at the field, I believe it is currently a 5-4 on the offside. There's some more tinkering taking place. In fact, it's changed to a 6-3 in for Luke Proctor in favour of the offside. Includes that slip still in place. Crocombe bowls that one straight.
Yeah, not really the delivery you wanted to bowl when you've just changed it to a 6-3 offside. It's just a ball that Proctor can just nurdle away off the hip for one. Rotate the strike again on a hot day like this. You don't want that too often as a skipper or a fielding side. The left-hand, right-hand complementing each other really well here.
He just needs to tighten up the line a little bit, doesn't he, Crocombe? Still a 6-3, even to the right-handed Sharma. Sharma slightly fishes at that one. The last thing that Northants want is for a gift of a wicket at this stage. It's been a good start from these two. Of course, early wickets, so crucial for any side to get as a bowling unit. Sussex will be circling like sharks, no pun intended, but so far they just have not had the effectiveness that they would have hoped for. I think Crocombe has been the standout in terms of generating something from this wicket.
And fairness to John Simpson as well. He's kept, you know, the attacking options in first slip. You can see there that third slip is very close. So sort of endorsing the view that there's no particular pace or bounce in this pitch. Looks a beautiful batting track.
Well, it played very similar in the game against Yorkshire. And of course, in the end, Yorkshire racked up a mammoth total. Most of that was off the bat of Imam Huck, who scored career best 159. Crocombe, that is absolutely glorious, isn't it? From Adi Sharma. Quintessential straight drive, back down the ground, nestles against the boundary rope. Northampton should continue on their merry way. Sharma moves on to 26. The Steelbacks 56 without loss.
Classical. I think that's the shot of the morning. Other than his extra cover drive for two, I think that little punch down the onside there, difficult shot to play, isn't it, the on drive, and he's executed that beautifully.
Crocombe again goes very full, just whisked away towards Bertie Foreman, who does well to recover, but in the end, and this is something we've seen a lot early doors, Sam, the Northants openers turning one into two. It's a good sign of intent early doors.
Very busy, quick between the wickets, good save out on that boundary edge again as well by Bertie Foreman, but beautifully timed by Adi Sharma, just a flick of the wrist there, and it's sped out to deep square leg. But yeah, like you say, that the ability to run quickly, turn those ones into twos, very apparent with these two.
It's almost a carbon copy, isn't it? Just flicked away down towards deep backward square leg where Foreman does the fielding. It's funny that we're talking about this, though, because it's almost as though Northamptonshire have learnt their lesson. It's something that we didn't see in the Yorkshire game, and Yorkshire did it spectacularly, especially Imam, as you'd imagine, 159. A lot of those were boundaries, but the lion's share of the early phase was dominated by those ones and twos and running between the wickets hard. That was the key for the White Rose.
Yeah, he paced his innings very well as well, didn't he? I think Darren Lehman spoke in one of his post-match interviews that he was trying to teach the Northants batters, Imam Haq, how to make hundreds and make big hundreds, and that was the textbook way of doing it as well. Didn't overcommit early on, just chugged along at a good rate, and then really accelerated through his innings. Terrific knock. And why can't Luke Proctor or Adi Sharma do something similar here? It strikes me with Adi Sharma, just watching him play live for the first time, is that his biggest negative will be complacency, perhaps. He's got all the shots, just learning how to convert those starts into meaningful contributions, I think. Beautiful player to watch.
No, he definitely is. And I think that is a fair assessment, but it's something which will come with time. Yeah. Let's not forget, he's only 19, so...
No age, is it? As a batsman, it's no age. And look, he's got all those attacking options. It's just choosing the right times to use them and to build an innings and, as I say, make a meaningful contribution, because he looks a real quality prospect.
No, he certainly is. Very strong player of the pull shot. As we've seen, that cover drive also something well and truly in the locker. Strong
through the leg side as well. Good wrists. Very classical player.
Jack Carson in to bowl his first over of the day. Starting off from the David Capel end, and first ball very full, just guided down towards a wideish long on for 1 run. I must say I've been a big fan of Jack Carson's game for a number of years now. I think his evolution in red ball cricket, finishing that Division 2 season with 50+ wickets and being a linchpin of that bowling attack, immediately springs to mind. But in white ball cricket, he's really worked on consistency.
Yeah, valuable runs as well in this competition this year, most definitely. And he's developed into a very, very handy all-rounder. Good height, gets a bit of bounce. Very good all-round cricketer.
He's also a bit of a cricket badger.
Is he?
So I spoke to him in 2023, and he knew every single one of his wickets up until that point in professional cricket.
Wow.
Yeah, it was quite something. Not only did he know the wickets, gave first name and surname, he gave the method of dismissal for every single one. I wrote down something like 38 names, 38 dismissals. He got every single one.
No. As a man of advanced age, I find it amazing that he can remember anything. All power to him. Obviously got a very analytical mind, which I think works well when you're a spin bowler. And the fact that he can call on that memory to work out the methodology used to dismiss some players will ensure that he has a long career in domestic cricket and hopefully international cricket.
Well, yeah, you never know. Born in Northern Ireland was Jack Carson, so eligible for both England's and, of course, the Irish national team.
Bit of flight and driven for 1. Maybe 2. No.
Tidy first over that from Jack Carson, isn't it? Started off by conceding a single, finishes off the over by conceding a single with 4 dot balls sandwiched in between. So Northamptonshire 62 without loss. And there you could see the risk, couldn't you, of Adi Sharma?
Yeah. Opened the face beautifully, through extra cover. Very, very talented player. And I think Luke Proctor will be trading more in hopefully 4s and 6s as the day wears on, because a lot of running quick singles with 19-year-olds isn't good for you.
It's excellent for the scoreboard, though, isn't it? Just keeps it moving along. And we have seen a few teams in the One Day Cup so far almost getting unstuck by trying to hit too many boundaries. And in the end, just results in a mountain of dot balls. Crocombe continues here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowling hit to Sharma, and that's... Well, that is splendid.
I think that's the shot of the morning. Didn't look particularly leg side. I have to look on the replay, but just all wrists again and natural talent, wasn't it? Just punched through that gap there between mid-on and mid-wicket, and there's no point chasing it.
No, one of those where, as an opener, just save your legs. Just have a little punch of the gloves with your fellow opener. So that was a nice shot, wasn't it? And yeah, just revel in the outcome. 4 easy runs there off the bat of Adi Sharma.
Quick bowler's response. Like all good quick bowlers, don't like just being punched through mid-wicket with a ball that didn't necessarily look like a long half volley. Exquisite timing, hasn't he, Adi Sharma? Obviously a very good eye, time to play the ball. Gets forward, gets back. And he's got every department covered. And a good forward defence. Can't beat that.
No. Resolute, and interestingly enough, he's played in 2 championship matches, has scored 67 runs with a high score of 33.
Mm-hmm.
He's also played a couple of List A matches in the One Day Cup so far this season, as we see the replay of that majestic shot from the young opener. Oh, and there you go again. That one just rifled away out towards deep forward mid-wicket. Adi Sharma really getting into his rhythm and groove. Moves on to 38 from 49 and Northamptonshire 70 without loss.
I'm not going to compare him to Viv Richards, but that was almost Richard-esque. Obviously more my era than yours, Aaron, but just totally dismissive. If I was Henry Crocombe, I don't think I'd be giving him too much on leg stick, because it looks as though that is very, very comfortable and a high-scoring area for him.
That one strays down the leg side. Yeah, in his first 2 One Day Cup matches, high score of 1 in List A format so far. So already this is Adi Sharma's highest score in professional cricket non-stop, and he's just set the correct tone, hasn't he, so far?
It looks a really nice opening partnership, to be honest. Luke Proctor sort of strike rate about 100, and Adi Sharma's catching him up now. Has faced the majority of the strike, but yeah, just more of the same, really. Just keep going, boys.
100%, and already a relatively expensive over by Crocombe standards. On for 10 runs.
Just struggling with his line a little bit. Obviously bowled a couple of wides leg size, just seems to be falling over a touch, and induces the nearly induces the catch there, doesn't he, with the leading edge.
And that is what Crocombe is capable of. As we've said, the extra degree of pace and bounce can be a tricky customer to deal with, and you see it there, just squaring up Sharma for space. Almost produces a caught and bowled chance. Didn't quite have the connection on it, though. That one driven full-blooded, and that will be the end of over number 13. Northamptonshire 72 without loss. Adi Sharma on 38. Luke Proctor also chipping in with an excellent 28 from 27 so far. And it really is just the most glorious day here in Northampton. Good to see that a few more seats have filled up.
Yes.
Imagine we'll see that throughout the day. Hopefully plenty of families coming along for what is Community Day. I've seen Steeler the dog, the club mascot, doing laps around the ground as well. I imagine that
selfies will be on show there then.
Yeah.
I mean, £3 a ticket or £3 to get in is ridiculous, isn't it? You can't buy a coffee for that these days. Struggle with a bottle of water in some places. Great value, lovely afternoon. Come watch some live sport.
Oh, Proctor just shuffles down the track a little bit.
A little bit of flight there from Carson induced him into thinking he might just get there, but probably wisely checked out.
I will be interested, though, to see how much turn Jack Carson can generate here.
Beautifully played. Good rotational strike. Soft hands, and got a willing accomplice in Adi Sharma, hasn't he? Who probably runs the 100 metres in about 11.2 seconds. Looks quick and nimble between the wickets.
Well, goes for the sweep. Should be a simple catch. Indeed it is. Archie Lennon, the man, in the inner ring, and that will be the first wicket to fall here at Wantage Road. Jack Carson, as is often the case, works his magic for the Sussex Sharks, and Adi Sharma has to depart for an enterprising 38 from 52 deliveries. It's been a fine knock from the 19-year-old. It's his highest score in professional cricket to date, but his race is ran here on a glorious Sunday in Northampton. The Steelbacks 73 for 1 in the middle of the 14th.
Yeah, shame for the patrons and also for all Steelbacks fans, really, because Adi Sharma was going great guns. Just that little top edge, extra bit of bounce, I think, from Jack Carson, just with that height and that overspin, just a little bit of a top edge, and just snaffled at a backward square leg on the 45. Yeah, disappointing to see a very promising innings get cut short there.
There was a fine knock, wasn't it, from the young man?
Good platform all the same, though. 73. James Sales, man in form, walking to the wicket.
Well, he certainly is. Yeah, James Sales in the game against Durham, 117. He was a big miss, wasn't he, early doors in this campaign? He's someone who I think is just really well tailored and very well suited to 50-over cricket. He's someone who can be patient at times, but he's got the class, he's got the talent, he's got the ability to really kick on and get those big scores, the more balls that he faces over the 50.
Yeah, he builds an innings, doesn't he? And it's that maturity as well, which, you know, Adi Sharma will learn in time, you know, and he's a bit unlucky there. Anybody could get out to a top edge sweep if the spinner's just getting a little bit more bounce, but that ability to just go on and make a really meaningful contribution. We saw that at Durham. James Sales paced his innings beautifully that day and went through the gears at the end to ensure that the Steelbacks had a really competitive total on the board. Just shepherded the innings superbly, didn't he?
Starts off with a tickle round the corner. Yeah, it's interesting, actually. That was the first ever 50-plus score in James Sales' List A career as well.
It was incredible, really. I saw a bit of the innings on the feed, and you wouldn't have thought it, would you?
Oh, that is quintessential James Sales. Just drives that on the full out towards Bertie form, and he's been a very busy man, hasn't he, Bertie, so far?
The ball's found him for sure. I'm sure he enjoys that. You don't want to be stuck out with deep point or deep square leg and not seeing the ball, do you? So a lonely occupation, that. Jack Carson just varying his speeds and flight.
That one well played by Proctor down towards long off. So that'll be the end of a productive over for the Sussex Sharks. Just 3 runs conceded. And of course, the handy wicket of Adi Sharma, who departed for 38. Either way, though, it's been a very strong and solid start, this, for the Steelbacks. 75 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, great platform. They've ticked along at a good rate. I think you're going to need plenty today. I don't see this pitch breaking up, and it's probably the reason why there's a little bit of grass on it just to hold it together going through into the Sharks innings. But really nice platform, and it's there really just for Steelbacks to kick on and build another partnership. You know, left-hand, right-hand contribution. I think Sharks have struggled a little bit with their lines occasionally, and probably Luke Proctor, one of the keys to the innings, really, if he can bat through or at least shepherd the innings to a good place, bat time, and keep ticking along at 5 and over. It's going to be a very competitive score.
Most definitely will. Excited to see Stuart van der Merwe as well. He's carded in at number 5. Of course, we don't want to see him too soon, but he is a very exciting talent. And speaking of exciting young talent in county cricket, here is Archie Lenham, 21-year-old leg spinner from Eastbourne. Of course, has plenty of cricketing pedigree in the Lenham family. He starts off there by conceding a single. Here his granddad Leslie was a mainstay in the Sussex team during the late 50s and 60s. Made 23 List A appearances and 300 first-class appearances for the Martlets.
Good knowledge.
Oh, we do our research here on the Northants live stream.
Absolutely.
Yeah, scored 12,796 runs in the formats. course, his dad, Neil, also played for the side. Although that was in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
Archie there.
more my era than yours.
But no, it really is. It's a cricketing lineage, isn't it? That your granddad and your dad, and well, then Archie comes in and makes it three.
Yeah, fantastic to see. It's built in the Adam Zampa mould, isn't he?
Yeah, very busy leg spinner. Gets plenty of revs and rotations as that one just pushed very square of the wicket by James Sales, who, again, we talk of cricketing pedigree.
Yeah.
The son of Northants legend Jumbo, David Sales.
Indeed. Indeed. And continuing the lineage very successfully as well. Building a great career for himself.
Yeah, it could be a good battle between those two. That one dragged down slightly by Lennon. Allows for Proctor to just work it off the pads. The other bit of trivia, of course, about Archie Lennon, which even makes me feel a little bit old. When he made his T20 debut, he was the first ever Blast debutant to be born after the first edition of the tournament in 2003. Bowls there too.
Well, if you feel old, there's no hope for me.
But no, he's someone who, again, is highly regarded on the South Coast.
And this is the beauty of this competition, isn't it? The opportunity to showcase your talents in these games while the 100 is going on.
Oh, that one. Well, it just evades the grasp of slip. And it will be given as a bye. So that one has bitten out the surface.
Really
that will be very promising for Archie Lennon as the 15th over comes to an end. Northants 79 for 1. But there is also someone in the Northants dressing room who'll be watching that and licking his lips right now.
And that's the tactics, isn't it? Try and post a score, get some scoreboard pressure, and let Chahal weave his magic later on.
Yeah, should be interesting. And of course, I say this as someone who very much enjoys his spin bowling. We could be in for a cracker with regards to those matchups today. Very, very interested to see what Yuzi can concoct a little bit later. So we just see a replay of it here. Slightly wide line. It's wicked turn. In fact, I think it ricochets off the gloves of Simpson.
It does, yeah. And first slip gets a hand on it as well, I think. Be interesting to see whether it does that off the straight or whether you do have to just throw it out really wide. But you'd imagine as this pitch dries out, as the roller wears off, it's only going to turn more later on, you would think. And that must be Darren Lehman and the think tank at Northants. That must be their way of their methodology of winning this game.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because it is something that we observed in the Yorkshire game. It was Dan Moriarty bowling in the run chase. He did extract a little bit more turn compared to Rob Keogh.
Right.
Carson flights that one again. I mean, Keogh bowled brilliantly, by the way. Very, very unlucky to go wicketless. Finished with none for 48 from his 10 overs. Held up and then spectacularly well at the Lynn Wilson Centre. But yeah, Moriarty got that extra degree of turn.
Unlucky there, Luke Proctor, who's picked out short extra cover twice. 5 yards either side, and it's definitely 2, maybe even 4. Make that 3.
Well, I would say deja vu, but it's deja vu times 2, isn't it?
Yeah.
Deja vu squared. Really good start this, though, isn't it, from Jack Carson? Proctor rocks onto the back foot.
I'd say, you know, if you're Jack Carson, you don't mind Luke Proctor having a little drive outside off stump there. I think he'd be annoyed at himself that he's dragged that down and let him get off strike. You know, he's timing it and punching it to short extra cover, but you've always got a little bit of a chance with slip in play there as well. Wristy flick from Sales.
And that will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 82 for 1 after 16. Proctor on 33 and James Sales just biding his time for the moment. 4 from 8 deliveries.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, the run rate's just dropped off a little bit from pushing up 5.5 to 6, back down a little bit, but understandable, really. These two just looking to build a partnership, get themselves in. James Sells knows that, he can make up time later on as he did at Durham. And, important for Proctor to bat time now and just keep ticking away and build a partnership.
Plenty of flight on that one. Wristily driven there by James Sales. Should just be a single. Indeed, it is Finn Hudson-Prentice doing the fielding on that occasion. Good to see him back at Sussex. Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's a very interesting story with regards to his return to the South Coast. Proctor just pushes forward on that one. Yeah, initially signed his first deal at the club in 2014. Only had 2 years with Sussex, so got released in 2016. And then came through with the MCC Young Cricketers. Was spotted by Steve Kirby, who got him a trial at Derbyshire. Proctor uses the feet there nicely, guides it down towards deep backward for the single. Of course, went on to have a good career at Derbyshire. And then a couple seasons back, Sussex wanted him back, and he is loving life across formats. And if you ever get the chance to speak to Finn, he's some character. Really good bloke, both on and off the field.
Yeah, it turned a full circle for him. And I think you see that with sportsmen all the time. If you find a place where you're comfortable and you're confident, you like the setup with the coach, with the change room, and you would do down with Paul Farbrace at Hove, then you're going to produce your best cricket, sport, wherever you're going to produce. And he's obviously loving life down there on the South Coast and producing some really good performances again for Sussex.
I can attest as well, it is a lovely part of the world. Absolutely stunning bit of the country. Hove and Eastbourne, Brighton.
Yep.
Well, call of 2 there from Proctor. I don't think there's going to be 2 on.
Optimistic.
Yeah, very. Especially with Charlie Tia patrolling down there at long on. Will be the end of the over. Northamptonshire 86 for 1. Yeah, yes. For those who have not been down to Sussex as a county, can definitely recommend it, especially Eastbourne with the Saffrons as well. Historic venue as an outground in county cricket, and of course the county ground in Hove.
It's on my bucket list. I've never done that. I've done a bit of other sport down in the county, but not obviously Goodwood Races is a very picturesque venue, but not to Hove. I was speaking to a Sussex member actually this morning who goes quite regularly. Lovely place to watch cricket.
Well, Proctor there danced down the track, and Simpson's reaction there says it all.
His stumping chance, but it was a difficult one because it sort of reached him on the Yorker almost.
So that time just steps into the shot. It's not often you see that with John Simpson. He is an absolutely amazing keeper. So a second life here for Luke Proctor. But aside from that, he's batted really well, hasn't he? It's something which you'd expect from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, he's undeterred as well. He's going to take the fight to Carson here. Not a shadow of a doubt. Looking to use his feet. Cat and mouse between these two at the moment. Just got to hope Luke Proctor doesn't get frustrated here. He's hit 3 or 4 lovely shots, but just picked out the fielder every time. And just, you get spells like this in a game, especially a 50-over game, don't you, where you just, you can't find a boundary. It's been a while since we've seen one. It's just release the pressure there. Gets that out to long off.
And that is the danger, isn't it? If that frustration does creep in, because it is still very early days. Let's not forget, this is a 50-over game.
Yeah.
It's not T20. You don't need to go all guns blazing, but you do need a solid foundation from the 30th over onwards. Carson has brought in the catcher here for James Sales.
I think because he'd seen Sales sort of whip one through that area for a ball that was outside off stump just to nick the one. He's brought on Archie Lenham there just to plug that gap.
So that is the end of the 18th over. Northamptonshire 87 for 1. Just slowing down slightly, of course. The home side 50 without loss after the first 10. So 37 runs being scored in the 8 overs since. But it's that phase of the game, isn't it? As you said, Sam, cat and mouse. As the spinners look to get into their groove nice and early, will be Lenham to continue. Of course, plenty of action taking place in the Metro Bank One Day Cup on this sunny Super Sunday. We'll keep you updated with those as best as we can as Lenham bowls here too. Proctor chips it straight back to the bowler, and that is the end of the Northamptonshire opener. Steelbacks now 87 for 2 as Archie Lenham gets his first wicket of the game. And that really was a tremendously sharp caught and bowled from the young leggy.
Yeah, we touched on it the previous over. Luke Proctor just getting frustrated. There wasn't that rotation of strikers there was with Adi Sharma. That wasn't James Sales' fault. It was just that Luke Proctor just found the fielder on a number of occasions, couldn't get off strike, couldn't find a boundary, and that's just culminated in Archie Lenham profiting with the wicket.
Well, it's those famous 3 words, isn't it? Dot ball pressure. And in the end, that has been telling for Luke Proctor. Either way, it was a valuable knock. But his race is done for today. So Tim Robinson, the New Zealand overseas, will come out into the middle. Of course, these two were the real standouts in the victory over Durham. So fingers crossed from a Northamptonshire perspective that something similar can be achieved today, as we'll just see the replay of this from Lenham. Really is a good caught and bowled. That wasn't hit with tremendous ferocity by Proctor, but it was a difficult height, wasn't it, for the leggy?
And he'll feel he's unlucky, really. It's just sort of stuck in the wicket a little bit, and it's a typical leg spinner's dismissal, really, isn't it? You can bowl 3 or 4 good balls, googlies, flippers, leg spinners, or whatever, but the drag down as a leggy is one of your potent wicket-taking deliveries, isn't it? And it's certainly played out there, and I think Luke Proctor was a bit filthy with himself getting out to that, to be honest.
Well, he'd done so well, hadn't he? Aside from the missed stumping opportunity where just had that slight rush of blood to the head, but
the spinners have changed the game, haven't they? Since they've come on, they've definitely been harder to hit. Perhaps Steelbacks haven't rotated the strike quite as well as they could have done and sucked up the pressure a little bit more. And, you know, that there haven't been that many freebies from Jack Carson either. Maybe Archie Lenham's a little bit more profligate with his deliveries. A little inconsistent with his line and his length, perhaps, but he's taking the wicket. And that's what Sharks needed desperately to break that early partnership and then to stop another one developing between 2 experienced batters.
100%. It will be Sales on strike here then.
To googly, didn't it? Kept lower touch as well. We saw some seamers didn't extract extravagant bounce in the first 10 or 12 overs, did they? Kept a little low.
That's a lovely looking shot for none, wasn't it, from James Sales? And that is something we'll see a lot from him today. Just likes to almost lean into the drive, push it through the covers, not looking to use sheer power or brute force by any stretch.
More finesse, isn't it?
Correct. A little bit like that one.
Shot, open the face and been rewarded before.
Yeah, top quality shot that from James Sales. As you said, opens up the bat face and simply guides it, allows the ball to do its job.
Yeah, it's almost Zach Crawley play and Dan Lawrence. I've seen them play that sort of shot where the right hand comes in. They really like almost cut across. If you imagine like a table tennis player, almost with the spin when they serve, cut across it. If you can get it past that short point, you've got 4. Good value for your runs here at Wantage Road.
Sales that time just smacks it into the turf, and that will be the end of the over. So goes for 5 runs, but for Sussex, they'll be absolutely delighted, of course, with that big wickets of Luke Proctor. had the potential to really lay a big foundation. We've seen Luke in previous seasons, of course, really score big, and unfortunately just could not do that today. Played one shot too many, but of course still plenty of batting in this Steelbacks lineup. Seeing James Sales and Tim Robinson out there, Stuart van der Merwe carded in next. Very, very excited to see what he can conjure up today. And of course, George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, that is the core of the batting lineup. Dom Leach and Liam Guthrie can bat a little bit. And then it's Yuzi Chahal and another debutant, Ben Whitehouse, who's carded in at number 11. So Carson it will be to continue from the David Capel end, and look at those figures. 1 for 9 from 4 overs in a 50-over game. Gold dust.
They are, and he's changed the game. He has certainly changed the game. The tempo of the game's changed. And he gets that, just because he's a tall off spinner, just gets that bit of extra bounce. That contributes to the wicket of Adi Sharma. I think both openers will be really frustrated that they've got into the 30s, look well set, and have not gone on.
Slightly streaky, that wasn't it, from Tim Robinson. He's someone else who I imagine you'll enjoy watching today, Sammy. Someone who's a very wristy cricketer. You can see there as he just twirls the bat. Very bottom hand dominant, very strong through mid-wicket. As we saw against Yorkshire, an absolute jet in the field. Pulled off a great catch to dismiss Imam on the boundary just in front of the Cinch advertising hoardings, and also pulled off one of the boundary saves of the year. We thought it was 6 for all money. Just got his right hand to it, clawed it back in, saved 4 runs. Really was absolutely tremendous.
Yeah, you need that in your team, don't you? You need multi-formative players. Brilliant at every discipline. If you're not going to bowl, you've got to be a brilliant gun fielder. Just interesting with Jack Carson. A couple of batsmen have just tried to get to him and just don't quite get to his length, do they? Because he's just a bit taller, gets that bit of extra bounce, drags his length back a little bit. And both Robinson and Proctor both try to get down the pitch and use their feet to him, and they just couldn't quite get to the length.
Oh, that's another top-tier delivery, and that will be the end of a maiden from Jack Carson. Northamptonshire remain 92 for 2, and he's causing all sorts of issue out there for the home side. And it comes back to consistency. We haven't really seen one poor delivery from Jack Carson so far.
There's been no freebies. The odd short ball where he's trying to fire one through and get a bit of rip off the surface, but he's bowled a very, very tight line, and you know, nothing to sweep really. It's been very difficult because he's not firing it through. He has thrown 1 or 2 up, but he's bowled a very consistent length, very consistent speeds. Very impressive so far. Brilliant 5 overs from him. Changed the course of the game at the moment.
Sales absolutely whacks that. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. And I think the word to describe that, Sam, would be disdainful.
I was going to say it got what it deserved, but it didn't really. It probably deserved 6. You know, short half tracker and Sales. The only worry you have is that he drags it into mid-on's hands, deep mid-on's hands, but he managed to clear him.
That one better from Lenham. Still guided down towards cover point where Finn Hudson Prentice. Oh, there will be. First real mistake in the field, that from Sussex.
And that was probably, you know, obviously the obsession with throwing it in on the wickets and 1 bounce to the keeper, because there's some old foot ends there. It's probably got caught in there and it's just thrown John Simpson. Much easier in my day, just used to fire it in over the top of the stumps. There's no need to try and get a bit of reverse going.
That one left well alone. Just looking at the field placement here. So got a long leg in place, deep square leg. Finn Hudson Prentice is out there at deep cover point. So
plenty of cover, hasn't he? But they've left the slip in. Beautifully timed. Good save.
Yeah, almost goalkeeper style, just tipped it round the corner. And that also brings in the fourth player who I was just about to mention, and that is Charlie Tia, who's down there at long off, sorry, I should say, to the right-hander.
So they're leaving long on open if you want to go over mid on and hit against the spin.
Same with mid-wicket as well.
Yeah.
Plenty of open space. If you can get it over the top of Ollie Carter, that one just takes a little bit of a bobble. And that will be the 100 up for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Comes up in the 21st over. And it just feels, doesn't it, Sam, that this is a phase of consolidation for the home side, just to provide a little bit of a platform for some late order hitting.
Two very experienced list A cricketers looking just to repair the innings a touch. Still in a good position, 100 for 2, nice base. But if you're going to go and post 300 plus, somebody has to contribute us on 100, don't they? You know, you're more than likely going to need 100, a big 100, just to really put the game out of reach. And it's probably down to one of the two of these guys to do it. Bat through next 30 overs, score at a good rate, and shepherd the innings to a good conclusion.
Yeah, Sales currently on 18, Robinson on 2.
Positive for the Steelbacks is that Carson's bowled 5. He's only got another 5. But somehow they've got to find a way of rotating strike a little better against him. Obviously, they've lost the right-hand, left-hand combination now as well. So you don't want to let him camp in just bowling that good tight line and not being able to rotate the strike.
Carson bowling here to Sales. You can see as well, Tom Haynes still very much in the eye line of both right-handers, just in case they want to play that on drive on a 4 to go aerial.
Yeah, just there. It's just stopping the easy single. It's got a masterstroke of field placement really by John Simpson. He's shut off that corridor of being able to just nick that cheap and easy single. Fielding.
Yeah, very well fielded there by Ollie Carter. Should come as no surprise that Ollie's main fielding position is wicket keeping. Doesn't have the gloves today. John Simpson, unsurprisingly, with the gloves, one of the finest keepers in the entire country. That one very stylishly played by Sales for no run. And of course, John Simpson, a former England international.
Yeah.
Played 3 ODIs against Pakistan in 2021.
Terrific career, didn't he? Terrific domestic career.
Oh, certainly for Middlesex. Really was a mainstay.
Just can't find these gaps, can they? Steelbacks with Carson bowling. Very tight line, well organised and drilled field. Good disciplines. Just tightened everything up, hasn't it? And not grinding to a halt, but
well, there you go. That's one
a
lot more emphatically played by James Sales. Relieves the pressure, and it will be a boundary to round out the 22nd over. Northamptonshire 105 for 2. Sales moves on to 22, and that was needed, wasn't it? Because up until that point, Jack Carson had bowled 11 straight dot balls.
I'm not sure how he's managed to thread the eye of the needle there. It was an absolutely terrific shot, really. Drill with a bit of right hand. And it's a bit of a pressure releaser, isn't it? That 4 just off the last ball. Another maiden there would have been, you know, you just feel the pressure building, but that's just helped to release it a little bit. Just got to find a way, really, of rotating the strike a little bit more there.
So it will be Archie Lenham to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
I think this is the end that you target, I think, if you're Tim Robinson or James Sales. You're getting a little bit more inconsistency in line and length. You've just got to be careful that you don't, he doesn't strangle you.
Well, bowling up first here to Tim Robinson. Of course, though, that is the double-edged sword, isn't it? Because if Carson is holding at one end, and you see Lenham, and there is the odd drag down, the eyes light up And you might think that the shot's there, and all of a sudden...
It's risk-reward, isn't it? Oh,
well, there you go. That is quite
beautiful.
simply sensational. Glorious lofted drive. Back through extra cover for 4 runs, and Tim Robinson now getting into his rhythm a little bit. The first real shot of anger from the Kiwi, and
it's a good option, though, isn't it? With it, you know, obviously, I think we might have seen one Archie Lennon googly, but you know, predominantly very much leg spin, leg spin, leg spin. So you hit him with the spin there. Long off goes back out. Mid on, long on comes in. I think if I was the Sharks there, I think that perhaps give Tim Robinson another go at trying to do that. You know, if you're going to get a bit of a rip, we've seen a bit of spin from Archie Lennon that end. Okay, you've pulled it off once. Let's see if you can have another go and throw another one up there. But they've put long off out now, and that's probably just shut down that area of scoring.
well, that one played very, very nicely. Will backspin a little bit, so should be at least 2 runs. Indeed, it will be off the bat there of the New Zealand international. And that is something that you will see with Archie Lennon, even in T20 cricket. Predominantly, it's leg breaks and top spinners. So he is looking to almost turn the ball away from you, induce those edges, potentially get stumpings. Does have a googly in the locker, though. That one is well ran between the 2 Northants players, and I do imagine we'll also see this on many an occasion between Sales and Robinson. It was something which characterised their respective knocks at the Riverside on Friday. Running between the wickets. 2 very sharp and astute cricketers. End of another over. So Northamptonshire now 113 for 2 after 23. Sales moves on to 23. Tim Robinson on 9 from 13. Of course, 4 of which we've just seen in that over came in quite simply splendid style. But the key here, and I am interested to know your opinion on this, Sam, is how do you approach Jack Carson now? Or, in fact, we won't see Jack Carson.
You say thanks very much, and he's bowled 6 overs, and I might have been tempted to go all the way through with him, but I can understand the thinking to take him off now and try and introduce some more spin.
And indeed, that is the case. It's Bertie Foreman, the young off-spinner, who now comes on to bowl from the David Capel ends. Replaces Jack Carson, who has those quite brilliant figures of 1 for 13 from 6, going at just a touch over 2 runs per over. How can Foreman bowl here? Well, straight away, Sales goes for the positive option.
Beautiful.
Dispatches it through the covers. And welcome to the game, Bertie Foreman starts off by conceding 4 runs through extra cover.
Yes, these last 8 to 9 balls have been very fruitful, haven't they, for the Steelbacks? They've just wrestled back a bit of the initiative. They were becalmed a little bit by Jack Carson, but I think James Sales is intent on stamping his authority on Bertie Foreman here. Very much a statement of intent, wasn't it? First ball. Slight fielding change. Long on comes a bit straighter. Mid-wicket goes round a touch.
Sales just plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, just a little bit of backgrounds about Bertie Foreman. Plays his club cricket down at Horsham.
Another beautiful part of the world.
Oh, it certainly is.
Bit of spin there. Tight single. Well run.
I think about a second. Don't think it was on in the end. Came down to the fielder at decent velocity. And it's funny, we were speaking about pedigree in this Sussex side, of course. We've already spoken about the lineage of the Lennon family. But for Bertie, his granddad Dennis played as a forward for Brighton.
He was a footballer, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
Yeah.
So that one swept and set straight to Archie Lennon. Well, Foreman strikes in his first over. It's a good diving catch from the young leggy as well, in practically the same position that he took that catch to dismiss Adi Sharma. And Northamptonshire now 118 for 3. Tim Robinson goes for 9 from 14 deliveries. And at this stage, Sam, a little bit unneeded, wasn't it, from a Steelbacks' point of view.
I think they've been very unlucky, Steelbacks. I mean, picked out that man on the 45 twice, and Archie Lenham in the game had a hand in all 3 wickets. Obviously dismissed Luke Proctor and a couple of catches, sharp catches there as well. That one a little bit quicker. That looked more off the face, didn't it, rather than top edge. And a little bit of a strangle, really. Tim Robinson absolutely filthy with himself as he stomps off, and understandably so. Your opportunities to see Stuart van der Merwe a little bit earlier than we would have ideally liked.
Yeah, of course, we would have liked to have seen Stuart probably from overs 30 onwards, with the score being 200 for 3. But I'll tell you what, this man is a very, very talented youngster. So just to give you a little bit of context behind this, Stuart is cap number 253 for Northants in the List A format. And with regards to his journey, originally born in South Africa, started out at Weybridge, played alongside Ben Curran, who Northamptonshire fans will remember.
Yeah.
Now playing international cricket for Zimbabwe, but has since moved to Sunbury in the Middlesex Leagues as of 2025. Now, he was on the Surrey Academy. That was in 2023. Has since gone on to play second 11 cricket for them since that season. Has also turned out for the Kent Twos, Leicestershire Twos. In 2025, has been representing Northamptonshire in second 11 cricket as well. If you look at recent form, scored 90 from 79 deliveries against the Surrey Twos at Peterborough Town on the 30th of July. So he is a man in form. I know that Darren Lehman thinks very highly of his talents, and something to watch out for. We won't see it just yet as the players have a well-earned drink, but just watch out for his stance against seam. It's not as pronounced against spin.
Right, okay.
But he has a very, very crouched approach. You'll spot it straight away.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, when he gets into his groove, he really can launch the cricket ball for many a 4 and many a 6. So, yeah, welcome to Northants, Stuart van der Merwe.
Yeah, fingers crossed he has a big afternoon, because Steelbacks couldn't do with it, really. In danger of throwing away a very solid position that was 70, 72 for no wicket, 118 for 3. You can't honestly say, other than the spin of Jack Carson, that there've been many sort of out balls. You know, it feels a little bit more that the Steelbacks either through a slight lack of concentration, some frustration, some poor shot choices. They've sort of gifted the Sharks 3 wickets here on a pitch that isn't doing a fat lot yet. It's receiving a bit of spin, it's turning a touch. But Jack Carson's flight and guile seemed to good effect earlier on with 5 or 6 overs for 13 with a wicket. But there are runs out there. Maybe we're overdoing it a bit. Maybe it isn't quite such a good pitch. It might be a little bit too paced, and obviously it's taking some spin. But it does feel as though you need upwards of 275 to 300 to be in the game here on a good outfield where you get good value for your shots.
Well, it's a lightning fast outfield. That's something which we've seen so far today. If you can get a decent connection with the blade, it races away, scarpers off the surface.
Yeah.
But the spin has changed the game here. And it started with Jack Carson getting that early breakthrough. Archie Lenham dismissing Luke Proctor. And that just sowed a few seeds of doubt, didn't it, into the Northants middle order. Then, of course, you add in this latest wicket of Tim Robinson. And all of a sudden, a little bit of a wobble here for the home side, but there's still plenty of batting to come. Seeing Sales and van der Merwe in the middle currently. Still got George Bartlett, Lewis McManus.
He's the pivotal wicket, isn't he, James Sales?
100%.
You saw up at Durham that he just bat 50 overs, finish with 100, accelerate towards the end of the innings. He's going to be crucial keeping this Northants innings, ticking along and tying it all together, really. He'd be the glue here.
Well, here we go then. Stuart van der Merwe facing his first delivery in professional cricket. Starts off by almost edging it straight into the hands of slip. It's racing away. We mentioned about the lightning fast nature of the outfield. And that will be a welcome boundary for Northamptonshire. The Steelbacks 122 for 3.
Well, if you can't be good, be lucky. And, everybody needs a break, don't they, when they're first starting out? And hopefully that's Stuart's. Obviously a little bit of turn there.
That one played a lot more assertively. Just punches it off the back foot through the covers, and that will be a single to round out the over. Foreman's first goes for 10. Northamptonshire now 123 for 3, and it will continue to be spin from both ends. So something to watch out for with Stewart's approach. He's already just displayed it there, but does like to play a lot off the back foot. Something else which he's very strong on is the traditional slog sweep. We just see
very slight, isn't he? Obviously a nice time of the ball. Obviously looks a very nimble player, gets back, as you say, gets a long way back. He's learned how to pinch the strike as well, so he's quite experienced in some ways. But that was a lot more assured, wasn't it? The second ball he faced, rocked back on the back foot and drilled it in front of square. Nicely played. Fingers crossed he can just spend some time at the crease and build a partnership.
Well, that is the name of the game, isn't it? Because since the opening stand between Proctor and Sharma, things have just slowed down here for Northamptonshire. So that is an absolute gem from Archie Lenham.
All of a sudden, this ball's just started to rip a little bit, hasn't it? Last couple of overs, there were signs of it with Jack Carson, but it's just starting to do a fair bit now. I think one thing you'd say is that Grant Flower and the Sussex think tank have certainly read this pitch. 3 spinners in. They've read the pitch well.
That one fuller from Lenham just allows for Van der Merwe to lean into the shot and work it out towards Bertie Foreman out there at deep point. I mean, Van der Merwe himself is a spin bowler. I should mention that. He's not a leggy. He bowls right arm off spin, but I think any spin bowler, I think it's the case, regardless of the level of cricket, you almost want to get one up on your opposite number.
Yeah.
Sales plays that one very stylishly down the grounds. Charlie Tier will do the fielding, so keeps the scoreboard ticking along. A couple of singles there back to back, but...
And it will be easier for Sales, obviously facing the off spinner than it will be for Stuart Van der Merwe. I think Lenham's slipped in a couple of googlies here, hasn't he, this over?
Well, it is almost the go-to approach with a lot of modern spin bowlers, because when you look, especially bowling to left-handers, a real area of strength for a lot of them, and it's the same for Van der Merwe, is the slog sweep out towards mid-wicket. Whilst that one played with soft hands, guided down towards deep third. Chase on here for Henry Crocombe, and it's one which is won by the cricket ball. End of the 25th. Northamptonshire 130 for 3. James Sales moves on to 33 from 32 deliveries.
I think Archie Lenham definitely thought he was in the game there. I mean, he's virtually cut that off the top of off stump, hasn't he? Beautiful touch from James Sales. It's raced away as well. I mean, as I say, reiterate, you get great value for your shots here. And just that late dab, beautifully played, beautifully executed. And James Sales looks like he's playing a different game at the moment.
Yeah, going at a run of, well, over a run of ball, actually. Ever so slightly. Van der Merwe 2, 7 from 6.
Always difficult, isn't it, to back up a big innings as well? Just a couple of days before, travel day as well in between. Come back out, refocus, reset. He's done that exceptionally well so far.
As we just see the replay of that. Delicately played by the Northants. Number 3. There is Foreman. So Van der Merwe rifles that between the gap out on the offside, bisects the 2 fielders. And that is a much more confident shot from the debutant.
Yeah, well, Darren Lehman would know a good lefty when he sees one. And he obviously recognises that Stuart Van der Merwe has got a lot of ability, a lot of talent, just needs an opportunity and a showcase to highlight those skills. And we've seen that there, beautifully executed extra cover drive.
Good response there from Bertie Foreman.
Dragged his length back a touch, didn't he? A touch more flight.
Well, there is the sweep shot attempted by Stuart van der Merwe.
I think that's 3 sweeps we've seen. 2 have produced wickets, and that one was executed a little better. Rolled the wrists on that. It's not been a very fruitful shot this morning.
That one better. Just shifts momentum onto the back foot.
Good footwork, isn't it? You know, one thing you noticed from an early stage with Stuart van der Merwe, very positive in his footwork. Either going forward, back, picks up length quite quickly. He's raced to 12.
Sales just pushes that one forward on the defensive. So one more delivery remaining in this 26th over. Really is gripping this, though. I mean, I may be very biased as someone who loves his spin bowling, but really is a game of chess.
Yeah.
At the moment.
There's more subtlety, isn't there? You know, and that's not to decry. I mean, I was a very military medium. I won't say quick bowler, but, you know, a pace bowler. And it was just a case of hammering a length and hoping there was some natural variation. You see the guile and the methodology in the spinners, and you can see they drag the length back, they fire it in a bit. You know, there's just all sorts of different ways that the spinner will try and trick you. You know, get you out your crease, get you wider, get you sweeping, whatever. And we've seen that on show today, and 3 very promising spinners.
Yeah, they most definitely are, and I imagine we'll see van der Merwe's off spin a little bit later on. Of course, alongside the well-established leg spin of Yuzi Chahal. Lenham is swept well by van der Merwe.
It's a very comfortable shot for him, doesn't it?
It is. It's something he's done a lot in the twos. Honestly, just watching back some of his highlight reel, you look at it pretty much every single time, just a great release shot.
Yeah, he looks very, very comfortable playing it. It'd be interesting when the seamers come back, whether they do go pace off and try and bowl cutters on here. The ball being older, might be hard to get hold of them.
Positive option taken there by Sales. Will be a shot at the stumps, but some good running between 2 agile youngsters. That is a great point you make, because it's something which I think in hindsight Northamptonshire really missed out on in the home opener here against Yorkshire. So they went a lot of pace on and a lot of short balls. And in the end, it got punished. Matt Revis came out and scored a career best 69 from 33, 34 deliveries. And they didn't really utilise the slower balls to great effect.
I'm sure they've talked about that. That's another googly, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well bowled that from Archie Lenham.
I think he's actually bowled better to the left-hander than he has to the right-handers, Archie Lenham. I think he's bowled 3 or 4 jaffas at Stuart van der Merwe. Sharp.
Yeah, well placed that, wasn't it, from the debutant?
Be a good foot race between Stuart van der Merwe and Adi Sharma, wouldn't it? Who's the quickest? Both of them. He's like a whippet, isn't he, Stuart van der Merwe?
Oh, he'll be relishing this chance as well. That one carved away rather splendidly by James Sales. Will be cut off eventually out there in the deep. Remains just 2 runs. Yeah, he's been waiting for this opportunity for quite a number of years now. Spoke already about him being on the Surrey Academy as we see the end of the 27th over. Northamptonshire 140 for 3, as is the case with a lot of players down for the Brown Caps, though. You look at all that batting depth. You've got England internationals. You've got some top quality domestic players. Just too much competition, and as a result, he's found himself here at Northamptonshire, and we hope that this is the start of a long and fruitful career.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, you have to be almost test standard, don't you, to walk into that side. As you see, the top order, all of them have played Test cricket. Very good bowling strength as well. Sorry, you're just going to struggle unless you're absolutely exceptional in the academy. You're going to struggle, aren't you? So great opportunity for him here.
Well, here is Van der Merwe playing against Foreman. Starts off again on the defensive. And these two now just beginning to open up a little bit of a partnership.
They've been busy, haven't they? That's a lovely shot.
It is.
Field.
Yeah, just beats the dive there of Archie Lenham, so should be 2 runs. But it is the key here for Northants to just build these partnerships, keep that scoreboard moving as best as they can, and already stands at 24 between these two. So nothing mammoth by any means, but potentially the start of something good.
Green shoots of recovery. I think the point you make about Stuart Van der Merwe, playing off the back foot a lot, he's well suited to playing the spinners, isn't he? But he's got obviously a very deft touch. He can sweep. He looks comfortable. I know he's played and missed 2 or 3 times to Archie Lenham, but I think they've been good deliveries.
They have, and I think at times it's important to actually give spinners their credit.
Yeah, they're entitled to bowl well on a pitch that's receptive to spin.
That one cramps him up slightly. Lenham thinks about taking the dart at the stumps, but can't do so. And there's that turn of speed.
That's a good single there. I'm looking at that thinking in my day there would never have been one there. But these guys are tremendously athletic, aren't they? Quick between the wickets, and they're off.
Sales.
Sharp.
Plays that arrow straight back down the ground. Will be cut off for just 1. So end of the 28th over. Northamptonshire 144 for 3. Sales currently on 37 from 38. Stuart Van der Merwe 17 from 18. Of course, Stuart not the only debutant here at Wantage Road today. We'll see Ben Whitehouse a little bit later on. Really excited to see him, I must say. Been brilliant for Loughborough University.
Tell me about him then.
So Whitehouse is a seam bowler. Quintessential hit the deck. So looks to go pace on. Does have a cutter in the locker. So potentially that's something we could see today. But he's someone who in university cricket has been prolific. And as soon as he's come into the Northants twos, he's made a real impact. He's been a difference maker, essentially, especially in red ball cricket. So I think he'll look to hit those good lengths. I'd like to see him early doors, to be honest. It'd be great to see him open up with Liam Guthrie. Have that right arm, left arm seam combination. But he is someone who I know for a fact Darren Lehman has looked at and gone, okay, this guy we can build around. So, yeah, looking forward to watching him as we see Danny Lamb for the first time today from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, bowling here to James Sales. Clips that confidently out towards deep forward square leg for a single.
Performing the Benny Howell role, do you think?
Yeah, I think that is a good way to describe it. I mean, Danny Lamb as a cricketer is a very canny operator. And I think he will have looked at this surface. He'll try and jam in a Yorker now and again, but I think it will be subtle changes of pace.
Pace off, yeah.
Off cutters, leg cutters, back of the hand, slower ball. Just keep up the pressure. The fact is, Sussex have done a really good job here. Let's not forget that Sharma and Proctor had got Northamptonshire off to a good start. It wasn't a flyer as such, not going at like 8, 9 and over.
But 72 off 13, were they? Something like that?
Exactly. It was promising. And since then, just beginning to wrestle back some control.
John Simpson up to the stumps, obviously.
And here you can see it. Really crouched is Van der Merwe, almost like a panther. And then he springs up and gets into his shot.
Yeah. Bit of Jack Russell there for older viewers.
But you'll see it here. So starts off very, very prominent on the leg stump. Really crouches just before point of contact there. And then pushes into the shot through the covers.
It's quite a pronounced trigger, isn't it? That trigger movement. Yeah, it's almost as if, right, I'm going to get my weight onto my right foot, get forward, and it's almost like a statement of intent and concentration almost. Doesn't look too many moving parts, though. It's a... It looks like a natural movement. Doesn't look like something that's been coached into him as such.
Well, the key thing with it, and again, I hope that we see this and it'll illustrate the point, but at the point of release, his head is nice and still. So his balance is still there. Just a case that at times, the hands can be thrown a little bit too hard. Lamb bowls here, gets Van der Merwe on the defensive, and just quietly, this has been a good start from Danny Lamb. Just the 3 runs conceded, and we've had the chat about cricketing families, lineage, pedigree, of course. Danny, the brother of England international Emma Lamb.
Yeah.
Who's having a fine season.
Some good connections today.
Oh, there's even more. Lamb rounds out his over here to Van der Merwe. Slight little bit of a misfield there from Tom Haynes, and it will be 2.
Well run.
Sharp running between the wickets there, between Sales and Van der Merwe. And Van der Merwe, let's not forget, he's on his debut.
Yeah.
He's already on 20 from 22. It's been a very bright start, hasn't it, from the youngster?
It has. Obviously, nicking one past first slip, first ball. Huge let-off, but he's certainly taken advantage. Looks very assured there. I think it's helping him that he's batting with James Sales. The man himself is in good form, ticking along at, 100 runs per 100 balls. Good strike rate from James Sales. Picked up where he left off at the Riverside. And they're building a nice partnership. Obviously, you've got the left-hand, right-hand axis again, which is just helping a little bit, rotate the strike. The thing I've been impressed with Van der Merwe, he's a busy cricketer. He just gets deep into his crease, just punches for 1, nurdles another single around on the leg side, just rotates the strike. Because there haven't been that many bad balls on offer from the Sharks.
A Foreman here to Sales. Whips that away confidently down to a wideish long on, and that'll be the 150 up for Northamptonshire. Comes at the very start of the 30th. As the ripples of applause make their way around Wantage Road. Really is starting to fill up nicely as well. A reminder for anybody who is in the area, tickets are £3 today, and they are available on the gate. Really is set to be a fantastic community day here in the East Midlands. Van der Merwe shifts onto the back foot and rocks it away towards deep point for the single.
You could have your Sunday lunch and still come and have great value for £3 afterwards, can't you?
Come down for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It is really tremendous value. Really is.
I think how much a Premier League football match costs you.
Foreman here to Sales.
Not lucky.
Very lucky indeed. Chase on here for the fielder. Will it be cut off? Indeed it will be. Danny Lamb's done well to shepherd that one back in. But in the end, there is another crystal clear example of the sharp running between the wickets. And turn that into 3 runs. Really top stuff this between Stuart Van der Merwe and James Sales. Sales moves on to 43. Backing up that century at the Riverside in some style here today. That one clipped off the hips of Van der Merwe. I did promise another little bit of trivia, and it is via Bertie Foreman. So we spoke about his granddad, Dennis, playing football for Brighton. Also played for Sussex, predominantly as a top-order bat and occasional off-spinner during the 50s and 60s. Sales rifles that half stopped. Tipped round the corner there by Ollie Carter for a single. So in 2020, they named the 337 bus in Brighton after Dennis Foreman. So they called it the Dennis Foreman. And in another great piece of very niche trivia for those who like their cricket and enjoy the buses down in Brighton.
That is niche.
But it gets even better because the number 334 was named after K.S. Dulip Singh, who is, again, a name synonymous with Sussex County Cricket Club. So there you go. We promised those niche facts, and that is the end of over number 30. Northamptonshire 156 for 3. Sales moves on to 44. Stuart Van der Merwe on his debut. Let's not forget that on 22 from 25.
Some tremendous trivia there, Aaron. I mean, that's where you get the big bucks, isn't it? I mean, I like how, the area of Sussex recognise the heritage of the cricket club by naming those buses after, and football club. I think that's lovely. Should do it more.
Oh, that one very close. Danny Lamb has His hand on his head. Just wait and see. I think that has come off the bat. No signal by the umpire.
Yeah, there was a nick there, wasn't it? Another half a chance. I mean, you couldn't blame John Simpson there because it was so low.
And one thuds into the pads. This one should be given as a leg by umpire Chris Watts. Indeed, signals there.
This is what the one-day game has given to sort of domestic cricketers, isn't it? In, you know, however many years it's been going. Certainly in latter times, the ability to take pace off and have lots of cleverly disguised deliveries become a real art form. And you know, guys can really enjoy a very extensive career, can't they? Being able to bowl 6 or 7 different deliveries in and over if you need them. You know, the likes of Benny Howell and, as we see here, Danny Lamb can be really effective on these pitches where it stops a touch and the ball is just holding and gripping in the surface a little bit for the slower deliveries. Proved very effective and very difficult to get hold of.
Has plenty of experience in the format as well, does Danny Lamb. Was a member of the Lancashire side who reached the final 2022, lost out to Kent on that occasion at Trent Bridge, but yeah, very wily operator with those variations. Bowling here to Van der Merwe, slightly shorter.
What do you think score-wise the Steelbacks are looking at now? 300?
Well, it goes back to the old school way, doesn't it? Double your score after 30, so the score is 156. Around about 300, I think, would be pretty decent at this stage. So that one just played back to the bowler as Danny Lamb tries to crawl after it. To no avail, and that will be the end of the over. So Northamptonshire 159 for 3, and this is the important thing, of course. 159, you look at that, touch over 5 runs per over, and it's not exactly pedestrian, but it's also not 6 or 7. However, the key thing there is wickets in hand. And how many times have we seen, not just this season, but in recent years, sides will be 159 for 6 at this point, and they can't cash in. A lot of them don't bat their 450 either. Whereas you look at this position now, still got plenty of batting in the shed. These two are incredibly capable. I think Northants now quietly are just getting back into a pretty strong position, and that partnership, which we alluded to, which beforehand stood at 24, now stands at 41.
Yeah, it's grown nicely. And I've got a feeling that Danny Lamb's going to have a little bit of an influence in this game because he's the type of bowler that, as a batsman, you want to get after, but the length just isn't quite there. So it's maintaining your disciplines, chugging along for the next 4 or 5 overs at 5, 6 and over, whatever you can get, and building another partnership, get to 200, and then look to kick on perhaps with the last 10 overs with wickets in hand. But I think James Sales is the key to the innings, most definitely. You know, somebody who can really accelerate at the back end, make a big difference, runs well, places the ball well, hits boundaries. Multi-talented batsman.
Nice shot that from Van der Merwe. Puts a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, effectively, we're a couple of overs into a T20 game now, aren't we? If you look at it that way, and you know, where can you get to from here on a flat pitch with batsmen set?
Oh, aerial and dropped. James Sales gets some reprieve. Tom Haynes, I think it was there.
Tough chance. Was travelling, wasn't it? You don't get a lot of time to see it there either.
No, it would have been a really top catch.
Burst through his hands, didn't it?
Well, second life there for James Sales. And in fact, it wasn't Tom Haynes, it was Charlie Tier. It was a very good fielder. Would have fancied his chances on that. Was an okay catching height. Just couldn't get them in the right place, though. Foreman there goes for rather vociferous appeal.
It's turn there, isn't it? Didn't look to have a lot going for it. Just grateful to beat the bat, I think.
Sales once more just steps into that. There'll be a single to round out the over. So Northamptonshire, well, moving along nicely here. 164 for 3, going at just a touch over 5.1 runs per over. James Sales really has been the glue guy so far. So the partnership moves on to 46. So these two doing a fine job. Still got the likes of George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie as well. He can be very entertaining down the batting order. So Northants doing their job here just to remain in contention for that 300 plus.
Obviously, you've got Jack Carson to come back with 4 overs. And these overs that Danny Lamb's bowling now is probably saving John Simpson having to go to one of the seamers later on. And I really do think this is a pivotal part of the game. I think if they can somehow find a way of milking Danny Lamb for 5 and 6 and over, I think it's going to be absolutely crucial. They've got to put some pressure back on him somehow. Otherwise, he's just going to bowl 6 or 7 overs at probably 4 and over. 50 partnership?
Well, 50 up there for James Sales. Comes from 51 deliveries. Raises the bat there to this Wantage Road crowd who absolutely adore this man. Follows up that century at the Riverside on Friday with a half century here on his home turf and puts Northants onto 165 for 3. Slam bowls here to Van der Merwe. Just chops that away towards Bertie Foreman out at deep point. I mean, great innings this from James Sales. Really does show so much maturity and class at the crease. And aside from that one chance, which we've just seen, dropped by Charlie Tia when he was on 47, it's been very measured, it's been very controlled. Shown some excellent discipline out there in the middle. And this has really characterised it. I'd love to see the wagon wheel, but the drop and runs, there hasn't been a ton of 4s and 6s as such. He's been just playing finesse shots and getting his rewards as a result.
Yeah, very much so. They've rotated the strike really well, these two. And I think that's going to be the way they're going to have to play Danny Lamb. They're just going to have to pinch singles and the odd bad ball, see if they can put it away, because he doesn't give you a lot line-wise. His length is very consistent. And they've obviously tightened with the field, 5 relatively close proximity fielders that are just trying to drag this back a little bit for the Sharks and drag the run rate almost below 5 if they can manage it. These subtle variations are difficult to line up on here.
Well, that one down the leg side, and this will be the 50 partnership between Stuart Van der Merwe and James Sales.
A bit premature, wasn't it, with the 50 partnership share?
Well, it comes via the leg by. It hasn't come through on the tannoy just yet. That is indeed 50 between these two. Comes from 55 deliveries. Doing a fine job out there so far are the two youngsters. Slam bowls here to James Sales. Sets off for the quick single. And that's exactly what Darren Lehman will want to see from his side. Good positive way to end the 33rd. Steelbacks 169 for 3.
Yeah, I think other than a little spell when Jack Carson was bowling, I think they've rotated the strike really well. They've pinched singles, they've run hard, they've been busy at the crease. Just got a little bit stayed and stuck there when Carson was wheeling away with his 6 overs for 13. But other than that, I think the Steelbacks bats they might have given away a couple of wickets cheaply, but they're set in a good position here. We're pushing towards 170 plus, 17 overs to go. It's a really good base.
4 minute is to continue. Here to Sales, goes for the sweep shot. Down towards deep backward square leg. This should be 2 between these two. Indeed it is.
That's well run.
Just applying a little bit of pressure now on the Sussex fielders as these two look to up the ante a little bit.
Obviously, you see a lot of Northants. Do you think that there'd be any tampering with the the batting order as we've got it?
It's a difficult one. I think it depends on when the next wicket falls. Because, to be honest, I quite like seeing McManus in the final 10. But then again, George Bartlett really does have long levers. He's someone who can give it a little bit of a bash a little bit later on. So, I don't know. I think it'll be Bartlett in next, personally, unless these two take it very deep. Storman here around the wickets.
Oof.
Shite the stumps here at the non-strikers' ends.
That wasn't a great single, was it? I think Stuart van der Merwe had made the decision to go when he was halfway down the track, and James Sales was still searching for where that ball had dropped to before he decided to run. And I think he knew he was cooked by a long way there. That's the first misjudgment we've seen with the running, though. Other than that, been very assured.
Well, van der Merwe takes the positive option, will just spiral short of the man, little bit of a misfield there. And in the end, allows them to come back for 2 runs. Just looking at the wagon wheel, actually, of James Sales' 54 so far, it's basically an even split, actually. 28 runs on the offside, 26 on the onside, but most of those have come down the ground. So he's hitting very strongly.
In the V.
In the V, exactly. That's how you describe it. Bit more flight on that one from Bertie Foreman down the leg side. Stopped well by Danny Lamb.
Unlucky there. Stuart van der Merwe just picked him out there. Connected really well with that. Waited for it because there was a bit more flight, as you said, from Bertie Foreman. James Sales, such a 360 cricketer, though, isn't he? 360 batsman.
Yeah, just slowing down slightly here, though, is the debutant. 1 point was 20 from 22 deliveries, so dot ball's just beginning to mount somewhat.
Nick one get off strike, which is what he's done so effectively until late. But just as you say, just dried up a touch. And that probably caused that full shot out to deep point, didn't it? He was trying to manufacture something from nothing.
So that was the end of the over. Northamptonshire 175 for 3. Sales going nicely on 54 from 55. Van der Merwe acting as the foil on 28 from 37. Of course, plenty of action taking place up and down the country today. We'll keep you updated as best as we can. Might as well start down in Radlett, where Middlesex are 93 for 7 against Yorkshire. What is a big game in this group. Lamb fires that one into the pads. Then another one which will interest fans of both of these counties in action is the game down in Taunton between Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset going very well on 175 for 2 at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
James Roux, 59, not out. Tom Lammerby, 86, not out.
Van der Merwe there just giving himself a little bit of room outside the leg stump and clips out towards Finn Hudson-Prentice.
One or two questioning why James Roux isn't in and around the England setup, given the volume of runs.
Well, he is a sublime cricketer, I must say. His brother's very good as well, Tom Roux.
Looks exceptional talent. I fancy bowling to either of those two in the back garden, would you?
Definitely not.
Get a lot of joy. Doing a good job for his side here, Danny Lamb. Just tying up an end.
On a little bit too straight, tickled fine by James Sales. Will be cut off by a sliding fielder, so 2 more runs to add to the total. Of course, that is the danger, isn't it, when you bring on a seamer from one end? The eyes light up in the opposition, and they can go for a few runs. And not that it does all of the hard work of the spinners, but it just releases the pressure somewhat. But so far, Danny Lamb really doing a superb job.
Yeah, it's a tried and tested methodology as well for methodology for someone like Danny Lamb is keep her up, slow pitch, ball cutters, change your pace, change your length, keep the batsman guessing so they can't line you up. Normally, if the keeper was back, you'd look to use your feet and advance and you know, try and get to him a little bit more, but it's very difficult with someone of John Simpson's talent behind the stumps, you know, right on top of you. Another effective over. Just 3 off it.
Yeah, very good over indeed. Northamptonshire now 178 for 3. And by my maths, that's 22 runs off the last 5 overs. So need to shift on a little bit at this stage. Just 15 overs of the 50 remaining.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how John Simpson does sort of juggle his bowlers from this point. Are we seeing the spin of Jack Carson coming back?
We are indeed, and as you can see, figures of 1 for 13 from his 6 includes that marvellous maiden over as well. Almost made it back to back, but last ball of the 6th over went for 4 runs.
You think this is a pivotal part of the innings, isn't it? Here, you know, you've got probably 2 of the most economic bowlers working in tandem. 15 overs to go. Steelbacks batsman keen to get on with it and accelerate the run rate. I think something's going to give here.
Well, that one played sensibly by Van der Merwe out towards deep point. The key is, though, do you target Jack Carson? And this is the danger, of course, when you allow a spinner to get into their rhythm, because so far he's hardly, if any, bowled a bad delivery.
No, I think Danny Lamb's the end that you've got to sort of target a little bit. I know he's clever with his variations, but I think Jack Carson with his height and his bounce is very difficult to get hold of.
Sales looks for the proactive option, tries to meet the pitch of that delivery. Well stopped in the end by Charlie Tier.
Certainly done the homework, the Sharks, having that short mid-on. That's cut off probably half a dozen singles at least in this innings. Helped to build pressure as well. And nearly produced a catch.
Well, Sales this time goes for a confident sweep shot. Sends it down towards the groundsman shed. And that will be 4 runs. Excellent strike that from the Northants number 3.
Yeah, good option. There's good gaps out there at deep mid-wicket. The slog sweep is always on. Just need the length and be able to get to the length of Jack Carson. And you have to watch the bounce a touch with him, because he just does seem to get that little bit of overspin, which obviously cost Adi Sharma his wicket.
Slight bit of tinkering now as Archie Lenham is down at the 45.
Adjustment in length, dragged down and tucked away for 1. So that the shot brought more runs, didn't it, in effect? He's just changing the bowler's psyche. He's worried that he's going to get hit there again.
Well, Van der Merwe this time advances down the track, lofts it and lofts it handsomely, almost into the Spencer Lounge. And that is a absolutely outstanding strike from Stuart Van der Merwe, who moves on to 36 from 41. And we thought that Danny Lamb could have been the bowler to be targeted, but already in Jack Carson's 7th, he's gone for 12 runs.
I mean, that's the modern game, isn't it? Hit it straight over the head of long off, but missing by about 30 or 40 yards. I mean, that is top class. I won't say world class, but that is absolutely top class. To a bowler who's bowled exceptionally well today, to just advance down and drill him with a minimum of fuss. Beautiful timing. Really was shot of the day.
How does Carson round out this over? Does so by conceding what should be a single. Placed nicely that by Van der Merwe. And that can be described as good cricket, I think, from a Northants perspective. Goes for 13 runs in the over. And he's just the catalyst now, isn't it? We spoke about that pretty quiet, lean 5-over spell. Just kicks the innings into life as we see the replay. This masterful shot, courtesy of Stuart Van der Merwe.
They got the applause from James Sales as well, not just the crowd. I mean, even he admired that. And beautiful shot. I mean, Jack Carson thought he was in the game at one point, and then, as did Long Off, and then they saw it sailing over his head. Absolutely exquisite piece of timing. Beautifully played.
Yeah,
A couple of real finds for Northants today. Adi Sharma and Stuart van der Merwe.
it's a nice delivery, isn't it? From Danny Lamb. Continues to keep it tight.
Yes, these cutters are proving very effective on this surface, aren't they?
But that is the beauty of this competition. It's the fact that you can give the youngsters a bit of a run, give those hungry academy and second 11 cricketers a try. This one he just whips away. This could go for 4. Will it be cut off?
Great fielding.
Yeah, Henry Crocombe down there just excellently well. To limit that to just 2. Looked for all money as though that would have gone for 4. But let's not forget, this is Stuart van der Merwe's first innings as a Northants professional. And he's on 39 from 44.
Yeah, he's catching up as well, isn't he? His run rate's improved quite markedly in the last 3 or 4 overs.
On this time now, just paddles it over the top. That is absolutely outrageous from Stuart van der Merwe, who is now putting on a little bit of a clinic and announcing himself to these Northants fans in superb style. He now moves on to 43, and the Steelbacks 197 for 3.
Yeah, you called it at the start. You were looking forward to seeing him bat, and you can just see there, just in his body language, he's just got the swagger on a bit there. I think he's enjoyed that. And of course, in fairness, Danny Lamb's going to bowl that same line, that same length, just varies pace. And Stuart van der Merwe's certainly read that and has reacted brilliantly there. It's caused a field change, as it often does. But it's a really good option. Obviously, fine leg's gone much tighter now, still in the circle.
Down the leg side, thunders into the gloves of Simpson, so will have to be re-bowled.
Frustration as well from Danny Lamb there. Furious with himself for bowling the wide. But that's what pressure does, isn't it? You know, that change in shot and change in sort of intensity that these two they've gone through the gears the last 2 or 3 overs. That's a nice shot.
It's a very nice shot, and the ball is picking up momentum here. Could go for 4. It will go for 4, and Stuart van der Merwe is closing in on what would be 50 on debut for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Also brings up the 200 for the Steelbacks, and this partnership now really motoring. Came in when the score was 118 for 3. Now stands at 202.
Yeah, it's been rapid, hasn't it? And, you know, both of them have found the fluency, and certainly in the last 15 minutes, van der Merwe has certainly found that fluency that just escaped him for a touch. If you get that nick pass first slip, first ball, very fine line between success and failure in international or professional sport, rather. But he's really capitalised on it brilliantly and showcasing some wonderful talents and brilliant shots all around the wicket.
Brings about the adjustment from Danny Lamb once more. Again, I'd love to see the wagon wheel here from van der Merwe. Proper 360-degree cricketer, as many a conversation is being had from the Sussex fielders.
Fair bit of head scratching now, so they're going to go probably to a 5-4 offside field now. But it's just made them have a rethink here, the Sharks, and they were going along quite serenely for a point 4 or 5 overs ago.
Well, runs the first one very hard. I think it will just stay as a single, but Stuart van der Merwe moves on to 48 from 47. A reminder, folks, this is his professional debut, not just Northants' debut. Up until this point, he's represented a number of county second 11s, one of which, unsurprisingly, is Northamptonshire's, but played for Surrey's 2s, Leicestershire's 2s, Kent's second 11 as well. Played for the MCC Saka 11 against the Pakistan Shaheens a few weeks back as well.
You say Tom Lehman's the coach is a big fan.
Oh, yeah. Darren Lehman, unsurprisingly.
Lehman.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I think a lot of Northamptonshire fans after this knock will be fans of Stewart as well, as the Steelbacks 203 for 3. Imagine it will be Carson to continue. But just had a little bit of tap for the first time, as I imagine we'll see the replay. Look at that. Paddles it over the top. Switches the bats mid-shot as well. That is ludicrously good.
Insane, isn't it? Carson off. I wonder whether John Simpson will look back and think, when Carson had really got a good grip on the scoring rate, should I just let him go through with his 10? He bowled 6 for, 1 for 13. They couldn't barely get him off the square, could they? He was just in a lovely rhythm, great line, very difficult to score against, was getting plenty of rip out the surface. And then obviously try and save his 4 overs and come back, and he went for 13 and the comeback over.
So here is Bertie Foreman then to Stuart van der Merwe. Just strays down the leg side. But I tell you what, this could prove to be a very, very special moment for Stuart van der Merwe. Oh, that one beats the outside edge. Oh. Top delivery that from Bertie Foreman. And yeah, just to go back onto that conversation, it's the benefit of hindsight, isn't it? But Jack Carson putting it on a string for those first 6 overs, maybe in reflection, could have continued his spell.
Good comeback this from Bertie Foreman.
That one darted in, helped around the corner, and this will be the moment that Stuart van der Merwe, on his professional debut, brings up a richly deserved half-century. It comes up from 51 deliveries, includes 5 fours and 1 6. Very, very well batted young man. Has immediately announced himself to this Northamptonshire crowd. He's been impressive in the 2s, scored that 90 against Surrey at Peterborough, and straight away has fitted into this batting unit like a glove. Top stuff, this.
Yeah, superb. I thought he was going to get strangled down the leg side for a minute there, hoping he wasn't going to sort of drag that into the hands of the man on the 45, but no. And just very assured all the way around the wicket. Has timed the ball beautifully, characterised by that extra cover, or the 6 over long off, which was just a dance and a skip down the wicket and punched over long off. Has swept well, got back in his crease, worked the singles well. It's just been a terrific all-round innings so far. Let's hope he can go on.
James Sales also continuing to hit his stride. So that one bowled down the leg side. He's currently on 61 from 63, and the partnership now at 91 between James Sales and Stuart van der Merwe.
And it doesn't seem 5 minutes ago that we were saying, this is a crucial part of the innings, 118 for 3. This could go one or two ways, really. They've really got to capitalise on what was a great start from the 2 openers. They lost their way a little bit, but these 2 have repaired the damage and some. And, run rate's pushing 5.5 now. I think it was sort of around the 5s when they came in, or when they were joined together. Yeah, been a really good display from the pair of them.
Really has, and brilliant signs for the future as well. We saw Nirvan Ramesh on Friday take 1 for 23. I tell you what, he would have loved this surface with his off spin. He's someone who does get plenty of turn and rip out of any wicket. But Stuart van der Merwe, he's now come in, immediately made an impact, and he's still going 53 from 52. For a young cricketer to come in and leave that much of a mark, regardless of what happens today, this will be a day that he will never forget. And I think a lot of these Northants fans watching along on the stream and in attendance at Wantage Road will just be watching now and thinking, right, we've got a serious talent on our hands.
And it's massive for counties that don't host test matches to be able to uncover these diamonds like Stuart van der Merwe, like Adi Sharma, and even Sussex is, young lads who are coming through the system there, and we've seen showcase the talents this afternoon. It's absolutely crucial for the future of cricket and for the international game as well, because you know, you look at the Jacob Bethels of this world, 21 years of age, Shoaib Bashir, you know, trialed very early. If you're good enough, you're going to get an opportunity nowadays if the England management identify that you've got a bit of class. And you know, this competition is a brilliant platform for these guys to show their best, get an opportunity. It's all about opportunity and what you do with it. And Stuart van der Merwe has grabbed it with both hands this afternoon.
Oh, he most certainly has. And it is funny you mentioned Jacob Bethel, because in 2021 in this competition, on his list day debut, he got 50 against Glamorgan. That was down at Sapphire Gardens, and look at what he's gone on to achieve ever since. The Metrobank One Day Cup, it has changed. And for some people, of course, it's tough. And it is tough to accept that there's no longer a Lord's final and the England internationals are not here. But at the same time, we are continuously seeing this slew of young talent at counties up and down the country. And it is a pleasure, it's a privilege to be able to watch this, to cover it, and to see the first stages of their respective journeys. It's really special. I think that's how I describe it.
Well, I mean, you could poll everybody in the ground, you know, and if you're a Sussex fan, you might not be enjoying it quite so much, but you can't fail to have been delighted and entertained by the aesthetic quality of Stuart van der Merwe's innings, and that's not to decry James Sale's 50 as well, which has been very punchy, bright and breezy, and featured a number of, you know, good quality cricket shots. It's just been excellent batting from the pair of them.
That one just spooned over the top of the awaiting Ollie Carter. A little bit of hesitation in the middle, but in the end, van der Merwe does scarper home.
He's got good wheels, hasn't he, that lad? You know, he's quick. I think if I was character, he'd be a greyhound, really, wouldn't he? He's very lean and very quick between the wickets, and that's something else that's characterised this batting display as well, is how well in the main they've run. I can only think of one instance where there was a little bit of a miscommunication. They've run very aggressively, run hard, and been quick, and put the Sussex fielders under a lot of pressure.
Crocombe bangs that one in shorts. Could be a potential catching opportunity. No, it won't. Just spirals away. Last second, takes one bounce into the right palm of Archie Lenham.
Well to reach that, James Sales. So a tennis ball bounce almost, wasn't it?
And who else but Henry Crocombe? We said that early doors, didn't we? The fact that Hudson Prentice and Clark in the beginning stages of the game didn't quite extract that same degree of bounce.
No.
Crocombe has certainly done it on this occasion. And again,
yeah,
really sharp bowling that from the young seamer.
He's hit Stuart van der Merwe on the left hand there. Yeah, on a very placid surface, he's the only one that's really extracted any meaningful bounce and speed and pace from the surface.
Well, van der Merwe there just taking a quick drink, certainly deserves it. I mean, this really has been a fantastic partnership. Now stands at 97. Let's not forget they came in, scores 118 for 3. Of course, James Sales, you expect him to be the glue guy to build the innings around, but van der Merwe, for a lot of people, would have been an unknown. And how many times have we seen players on debut and they've been amazing in second 11 cricket or academy cricket or even at other counties? It is a completely different step up to go from that level to first 11. This is a strong Sussex attack. He's played against some really good spin bowlers here, and he has stood up to the count and made an instant impact. It's Foreman on for his 8th over. He's flailed away by James Sales. Ruthless strike down towards the heavy sweet. Not for the first time today, Percy Foreman can see the boundary off the first ball of an over.
Bit of width, bit of flight, and James Sales has seized on that and absolutely drilled it head high like a tracer bullet through extra cover. Fantastic shot.
100 partnership brought up as a result. Sales now advances a couple steps down, guides it very deftly down towards deep backward point, and should be an easy 2. Indeed, it is Jack Carson, the man to cut it off, but
clever batting. Clever batting. Knew there'd be an adjustment in speed and length from Bertie Foreman, so just placed it accordingly.
That one darted in just over the top of the fielder. And James Sales now beginning to take the attack to the Sussex spinners.
Definitely foot down, go up from 4th to 5th gear here. And James Sales said, okay, you're not going to bowl this stuff to me. And that was a poor ball, deserved 4. I was looking over mid-wicket for it. I don't know how he's managed to get it over long off, sorry.
Or just flat batted it, didn't he?
Very strong wrists, hasn't he, James Sales? You can see that when he's working the ball through that mid-on area. Bit of right hand comes in.
Sales once again just guides that through the cover region, cut off by a diving Jack Carson. And well, we said around about 300. This is definitely on for Northamptonshire at this point, and it's all been down to these two. Sales on 77, Stuart van der Merwe on a runner ball 54. Still got Bartlett, McManus, Liam Guthrie can give it a good heave as well towards the end, as van der Merwe slightly aerial on that one.
Good job he checked his shot there, because I thought he was just going to spoon that into extra cover's hands, but thankfully just stopped the shot and it dropped short. But yeah, we were just talking about van der Merwe's ability there. There was a fair bit of scoreboard pressure, 118 for 3 as well. You're coming out in your debut, you've just seen a couple of experienced batters get out. So it was a big ask from him. Unlucky there, James Sales. Saw the faster ball, rock back, deft late cut. Unfortunately, straight to short extra. Short third man even.
That will be the end of the 40th then. So Northamptonshire 227 for 3. James Sales on 77. Really backing up that wonderful century up at Durham on Friday in scintillating style. Stuart van der Merwe also making his presence felt on debut, as we see that emphatic shot from James Sales. Really put the exclamation mark on that one. And all of a sudden, and this is why I love 50 over cricket, it feels like the pendulum has swung once more. Northants had a good start between Sharma and Proctor. Then they were pegged back by Carson, Foreman and Lamb. And all of a sudden, in the last 5 overs, let's not forget that 22 runs were scored between 31 to 35. And all of a sudden, Northants now on 227. Just feels like it's moved once more, doesn't it? The ebbs and flows really beginning to take effect here at Wantage Road.
They put 108 on the last hour. So it really has. The last hour's cricket's really been compelling. So last hour's batting has been compelling.
So Crocombe here too. Stuart van der Merwe takes a little bit of a shuffle. Well, I'll tell you what, if he pulled that one off, that probably would have been the shot of the day.
I think that's the only delivery I've seen from one of the quicks that's actually reached John Simpson head high without the sort of the tenor ball bounce. That's actually gone through at a good speed, good wheels from Henry Crocombe. I like what I see from him. Strong action, hits the deck hard. He's not been that economical today, but you can certainly see why he picks up a lot of wickets.
Van der Merwe advances down.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the option against Henry Crocombe myself. Use the speed, because it doesn't look as though he's going pace off. So he's bowling just a heavy ball, 80 plus. Just try and use that speed, I think.
Just looking as well, it's a very spread field, isn't it? 3 boundary riders on the onside, 2 on the off. Van der Merwe, top edge, and there's no protection down there. Take some wicked spin, and that will be 4 more runs. Van der Merwe moves on to 59. Northamptonshire 231, and it's one of those, the moral victory goes to the bowler, but the runs go to the home side.
Yeah, no pictures in a scorebook, are there? But yeah, again, a hard length from Henry Crocombe. He can count himself a bit unlucky. Van der Merwe. First time, actually, just in this over, he's just lost his shape a little bit with some of the shots that he's tried to execute, and perhaps trying to hit the ball a touch too hard.
Again, tries to turn that one around the corner. I think a leg bye will be signalled. Indeed it is, by standing umpire Chris Watts. Northants 232. Yeah, with Crocombe, just to touch upon him in a little bit more detail as well. Worked a lot with Dale Steyn over the winter. when
You can sort of see it a little bit, can't you, in the action as well? Whether he's modelled his action a little bit.
slight delay here. Sales just gets back into position.
It's almost when he pulls that right arm up in the release stride, isn't it? It's got a bit of Dale Steyn about it. Wouldn't mind seeing him on a green top that's doing a bit. I think he'd be very dangerous.
He can indeed. He was very good against Hampshire in the county championship. But it is funny you mention that, because his action is something he's worked on.
Is it?
Yeah. So in
Right.
terms of rhythm, in terms of his jump and gather, also just in terms of the actual angle of approach, being very front on, really is generating some extra pace here is Crocombe. Van der Merwe gives himself some room. And this could be a catching chance. Has that been taken? Indeed it has.
Great catch.
And that will be the end of Stuart van der Merwe's innings. The debutant goes for 59 from 60 deliveries. Henry Crocombe deservedly gets his first. And that's taken a stunning catch to dismiss the dangerous left-hander. Northamptonshire 233 for 4. And even though it has come to an end, Stuart van der Merwe on his Northants debut really has left a lasting impression on the fans here at Wantage Road. He'll be richly applauded on his way off, but just felt as though that was coming, didn't it, Sam?
It did. He's a bit unlucky, really, because that's the one shot that he's played to Henry Crocombe that he's actually timed, and timed it beautifully. If he got it finer, it was 6. But again, I think that's Archie Lenham down there, isn't it? I think he's had a hand in all 4 wickets now, 3 catches and a wicket with his bowling. A terrific innings, promises plenty for the future as well. Wonderfully composed in the main. Certainly played the spinners as well as anybody has. Benefited from a bit of luck first ball. Obviously nicked one past first slip on his first ball, but nobody begrudged him that. And really capitalised on it with a tremendous 360 display, featuring any number of fine attacking shots. Very slight play, very quick between the wickets, times the ball beautifully, gets back and forward, picks up length quickly as well. Real prospect for the future.
He most definitely is. So van der Merwe has to go, and it will be George Bartlett, the new man in. Confirmation that it was indeed Archie Lenham with the catch as well. So
terrific take, wasn't it?
Yeah, great catch. But he's a sprightly fielder, and that's why he's down there in that position. Made up a lot of ground and judged it to perfection. So just allows for Northamptonshire now, these 9 overs remaining, to just go for a little bit of a hit. Sale still out there on 78 from 74.
George Bartlett comes out to the strains of Welcome to the Jungle.
After taking that catch, it will be Archie Lenham.
Yeah, you can't keep the lad out of the game, can you? He's enjoyed a good afternoon. Going at 6s at the moment with his bowling, but he'll be looking to pick up another couple and just embellish those figures a touch as we move towards the back end of the innings.
So it will be James Sales on strike here against young Archie Lenham. Turns it into a full toss and whacks it straight back down the ground for 6.
Yeah, have a look at it, James, first there. Disappear. And, you know, as anyone who's played cricket will know, sometimes a slow looping full toss isn't the easiest, to hit for 6 first up when you haven't seen a bowler. But James Sales made it look ridiculously simple there. Closing in, dare we say, another 3 figures.
Well, let's wait and see. Scored 117, didn't he, at the Riverside? Playing that late cut with great aplomb. Fielded by the substitute, Dan Ibrahim.
Yeah, and I don't know whether it's his methodology, James Sales, but as soon as the spinners come back on, he did it with Jack Carson, and he's done it with Bertie Foreman, and he's also now done it with Archie Lenham. First ball of the over, he's gone for him. Try and set the tone for the rest of the over.
It's really important to do that. Of course, you're not going to hit 4s and 6s every single time, but it just sends a statement to a spin bowler.
Yeah.
George Bartlett here on strike for the first time today. It immediately says, I'm not going to let you settle. And as a spinner, all of a sudden you've got 4 or 5 different scenarios that play out in your head.
Yes.
You've got to make those adjustments. You've got to think about potential tinkering in the field. On slightly shorter, spooned up there by Bartlett. Just down towards deep backward point will be one more run.
I do wonder if this pitch sometimes is just a little bit too pace there. It's just stuck in the surface a little bit, didn't it? And just threw the shot too quickly. Might just be that he's just come out to the crease. And once you get in, you're fine. But we'll see as it goes on. I don't think it'll become any easier to bat on.
Sales again takes the positive option, cut off by diving Jack Carson.
He's just literally run at Archie Lenham there and thought, wherever you're going to bowl, I'm just going to try and smash it.
Even so, a good over this for Northamptonshire. Bartlett plays that one very compactly back down the ground, and that will be a single to round out the 42nd over. Steelbacks 243 for 4. So you think there with a 6 from the first ball and 4 singles, it's still gone for 10. And that is the modern way, isn't it? Modern calculations.
Yes.
If the home side can keep that up, we are looking around about the 323-25 mark, which would be pretty good going, especially after a difficult phase and around about the 20 over mark.
Yeah, I think then you start to exert some scoreboard pressure, don't you? You get the odd early wicket, and it really then becomes a bit of a mountain to climb for the chasing side. But they can do it. We saw the Sharks get 337 the other day and win by a wicket. Fantastic. I think it was second wicket partnership, was it, of over 230 off?
Yeah, Tom Haynes and Tom Clark. Tom,
yeah. Couldn't quite steer him to victory.
So is Crocombe to continue? I think that's the first time we've made a sat-nav joke here on the Northant stream all season. Making an instant impact yourself, Sam.
Yeah. I like a pun.
No, this has been a really good comeback, hasn't it, from Henry Crocombe?
Yes.
Slightly expensive by his standards, but trying to get those breakthroughs, be the X factor.
Yeah, I like what I see from him, most definitely. Hopefully they keep the wheels on him and he enjoys a good season. Doesn't look far away from, certainly being talked of as, possible in and around England squads. He's still very young, 23, still learning, but it looks as though he's got that raw, bit of Gus Atkinson about him, really, rather undemonstrative, but just has got that extra yard of pace that you don't really expect from him, especially looking at his physique and his frame. He's not, 6'6", and he's well built. He's certainly athletic, but he really does get it through at a good speed.
Something else to note about him as well is his attitude, his character. Regardless of the format, he wants to be a match winner for Sussex. And that immediately stands out to any coach.
This is a really good comeback spell, isn't it?
Yeah,
First
it is.
3 overs went for 23, something like that.
Yeah, it didn't find the radar at times, didn't he? In the opening 3. But you look at this one, after what was a pretty decent over 4 deliveries ago, just 1 run conceded here by Henry Crocombe, who is definitely in those conversations, by the way, because he's been in the Lions squad. Bowling here to James Sales. Places that one nicely. They should turn it into 2. Indeed, they do. Good conversion there between Sales and Bartlett. Moves the Northants number 3 onto 88. In what a couple of games James Sales has had. Scored over 200 runs between the 2 innings so far.
It's tremendously impressive to back up a big performance just 2 days ago. Obviously with the travel day, etc., etc. But to come out and look as fluent as he has 48 hours later, that's cut him in half.
Yeah, good end to the over that, isn't it, as far as Henry Crocombe is concerned. So Northamptonshire now 246 for 4. 7 overs remain on what is a resplendent day here in the East Midlands. Not a cloud in the sky. Seeing some more seats filling up as well over the course of the day, which is wonderful to see. A reminder yet again, folks, for anyone who is in the immediate area or within travelling distance of Northampton, tickets are £3 Great British pounds. Fantastic value for money. We'll see during the innings break as well, the outfield is being opened up for the kids to play some quick cricket. Plenty of activities around the ground as well, and may also see an appearance from Steeler the dog. So,
what more could you ask for?
oh,
What more could you ask for?
perfect way to spend a Sunday. But we do hope you're enjoying our coverage here on the Northants live stream. Archie Lenham is whisked away there by George Bartlett, brings James Sales back on strike.
I think he's going to be proactive here. Extra twirl of the bat there and just have a quick shifty around the field. I think this is go time, I think. Tried the slog sweep back. I think it's good at John Simpson as well. You know, well, we got 6-7 overs to go, keeping Archie Lenham going. He's bowled 8 overs. He's never going to learn to bowl at the death unless he gets the opportunity to bowl at the death. And he's had a really good game in the field. He's taken a wicket.
Well, shouts of catch it. Oh, it's just been dropped. Oh, that is a rare drop. Tom Haynes it is.
Difficult chance. I mean, reaching him virtually half a dozen inches off the terrain, wasn't it? It was not an easy chance, but it was in the air for a while.
He's a good fielder as well. Usually has a very safe pair of hands as the Sussex opener. So that one dragged down a little bit. Sales.
Flat batted.
Yeah, definitely was flat batted.
Yeah.
And that is the 250 up for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. Comes up in the 44th over. Of course, now the next milestone, get to 300 and get as many extra as you can get. It's Bartlett now. Climbs into that one.
Yeah, two full from Archie Lenham in the hitting zone, unfortunately. Bit of flight and good players aren't going to miss that opportunity with 6 or 7 overs to go. Just pumped back over his head for 6 into the score.
I also like the fact that we had the T20 sound effect there from the sound guys downstairs.
Yeah, don't miss a trick. Can't find the ball here.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a search party forming down towards the opposite sight screen.
Just commending John Simpson for keeping Archie Lenham on 10 off the first 5 balls. He might be regretting it a touch, but just to see what your other option is, really. Carson back? Maybe.
But he does still have overs remaining, doesn't he, Jack Carson? Still has 3 of them. Of course, Henry Crocombe, I imagine we'll see him.
Probably bowl out, won't he?
Yeah.
You know, Hudson Prentice could come back.
Well, Bartlett again rifles that one very straight and very hard down the ground.
What a piece of fielding that is.
And there is Finn Hudson Prentice right on cue.
Unbelievable grab with the left paw there. Just set that out. I mean, that was travelling, wasn't it? A brilliant piece of fielding. Save 3. Wonderfully done.
End of the over then. Northamptonshire 257 for 4. Partnership stands at 24 from 18 deliveries. Of course, Danny Lamb. He's only bowled the 5 overs, hasn't he? But
I'm not sure we'll see him again, will we? Unless he comes on from the top end, but I think it'll probably be more pace, won't it? Who, in your experience, is better at bowling sort of cutters and taking pace off from Tom Clark or Finn Hudson Prentice?
Well, personally, I think of those two, you'd have to go with Hudson Prentice. I think Danny Lamb, I think he'll fancy. I think it'll be between those two and Henry Crocombe. Will we see one more over a spin, though? That's the $1 million question. Crocombe it is too. Will almost continue.
I think with 2 right-handers in as well, I think it's probably unlikely that we'll see Jack Carson back.
The Bartlett's, that is a big outside edge. Down for 4 runs.
Hasn't had a lot of luck, has he, Henry Crocombe? You know, a few edges here, top edge for 4, edge through first slip there. The vagaries of bowling at the death, I suppose, and the bat's being wielded. It's a handy little cameo, though, from George Bartlett, 16 off 10.
On a little bit too straight from Crocombe. It's been whisked away.
Well timed.
Runs away for 4 as well. So back-to-back boundaries. And there is the lightning fast nature of this surface in Northampton. Just skips off the track, doesn't it? And gains extra pace.
Gains pace off the practice pitches and the old pitches, and then really races away. And you can't even say that the boundary ropes are a long way in, are they? In comparison to some grounds you go to.
Well, real work to be done now for young Henry Crocombe. Conceded 8 runs from his first 2 deliveries here. Bartlett will just drop that into the space. Should just be 1. Indeed it is. Jack Carson is a good fielder with a rocket-like throw. Brings James Sales back on strike. 90 from 83, the Northants number 3.
Run rate up to 6 now, Aaron.
Yeah, they've done well.
It's building, isn't it? I suppose if they wanted a perfect scenario, Steelbacks have got Sales well set. Bartlett coming in with a cameo with 4 or 5 overs just to exploit and showcase his hitting. Good base, 267 for 4. Absolutely perfect at the moment, isn't it?
Well, that one's short.
Crunch.
Sat up nicely there for George Bartlett. Pulls it away down towards Cow Corner. And that will be 4 more runs. A very expensive over this from Henry Crocombe. He's gone for 14 already from the first 5. Still 1 to go. And this is the shifting of the gears, isn't it, that Northampton needed. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without James Sales and Stuart van der Merwe. But George Bartlett now 25 from 13. Has done his job as a finisher very, very well.
Yeah, that wasn't one thing or the other, though, that boundary ball, was it? It was just short, begging to be hit. Third man's come up to the edge of the ring. Deep mid-wicket's gone out. And I think that's going to be the length that Henry Crocombe's going to look to bowl for the remainder of the over. But, yeah, it just sat up and begged to be hit, and it certainly was.
Oh, cheeky uppercut attempted there by George Bartlett. Just a little bit too close to the body on that occasion. And that will be the end of over 45. Northamptonshire 272 for 4. James Sales on 91. George Bartlett on 25. And indeed, it will be Danny Lamb.
Yeah. The one thing I would say with this death bowling we've seen, it's all been over one length, hasn't it? We haven't seen any Yorkers. We haven't seen any sort of traditional death bowling, if you like, where it's sort of been hung out full outside off stump and they bowled to one side or another. It just seems to me it's just all been back of a length or short and you know, just trying to get it through at a rapid pace. There hasn't been a lot of changes in speed, but that'll be different now that Danny Lamb's on.
Yeah, we imagine that John Simpson will remain stood up to the stumps, not allowing for those shuffles down the track. Something that you can't afford to do, though, is go too short on this wicket, because we've seen it well across formats. If you bowl anything short here, top edge can fly away for 6. So it's all about that balance. But no, I like this change.
Yeah.
I really do like this change. You've got 2, of course, they're both seam bowlers, but they're 2 very different seam bowlers, aren't they? In Crocombe and Danny Lamb. Lamb is used to bowling in the death in T20 cricket, did it for Lancashire. Of course, has done it for Sussex now since joining the Southern County, but 2 very different approaches to the art of seam bowling.
He's just been around, hasn't he, Danny Lamb? He knows what he can get away with and what works and what doesn't. He knows his game intimately. And you already see there that consistency of length, you're going to have to take a chance against him. You're going to have to try like Stuart van der Merwe did, the ramp, or you're going to have to try something different, and that's not always easy with John Simpson stood up.
It'll just be one more run. Tight start this, isn't it, from Danny Lamb, especially after that previous over. And I'll tell you, someone who Danny Lamb reminds me of is Ben Raine. Ben Raine, for those who have watched county cricket for a while, will know he's so frustrating at this part of an innings. Just jams it in.
He was brilliant on Friday, wasn't he? He bowled very well on Friday.
But it's taking pace off, having the keeper stood up. And a lot of players now like to hit across the line, don't they? Especially at this stage of an innings, it's at the death. You just can't do that because it's almost like laser-like accuracy. And Danny Lamb so far in this over, conceding just 3.
A gold dust, really, aren't they? Just giving away ones at this stage.
And you can see there the change of intent from George Bartlett.
Yeah.
Looking to really up the ante as Lamb marshals the troops once more.
Well, they've tried both batsmen just to nurdle it into the mid-wicket region and run too hard. But of course, the outfield's so quick that it's reaching mid-wicket too quickly, deep mid-wicket too quickly, especially with the pace off the boundary. So they might have to go another way here. And I think you saw the intent of George Bartlett, the way he's going to go.
That one dropped a little bit shorter, played very adeptly thereby.
Great fielding. Got it in the air again quickly, got round to it quickly. Brilliant over for the Sharks.
Very good over. Really has brought that scoring rate down. Northamptonshire 276 for 4. Run rate still at exactly 6. So by my calculations, a run of ball is 300 bang on.
I think if it were my maths, I worked that one. But yeah, an over 2 ago, you're thinking maybe 320, but that over has just sort of reined it in a little bit. And whether he's going to have another 1 or 2, you'd imagine that he'd just bowl out Danny Lamb. I don't see any point in changing that that tactic from the top end.
There will be a change of bowling here, though, from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it will be Finn Hudson-Prentice to come back on. We imagine that, well, it will just be 2 from FHP and 2 from Danny Lamb. Was tight early doors, was Finn. None for 22 from his opening 5. Set a good standard.
17 dots. Just a couple of 4s off his opening 5 overs. Very solid. When there wasn't a lot on offer.
That is very good, isn't it? 17 out of 30. It's not bad.
Yeah, especially when the 2 openers chugged along at a good rate, didn't they?
No, he did a tidy job. Here he is then, Hudson-Prentice bowling to George Bartlett. As Bartlett goes aerial, just chips that down towards deep mid-wickets. Bartlett wanted a second, Sales wisely turns it down. Sales 7 runs shy of what would be back-to-back centuries for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Really is seen by many as the future of the county. That one's short and wide. You can see the logic there from Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's something we haven't seen, actually, which is the short, slower ball.
Yeah, and we haven't seen the very full ball either, have we? Sort of arrowed in and around middle and off. Although with the way that James Sales sort of punches through mid-on, that's probably not the delivery to bowl to him in his arc, is it?
Oh, well, that's going to be out. George Bartlett run out at the non-striker's end. He goes for 28 from 18. It's an unfortunate dismissal, but I'll tell you what, Sussex will take that one. He has to go. Steelbacks 278 for 5. And that is now back-to-back matches where that has happened in Northamptonshire's innings right here at Wantage Road. Adi Sharma in the Yorkshire game was run out in similar fashion. And it is desperately, desperately unfortunate. But Bartlett's done a fine job there.
Good cameo, wasn't it? Yeah, he's absolute filthy there, really, isn't he? And I think, to be fair, Finn Hudson-Prentice apologised to him as he was walking off. But a terrific cameo, 28 from 18, just that injection of speed and pace that the Steelbacks innings needed. Important last 25, 30 balls now, just to set the momentum going into the second innings of this game, and just to finish off with a flourish, really. Don't know whether it is true or not, but it just feels to me as though James Sales has just been becalmed a little bit for the last 3 or 4 overs, and perhaps hasn't seen as much of the strike as he would have liked. Mind you, it didn't hurt him there, because the way he drilled that into Finn Hudson-Prentice's right hand suggested he's still in fine form.
Yeah, it was too crisp a connection, wasn't it? Unfortunately, but that does bring the captain to the crease. Lewis McManus previously was opening the batting alongside Ricardo Vasconcelos. Now brought down to that more traditional finishing role, which he was known for at Hampshire. He has got plenty of shots in the locker, especially the pull shot. That's something I'm hoping to see from McManus if it is bowled a little bit short. So 278 for 5. Can the hosts get up to 300? Of course, it all depends on how the spinners go as well. Imagine we'll see quite a bit of Yuzi Chahel a little bit later on. So Sales remains on strike. Shuffles down the track. Has a big swing at that one, but can't get any bat on it.
These last 8-10 balls have been very good for the Sharks, haven't they? They've certainly reined it in a fair amount. Instigated by Danny Lamb. He's come back very strongly, and this is a good over from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just finding the fielders a bit, aren't they, the Steelbacks at the moment?
Yeah, it feels like the sting has been taken out somewhat, and I think that Danny Lamb's over was the catalyst. Even this over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, just the 3 runs and the wicket so far, just beginning to pull it back slightly. The Southern outfit. Although, as we know in white ball cricket, that can change very, very quickly. So they've got to maintain their discipline and concentration for these remaining 20 deliveries. Jack Carson is put out towards a wideish long on. McManus starts off. Don't think he'll get off the mark. I think that might be a leg bite. Indeed it is. Hudson-Prentice doing a fine job here, just of backing up and supporting what was a tremendous 46th over from Danny Lamb. This one as well has been very miserly. Can he round it out though? Bowling here to James Sales. Slightly chipped up there from Sales. Falls well short of the fielder. And I tell you what, that is a tremendous over as far as Sussex are concerned. Northamptonshire 280 for 5. With 3 overs still to spare. And from this point, Sam, what do you think would be a decent total for the home side?
I think 310. I think they'd probably take that now. 10 and over from here, especially the way that, Danny Lamb's bowling. Just need a couple of nicks for 4, or, you're just not going to get a nice full half volley to be able to drive or pump back over Danny Lamb's head, are you? Or you certainly haven't seen evidence of that. It's just that nagging length. You just can't quite get to him. They might have to take a chance and use their feet and, risk John Simpson coming into the game behind the stumps, standing up. But, yeah, just need a bit of impetus here. It just seems a bit becalmed the last couple of overs. Just want some momentum to go into the second innings with.
On a little bit too full from Danny Lamb. Easy pickings for McManus. Brings Sales back on strike.
94 not out.
Yeah, just watching the body language here of the Sussex fielders, they're definitely still well up for this. You can tell they're going to have to be on their toes. These two run well between the wickets. Lamb here to Sales. Well, he pops that into open space. This will just be one.
Thought they might go then. I thought he played that deftly enough to try and take on the fielder, but
well, reverse attempted, and that really is ludicrously good from Lewis McManus. Excellent way to get his first boundary of the contest. Northamptonshire now 286 for 5, and that's what they need. Maybe that air of innovation and enterprise just to finish things off with a flourish.
Absolutely, and we sort of touched on it earlier with Stuart van der Merwe, that he ramped Danny Lamb, and you've got to think outside the box, I think, if you're going to try and hit him, because he's just going to be that nagging length that you're not going to be able to get to. You're not going to be able to drive him or get on the back foot and pull him.
Well, he's been bold. There's the comeback from Danny Lamb. Slightly too enterprising that from the Northants captain, and he's had his stumps rocked. So Northamptonshire lose their 6th, the home side 286 for 6, and Danny Lamb deserves that. He really has been one of the best Sussex bowlers here at Wantage Road today. Was wicketless before then, but that was emphatic. Absolutely no question about the outcome of that one. So this will be the interesting thing. Who comes out next for Northants? It's carded to be Dom Leach. I think it is Dom Leach coming out. Would quite like to have seen Liam Guthrie personally, just to change things up slightly. Does have the ability to hit big late on in the innings, but then again, this now is all about James Sales and how he can finish things off. We also saw the other day in the matchup at York between Yorkshire and Somerset, Dan Moriarty, out of nowhere batting at 10, came out and smacked a quick 530. So,
yeah,
you never know. Work still to be done.
Those. You'd certainly take half of those now, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. I think Northampton, they just need to get to 300.
Yeah, I think psychologically that's a big figure for them, most definitely. And then if you can get there with the last over remaining, or some of the last over remaining, then just anything you add is great, I think. But he's gone for 6 and over, Danny Lamb, which you don't think is particularly brilliant in the context of the game, because Northampton are going along at 6 and over. But I just feel that when he's come on, everything's dried up a little bit, even though he's gone for 6 and over. He's only gone for 3 4s. There haven't been many 4 balls at all. You've had to use the ramps and innovate when he's bowled.
Puts in plenty of effort on that one, as well as Leach just edges it away for the single. So Northants now 287 for 6. 2 overs remain, and yeah, has been a little bit of a halt in momentum here. We said at one point could have been on for 320. I think that's quite a long way away now. So I think the first milestone, as you said, Sam, from a psychological point of view, just get up to 300. Anything past there is a bonus. But tell you what, Sussex have done well to scrap their way back into this one. Danny Lamb has been the catalyst, but let's not forget as well the early good work of Jack Carson, Archie Lenham as well.
Yeah, and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who, has bowled his 6 overs and only gone for 25. Didn't give him a lot to hit on his comeback over. It just needs a 2-over cameo here, really, from Leach and Sales.
Well, Leach goes for the big swish of the bats. Gets no connection on it. At this stage, every single one of those dot balls, whether it is just a relative dot or a wicket, is gold dust.
He's got to get James Sales on strike, though, hasn't he? That is just drop and run, get James Sales on strike. He's 95 not out. It's essential that he faces as many of these last 11 deliveries as possible.
Well, that one's short. I think he might have got a little tickle on that. We heard a slight edge through the FX mic.
James Sales is going to have a word.
And it is the right thing to do, of course. I mean, it's one thing about the personal milestone, Sales being 5 away from a century, but the important thing here is to get as many runs as possible. Only 10 more bites of the cherry left here for Northants in this first 50. And Sussex, as we've seen against Lancashire, more than capable of chasing 300, 330 plus. So plenty of work to be done. As Leach will farm the strike here. I don't think Sales was ever going to risk 2.
Leach looked a lot more enthusiastic about coming back for the second than James Sales did. He basically jogged the first one. And very wise as well. I mean, he should face all 9 balls if he can. It's a no-brainer.
Oh, 100%. Really has been the foundation of this innings. It's James Sales.
Well bowled. First Yorker we've seen.
Ice cold that, wasn't it, from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who, I'll tell you what, if he finishes wicketless, is desperately unlucky because, he's held at both ends. When you think about it, started off bowling from the David Capel end. Tom Clark opened up here from the Lynn Wilson centre, but I'll tell you what, he has done a magnificent job. Sales just shuffles across. We'll take the single here, and this now is essentially a free hit for Dom Leach.
Yeah, he's just dealing in singles at the moment, Sales. He just can't seem to find any fluency. I don't think it's been helped by the fact he's been starved of a bit of strike of late. Just seems to have lost his rhythm a touch.
I would just like to point out as well, the 45th over went for 15 runs. Since then, 4, 4, 7, and this one has gone for 2.
Very, very good death bowling by the Sharks.
And Dom Leach has been bowled. Finn Hudson-Prentice does get his reward. He has bowled absolutely superbly today, and he will finish with excellent figures of 1 for 27 from his 7 overs. It was practically a free hit that for Dom Leach. He finishes with 2 from 6 deliveries, but this now all lies on James Sales. Northamptonshire 289 for 7. 11 is the target.
Darren Lehman keeps a notebook, doesn't he? And I think he'll be looking at these figures that you were just reading out there and recounting for the 46th, 47th, 48th, 49th over, and just say, lads, we haven't, we've got to tidy that up because you've got to be getting 6 and over off those anyway. Even if it's 6 singles, you've got to keep. They've just absolutely died in the hole a little bit here. The last 3 or 4 overs, the Steelbacks, they just haven't progressed the innings at all. Still 11 shy of the magical 300 as well, which looked absolutely odds on to reach just 15 minutes ago. So big last over coming up, need some momentum, couple of boundaries. Hopefully James Sales can get to a second successive list day 100 and they can get back into the change room for the break and feel good about themselves and set Sussex at 300, 305 with a big last over.
So we're just looking there. I believe it's Ben Whitehouse who's come out. Indeed, it is.
Is he the fastest runner?
I think that probably is the logic here. So just scarper through for those 1s and 2s. But by my maths, these last 4 overs, Northamptonshire 17 for 3. Not how you want to finish off at all. Slam bowls here to Sales. And I think that will just be 1. Misfield, can they run it and turn it into a 2? Yes, they can.
That's a big slip, that is, isn't it? It's a big slip by Charlie Tier to allow James Sales to get back on strike and get a second run as well. Because he looked as though he gathered it up and he just sort of his foot gave way and that gave James Sales the little opening of the door to take a second run.
Yeah, a bit of pressure there. Also, good to see that from Ben Whitehouse. Straight away, he was off.
Oh, yeah, it was.
So Lamb it is to Sales. Shorts, clubbed. It's spooned straight up. Should be a simple catch. In the end, it's a very smart catch by Jack Carson. And that is the end of James Sales' marvellous knock. He can't make it back-to-back centuries, but they are 96 of the highest quality runs that have put his side in a decent position here on home soil. He goes for 98 from 96. Danny Lamb has his second. Northamptonshire now, the collapse continuing. The Steelbacks 291 for 8, but that really was a tremendous effort from someone who is highly regarded in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, it should be highly regarded in any neck of the woods, to be honest, Aaron. Terrific innings. Shame that it just lost its fluency towards the back end. I think that's because he got starved with the striker touch, and you could just see that from the shot that he got out to. Really mistimed it, trying to flat bat it, and unfortunately it's looped up and didn't towed it almost to extra cover. But a really good knock, and one in which the Steelbacks have built an innings around again for the second successive game, and he really did deserve 100, and cruel way to get out, really. But what can they fashion from these last 4 balls? They need a boundary, some hard running. Like I say again, you know, Lamb's nipped in here with 2 for 39. It's a really valid and valuable contribution for the Sharks. The way that he's bowled sort of controlled the tempo of the innings in some respects, as much as the spinners have managed. Hopefully that'll be a template for the way that Steelbacks bowl.
Well, here is Lamb to the new man, Guthrie. Slightly short and whacked away on the onside. Should just be 1 run. Yeah, and that is the key, isn't it? It's Northamptonshire almost using this as the template. So go to spin, not ridiculously early doors, but maybe from overs 11 onwards. See a little bit of usage of hell early on, and
He holds the key, doesn't he, you think?
100%.
You know, it could be the type of surface that he really does excel on, and, you know, if he can get 3 or 4 for, you think Steelbacks will be strong enough to win it.
Oh, that one really testing Ben Whitehouse. Here on Northampton's debut. So 2 remain. 2 deliveries. Really has been a real wobble, this, from the Steelbacks. Slam here to Whitehouse. Just about whisk that away round towards Charlie Tier for the single. So 1 final delivery. Danny Lamb 2 for 41. And considering at one stage he was just being milked for singles, 2s now and again, I mean, his final economy rate could be somewhere around about 5, which would be some
Terrific,
comeback.
really. I think 2 of the 3 boundaries he conceded, you know, one was, well, both were laps, I think.
And he won't concede a boundary off the last ball. Guthrie runs that one hard. Whitehouse really quick on the turn, and they do turn it into 2. Shy at the stumps from Simpson at the striker's end is unsuccessful. And that will be the end of the Northamptonshire Steelbacks innings. The home side 295 for 8. So Sussex will require 296 to win from their 50 overs to make it back-to-back victories in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup. Just before we have a quick break here on the Northampton live stream, we'll just take you through some of the key performances from this first 50. Well, we saw a really good opening stand between Adi Sharma, who got a career best 38, and Luke Proctor. Those two put on 73 for the opening wickets. Then there's a little bit of a wobble as Sharma, Proctor and Tim Robinson departed in quick succession. But then it was the Stuart van der Merwe and James Sales show. Those two putting on a 115-run partnership, which took Northamptonshire up to 230 by the end of the 40th over. After that, though, a great comeback from Danny Lamb, from the likes of Finn Hudson-Prentice and Henry Crocombe, just induced a little bit of a wobble, a slight collapse here in the death. And by the end of it, 240 soon became 295 for 8. So, Sam, before we do go for a little spot of lunch here at Wantage Road, just take me through your thoughts. What did you make of that first 50?
It felt like about par, I think. 295, I think the Steelbacks had it in their hands to sort of not put the game out of reach, but another 15 or 20. I do wonder whether the pitch has slowed up and the older ball was harder to hit. It felt that way when it was firmer in the middle part of that innings, when Van der Merwe was timing it well, and Sales was also very fluent. It felt like runs were very easy to accumulate and come by, and you know, you could also get down the wicket, you could hit for 4 and 6. the last sort of 5 overs, it just felt like really hard work, almost like you were trying to hit an orange, an old orange off the pitch, wasn't it? Off the track. It was very difficult. Sussex bowled exceptionally well at the death, mixed up their lengths, mixed up the pace. I thought they got the tactics right. They starved Sales of a bit of strike, and it paid dividends. They really did like bring the innings to a grinding halt.
They did. So that is the tale of the tape then. And the equation 296. Northants looking to defend that. Sussex looking to chase it down. Of course, both of these two sides desperate to make it consecutive victories in what is an increasingly competitive Group B. We'll take a quick break here on the Northamptonshire CCC live stream. We'll return around about 10 to 3. And when we do, we'll have all the live action as Sussex look to chase down 296 runs. A very warm welcome back to Wantage Road, where we're almost ready to get underway in the Sussex run chase. A reminder that Northamptonshire scored 295 for 8 from their 50 overs, and as a result, the target for the Sussex Sharks will be 296 from their allotted 300 deliveries. My name is Aaron Files. Alongside me on commentary is the excellent Sam Turner. And Sam, it's one of those targets which, at the start of the day, 296, you'd say it's very competitive. But given the final 10 overs, how they went for Northants, feels like it's 10 to 20 runs slightly shy of what was expected.
Yeah, just talking to one or two people through the break, I think they were a bit underwhelmed, weren't they, with the closing 5 overs. And if they'd have got to 295 off the back of, say, 10 and over for the last 5, everyone would say, well, that's a really good figure. So maybe it was just that the figure was accrued early doors, that all the hard work was done then, and it just became difficult to score late on. We'll only know once Sussex have had a go at chasing it down.
Oh, 100%. It's a game of 2 innings. Charlie Tia rocks onto the back foot and sends that out to deep points to score the first boundary of the run chase. Lovely shot that from the Scottish international. Just sat up nicely, didn't it, with the height and the width, and in the end, for any professional cricketer, that is meat and drink.
Yeah, as we saw in the first innings, you can't give width here. You can sometimes be a little bit short as long as it's a tight line to off stump, but you just can't give width, and get all the time in the world just to rock back there and punish that through the covers.
It's better from Proctor. And this is what we have grown to expect from these first 10 overs. Imagine that a lot of the deliveries will be hitting that almost test match line and length. Just between good and full, you're looking to channel it just outside the off stump, so what you'd describe as the imaginary 4th stump line. And Proctor right there displaying that, just popping it in the corridor of uncertainty. Oh, there's a big appeal there. Umpire unmoved.
Bit high?
I think height.
Yeah, I think I saw an Illumary commentator on Sky recently just saying, well, you know, you bowl the top of off stump. It's not very often you're going to get punished for big runs. It's when you deviate from there and try and bowl 6 different deliveries and over, etc. So consistency of line and length is the key. And we saw with the Steelbacks innings that new ball was a little bit easier to hit. Let's say 4.
Yeah, good stop that, wasn't it, from young Adi Sharma. He'll be brimming with quite a bit of confidence. Got his professional career best of 38 today. We were a little bit disappointed though, weren't we, that he couldn't get his 50 because he deserved it. He looked in really good touch up until that point. I'd love
to have seen another half an hour of him bat. Very classical player. Very tight in there at square leg, isn't he? That didn't take any time to reach him.
It's a good end to the over, isn't it, from Luke Proctor. So after 1, the Sussex Sharks, 4 without loss. All 4 of those coming off the bat of Charlie Tia. So it will be Tom Haynes to take up strike from the other end. Yeah, certainly got plenty of potential as Adi Sharma. And of course, one of the real headlines from today, Stuart van der Merwe on his debut for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, scoring 59. Instant impact made, and there are lots of people talking about him at the innings break.
Yeah, not least you. Before we started, he was one of the headline acts that you were looking forward to seeing. So glad that he nicked the first ball past first slip and not 2 first slips, so we got to see the opportunity of watching him bat. Very classical, quite wiry, not the tallest, but a beautiful time with the ball. You know, very decisive in his footwork, getting back, getting forward. I thought he was excellent.
Liam Guthrie bowls his first delivery of the run chase, fielded by Dom Leach, and nice start that from Tom Haynes. Yeah, this will be interesting early doors because Liam Guthrie does have a tendency to get an early wicket. It's just about keeping the radar nice and tight. Of course, with that left arm angle, bowling here to a left-hand, right-hand combination, just needs to keep it tight. Be disciplined and not stray too far. Did that against Yorkshire, unfortunately, at times. Just went a little bit too wide, a little bit too short, and got punished.
Devastating against Durham, though, wasn't he? Got a bit of shape. It'll be interesting to see whether he can go that way again and just get this ball to just do a bit. There it is.
A little bit
Too
like
much.
that. Yep. Just a little bit too much movement on that occasion. Potentially where it's pitching could have been an issue as well, but nice early start that, trying to bring the pads of Charlie Tia into play straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the one that holds its own, you're bringing the two slips into play as well. So if you can just get this white ball, this new white ball doing a little bit, it'll just put a bit of uncertainty in Charlie Tia's mind.
Good area that from Liam Guthrie, and well backed up by Ben Whitehouse.
Yeah, I think he's got to be prepared to be driven either side of the wicket. You know, try and get that ball swinging if he can, because as we saw at Durham, that's devastating when he can manage to do that and get it off the straight. There haven't been many bowlers that have managed that today. Certainly the seam bowlers, and yes, it'll be another dimension to his bowling if he can do that regularly.
On a little bit too straight. Easy pickings, turned around the corner there by young Charlie Tia. Given as a leg by, so the first extra of the run chase. Of course, for Northamptonshire, the key here, just try and get some early wickets. We saw the strength of Tom Haynes and Tom Clark in that run chase against Lancashire. It's a tale as old as time, but early wickets really are the name of the game here. This is a good start from Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, good disciplined start, isn't it? Got the radar working straight away. Looks as though he's drawn a bit of confidence from that performance up in the northeast. Well, he bowled really well there. Ball was hooping a little bit, which helped, obviously, but managed his lines and his lengths exceptionally well, and Durham couldn't handle him.
That one slightly shorter, angled into the hips, just clipped down towards deep backward square leg by Tom Haynes for 2 runs. Of course, that performance that we are alluding to is the 2 for 39 against Durham. So we see the culmination of over number 2, Sussex 8 without loss. Solid start for the visiting side, but yeah, Guthrie started off with 3 wickets against Yorkshire, but conceded 87 runs. That was the problematic element. Tightened things up against Warwickshire, finished with 2 for 65, but yeah, the real pick of the bunch was in the last game, and this is what happens when Guthrie really gets into his rhythm. He's such a valuable weapon up top, and that goes across formats. Let's not forget that 3 overs into this year's championship, he had clean bowled Zach Crawley.
Yeah.
So he's a very useful weapon.
And getting Alex Lees early on Friday as well, that was sort of pivotal to the Steelbacks' success there, just to set the cat amongst the pigeons early doors.
That one whisked away expertly by Charlie Tia. Should just be 2 runs. Indeed it is. Cut off by Yuzi Chahel, who, as we imagined, Sam, and he was the other big talking point in the innings break, heard his name mentioned plenty from the Northamptonshire faithful. Feels like he's going to have a pretty big role to play on this surface.
You'd think he could have a huge impact, wouldn't you? And that's the one good thing about the Steelbacks lineup. They have got wicket takers, they have got game changers in the lineup, and it's going to be pivotal today, because if you had one criticism perhaps of the good wheels there from Proctor, if you had one criticism of the Sussex bowling attack, it was a little bit one pace, with the exception perhaps of Henry Crocombe, who did travel a bit today, which can happen in this form of cricket. But yeah, I just think you're going to need to take regular wickets on this surface, because I think it's difficult to start and get going again and gain momentum. There were periods of sort of a fallow time, weren't there, in the Steelbacks innings, where they just couldn't find any rhythm. And if you can nick 5 overs and just go for 15 or 20, then all of a sudden the run rate starts shooting up.
It does, and that is going to be the crucial element for both of these two sides. I know, again, it's very cliche to say this, but it's wickets at key times, isn't it? Not allowing those partnerships to develop, just breaking them before they can reach 50, 100, 150. I mean, Northampton's desperate to get off to a good start here. Oh, brilliantly. Brilliant worked away. Down towards deep mid-wicket by Charlie Tia. He moves on to 10 from 13, and very stylish and fluent shot there from the Scottish opener. Moves Sussex on to 14 without loss, and that's the danger, isn't it? If you stray a little bit too straight, a player like Tia, very strong off his pads, loves to score on the onside. Well, he's going to punish you.
And one of the slips has come out already, so that's affected a field change. He's gone into short mid-wicket. And just all of a sudden, as a batsman, you think you've had a little win there. And that's gone the same way.
Yeah, he's picked the exact same gap. Hasn't timed this one as well, so Adi Sharma should be able to cut it off, but will be 3 runs nonetheless. Good last couple of deliveries here for Sussex. Worth also mentioning as well that before today's game, Charlie Tia's high score in the competition was 9 against Durham. So
yeah,
he will be desperate to get some runs on the board. He's someone who I know is very highly regarded up in Scotland. He's made many an ODI and T20I appearance since debuting for his country in 2024. So yeah, early runs, I think, is the key, just to settle any potential nerves.
Already a personal best for him. Tick one box, just a little bit straight, I think, from Luke Proctor. Just been picked off through the onside a couple of times. I do think this pitch got harder to score on once the ball got a little bit older, though. I know that was belied by the way that that James Sales and Stuart van der Merwe batted, but I think that was their quality as much to anything else. But I just think after we saw when the spinners first came on after that 12, 15 over period, it just everything sort of ground to a halt for 10 or 15 overs until Steelbacks worked out a way of playing the spinners.
And it's funny, isn't it? Because in the exact same regard, Stuart van der Merwe might have a big role to play with the ball in hand as that man turning it around corners and just holding up at ends. Oh, big swing of the bat there from Charlie Tia.
And that isn't to decry the quality of the Shark spinners. You know, they bowl very well. Jack Carson initially in his first spell was tremendously effective and economic. But in Yuvendra Chahal, Steelbacks have got the gun spinner in the game, haven't they, really? So they'll be looking for some massive inroads from him. They'll be hoping to strike before, obviously, he gets thrown the ball.
Oh, that's glorious. Save your legs, Charlie Tia. Meets the pitch of that delivery. Beautiful on drive. And he now moves on to 17 from 16 deliveries. Sussex 21 without loss. And in some ways, Sam, it's a very similar start that we saw from Adi Sharma and Luke Proctor.
Yeah, when that ball was at its hardest, you could punch it down the ground, and that's what Luke Proctor did so well. And Adi Sharma warmed to his task. I can't knock Liam Guthrie too much here, because he is at least trying to give it a chance to swing in the first 2-3 overs. He might just have to pull his length back.
Well, pulls it back far too short and muscled away on the pull shot there by Charlie Tia, who goes back-to-back boundaries. And yeah, that just sends out a message. If you drop it a little bit too short, he will punish and dispatch you on many an occasion. Sussex now 25 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, he looks a man on a mission, doesn't he? Charlie Tia, he's obviously lunched well. Come out with great positive intent. Must have had the beef bourguignon.
You beat me to it.
I did, actually, quite literally.
Yeah.
That's gone as well.
It has,
4 more.
That will not be cut off by the fielder. Goes towards the Comsave stands and make that back-to-back-to-back boundaries. Charlie Tia, well, he's just eating into this early spell of Liam Guthrie, who now is having a little bit of a word with his captain, Lewis McManus. And this is the danger with Guthrie from time to time. He is a strike weapon. But if you put him under some early pressure and the radar goes astray, it can be quite expensive. So this is a pretty big delivery coming up here for...
Well, there've been 3 different deliveries, haven't they? The full one which got driven through mid-on, which I didn't mind, the short one which got pulled, and that one which has got hit down to fine leg for 4. So a lack of consistency in line and length, really. But I'd rather be punched down the ground for 4, especially the way that Liam Guthrie can get the ball to shake back into the pads. I think that's his best method.
Oh, definitely. And we've seen first couple of games here in the One Day Cup, including today and that previous encounter against Yorkshire, that there isn't tremendous bounce. If you are going to bowl it short, you really have got to put every single sinew into it. Otherwise, it just sits up nicely and you get whacked. That one is turned around the corner by Charlie Tia, down towards James Sales in his sun hats. And that will be the end of over number 4. Brisk start this for the Sussex Sharks. The visitors 30 without loss in their pursuit of 296.
Very bright start, certainly above the rate. And I think that's looks a bit of a plan, doesn't it, from Sharks to get ahead of the rate, because they know that once the spin options for the Steelbacks come on, runs might be harder to find. And just on a separate note, great to see James Sales in the white floppy. Proper old school.
You know, that's not the first time I've had that conversation this week.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm nothing if not unoriginal.
Proctor bowls here to Tia. Aerial. I think he's just split the gap. Indeed, he has. There's a chase on here for the fielder, but it's one which will be won easily by the cricket ball. And Charlie Tia going on a tear. He now moves on to 30 from 21.
Is that his 5th 4? Probably 3 or 4 of them have at least gone through that area. Steelbacks have tried to counter that by bringing mid-wicket in short and sort of aggressively placed, but I don't know whether Luke Proctor's targeting the pads a little bit too much here.
Well, that one's short, whipped away and whipped away.
Bisected
with
the
brutal
fielder.
ferocity. Yep, more runs here for young Charlie Tia. He goes on to 34 from 22, and yeah, I tell you what, just goes to show what difference a game makes. Really finding the middle of the bat here. And already some early challenges here for Northamps.
Run rate 8.8. It's blistering starts, isn't it, to the reply?
How can Proctor respond? Well, not for the first time. He's whipped away through mid-wicket, beats the dive there of George Bartlett, but Yuzi Chahel will do the fielding, cuts it down to 1. It is a very popular point of discussion, that cricketers in sun hats. And the reason I say it's not the first time this week is because at rugby, of course, there were not 1 but 2 Warwickshire players wearing their sun hats. Yeah, Oliver Hannon Dolby.
Oh, yeah?
And Michael Booth.
Ah. He'd have looked like a lamp, wouldn't he, Oliver Hannon? Dolby even.
Tempted cut shot there from Tom Haynes.
Was he about 6'6"?
6'7", 6'8".
Yeah.
It's a tall man, is Oliver Hannon Dolby. But it is something, it's nice to see the sun hat. And of course, on a day like today, also probably a pretty wise choice.
Yep. Fashioned by David Gower back in my day.
Oh, that's one of the most iconic looks in cricket.
Derek Randall as well. I think he used to wear one a bit.
Save your legs, Tom Haynes.
Yeah.
One of the shots where you just allow the action to do the talking makes our life very easy as a commentator, because that is quite simply majestic from Tom Haynes. Just utilises the pace of Proctor to wonderful effect. And Sussex now really, really motoring. 43 for the loss of no wicket. Look at that run rate, 8.9. Already dragging the required down to nearly 5.5. Good response that from Luke Proctor.
A rare play and miss. Seems like every other ball's going for 4 at the moment.
Well, it does. There's been a lot of early boundaries and, as you said, a rare dot ball. So look at that requirement now, 253 off 45 overs. It's not the ideal start this for the Steelbacks, but still plenty of time to get back into the contest. And I know this is a pretty fast start, but maybe Sussex have looked at that point which you illustrated, Sam, the fact that later on it was more difficult to score on. And they've just got to be proactive. They've got to be positive. They know there's runs early on in the innings. Try and cash in as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, I think there's definite intent to try and get ahead. But they've played nice cricket shots. It's not as if they've taken risks or, you know, come flying down the track. They've played nice drives through mid-wicket and extra cover. They've hit the short ball when it's presented itself. They've not taken a chance. They've played and missed once. I mean, they've batted beautifully, these two. I wouldn't even say there's been that many four balls either, really. Perhaps Luke Proctor's got a little bit straight to Charlie Tier, and he's been punished for it, 36 off 24.
Yeah, stunning start this, isn't it, from Charlie Tier.
And those last 5 overs, they all of a sudden feel quite important, don't they? Those last 5 overs of the Steelbacks innings where they didn't maximise and push to 320. Because all of a sudden, we're nearly 50, aren't we, you know, Sussex?
Yep, that's very easy pickings there for Tom Haynes. Sussex move on to 48 without loss, and you can now just see the body language of Lewis McManus, the Northants captain, thinking where these gaps can be plugged and how this can be remedied. There's a little bit of a search on for the ball.
Where am I going to get a wicket? And he might have to go to his spin options earlier than he would ideally want in the power play as well. And that's probably what Sharks are banking on, really.
Tries a carbon copy of the last shot. I think it is also worth remembering the context of this game. I mean, for Northamptonshire, every single game from here is must win.
Yes.
If they are to reach the top 3. For those who aren't quite familiar with how the format works in these respective groups, it's the top 3 from Group A, the top 3 from Group B. The table toppers in the respective groups go straight through to a home semi-final, whereas second in A faces off against third in B. So that one clipped away down towards deep backwards square for another single. And of course, the opposite is true as well. So second in Group B faces off against third in Group A. So important. I mean, if you can top your group,
yes,
you save not just a game, but you've also got that additional recovery time because there's only 2 days between quarterfinal and semi-final. So it is imperative. I think for Northamptonshire, looking at the start that Yorkshire have had in this group,
yes,
I think table topping is out of the equation, but top 3 is still on.
Plus Yorkshire look as though they're going to beat Middlesex.
Well, we can have an update from that game at the end of the over, shall we? Because I think the equation was 130, wasn't it, for Yorkshire to win. Of course, the White Rose tasting defeat for the first time against Somerset at York on Thursday. But they got their campaign off to a great start with victories over Warwickshire and Scarborough, and of course against Northamptonshire right here at Wantage Road. Tia shuffling down the track, and I think in the end that might be what saved him.
Yeah, probably hit him outside the line, didn't it? Oh, outside the line, leg stump. Just have a look at the replay. 69 for 3, the Yorkies, chasing 130. Lythe out for 39. Imam Ul-Haq, the thorn in the Steelback side, not out 22. Luxton and Warden have gone cheaply, but when you're only chasing 130, be a bit of a shock if they got beat there.
Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? We'll provide you with updates from Group B and Group A over the duration of this run chase in what's already a pretty important day, especially for these two sides. I mean, for Northamptonshire would bring them back into contention, currently on 6 points from their opening 4 matches. As for Sussex, they're on 8. So 2 wins from their first 4, and both of these teams had won their previous encounters. Spoke already about Northamptonshire beating Durham at the Riverside by 150 runs on Friday. And Sussex with that masterful run chase against Lancashire.
Yes.
Really have
Dramatic, wasn't it?
galvanised their campaign.
Very, very dramatic. Featured one stellar partnership of 232, was it? Between Tom Haynes, 90, and Tom Clark, 139.
Tom Haynes it is on strike, facing off for the first time here against Dom Leach. So already a change in the game plan. Luke Proctor taken out of the attack. Dom Leach, the former Yorkshire man, brought in to try and break this partnership. Partnership which already stands at 49. We thought that the stand between Sharma and Proctor was useful in the Northants innings. Well, this has been a little bit of a statement here. It's on his shorts and pummeled out towards deep backward square leg by Tom Haynes. And that is the 50 partnership brought up here in the 7th over. It's a rip-roaring start for the Sharks. Of course, conversely, not the start that Dom Leach would have wanted, going for a boundary with just his second delivery.
And the one thing this will do, of course, it alleviates a lot of the scoreboard pressure, doesn't it? The chasing pressure that you hope to build by bowling the first 5-6 overs at 3 and 4, maybe nicking an early wicket and just seeing that rate inch up. Unfortunately now, 53 for no wicket off 6.2, going at 8.5. There's only one camp you want to be in. I do think Sussex would have been buoyed by the way that that first dig finished. You know, the fact that they weren't chasing over 300, it wasn't the 320 or 325. The way in which it looked like it might pan out for the Steelbacks when Sales was going well and Bartlett was going at.
Oh, top stop that from Stuart van der Merwe. Had a good day, hasn't he? The youngster on debut, cap number 253 for Northants. And of course, Ben Whitehouse, who I imagine we might see quite soon. I wanted him to open the bowling personally, but he was recipient of cap number 254. There was a lovely ceremony a little bit earlier on. Darren Lehman and the coaching staff obviously gave them some words of encouragement and plenty of support for the two newcomers as we see a change in field here. James Sales pushed out towards deep backward square and Whitehouse is pushed into the circle. We've already seen the impact there of Stuart van der Merwe with the bats. Can both he and Whitehouse deliver something with the ball?
Just going to need a moment of inspiration, is it, for the Steelbacks, just to try and break this partnership and set a little bit of panic in the Sussex dressing room, really. It's very serene at the moment. Every ball that seems to break the field goes for 4.
Oh, that's unfortunate there for van der Merwe. Just bobbled at the last second. Means it will be a single, but that's not a terrible first over that from Dom Leach. He responded well after the early boundary.
He did. He tested out the middle of the pitch, found that it got swiftly dispatched to the deep square boundary and then reverted to a more orthodox length and sort of, I wouldn't say kept them quiet a little bit, the Sharks opening duo, but certainly it wasn't disappearing to all parts, and that probably be the only criticism really, is that there's been too many 4 balls perhaps in this first 6 or 7 overs.
Haynes just waits on that. Tumbling stop by James Sales. Limits it to just the dot ball. If we are to just make a comparison or just look at the wider boundary score from Northamptonshire in that first 50, there were 27 4s and 3 6s. Already, bear in mind, this is the 8th over. Sussex have scored 10 4s.
Wow. Yeah. How many 6s? Sorry, was that? 3.
Well, that's just sharp running. Good awareness between Tom Haynes and Charlie Tia.
And there was a period at the end, certainly, where, and I think Sharks must have talked about this, where the last 5, 6, 7 overs, boundaries were incredibly difficult to come by, weren't they? I remember one lap off Danny Lamb from this end, I think was George Bartlett, where you had to do something, innovative to try and get the ball to the boundary. Because if you hit that hard length, it was just immovable almost.
That's better from Guthrie, looking to swing it back into the off stump.
Certainly a hint of inside edge about that, wasn't there?
So Tier moves on to 37 from 27.
It's a T20 inning so far.
He has always struck me as that kind of player, though. He's someone who, if he gets an early boundary, you'll just see the body language. It changes. Got a little bit of pep in his step. Guthrie strays down the leg side. We'll have to re-bowl that one. And we've just not seen that in his first couple of innings. As I said, that previous high score this season of 9 against Durham is certainly not showing the best potential of young Charlie Tier, but he's shown that today.
Yeah, he's been terrific. I mean, anything on his pads, he's just punished. I think he's probably had 4 or 5 balls on his pads and he's hit more to the boundary for 4, pretty much. Has timed the ball beautifully, waited on it. Seems to have an age to play as well, sign of a class player.
Well, that one top edge, and it loops over the top. It's gone all the way for 6. So that is the first 6 of the reply. Not the most convincing of shots that Tom Haynes has played so far, but Sussex will not care one iota. The Sharks freight train continues to roll on its merry way. And the visitors now 62 without loss. We're not even 8 overs into the reply.
No, it's rapid, isn't it? Runs coming apace, really are. I mean, that was a bit unfortunate for Liam Guthrie. Trying to pull a ball that probably wasn't quite there to pull. Top edge has flown, as you alluded to earlier on. Can do that here. That's all I would say about the first 8 overs from the Steelbacks. There hasn't been enough requirement of Tier and Haynes to play a forward defensive or even a backward defensive. Everything's either been a little bit too full, which they've got on the drive with, or it's been short and they can cut and pull. Just don't think there's that top of off has been hit enough, probably. Better.
That is much better. Good way to round out the 8th. So Sussex remain 62 without loss. And that's exactly what we saw from Finn Hudson-Prentice and Tom Clark in those first 8 to 10 overs. There weren't too many variations. It was just good line and length. Hang it outside the eye line, but not too wide. And I don't think we saw a single short ball until Henry Crocombe came on to bowl. So, yeah, it just feels like the plan for Northants here, a little bit scattered. Just needs to be a little bit more disciplined. Especially in these opening 10. You've got fielders in the circle. The ball hasn't done tons today, but just make them play.
Yeah, and I think, as well as the Steelbacks batted in that first dig, they were only ever going at 5 and over. And they played some very good shots to get to 5 and over as well, whereas Sharks are going at nearly 8 over. And it doesn't strike me that they've had to work particularly hard for that.
This is the beauty of 50 over cricket, though. There'll be some people watching this and going, well, this should be easy for Sussex. And then a couple of wickets fall. All of a sudden, they could be 100 for 3, 100 for 4, and it's a very different game. So,
well, we did see that, didn't we? We saw it in the Steelbacks innings that they raced to 70 odd, not quite as quick as this, mind, and then it just faltered a little bit the innings and needed a repair job.
Leach bowls a wide there. Yeah, fell from 73 without loss in the 14th over to 118 for 3 in the 24th. So I think that is a very important point to make, that just because you've gotten off to a good start doesn't necessarily mean that you're in to win the game comfortably. There's plenty of time for those twists and turns and ebbs and flows, peaks and troughs, however you want to describe them.
And as you alluded to, the game changed when spin came into the atmosphere of the match. You know, when there was pace on, the ball was when the ball was hard and travelling. Batting looked a little easier. There was, I think I can remember one player missing the first 10 or 12 overs of the Steelbacks innings. But once spin came on and Jack Carson was introduced, all of a sudden it looked harder to bat and harder to put pace onto the ball. The ball got a little bit softer, and batsmen had to work for their runs, and it was all about nerdling and trying to rotate the strike a bit more.
Tier advances down the wickets. Again, just slams it away out towards deep forward mid-wicket. 4 more easy runs, and he's not really having to take many risks here. It's just intelligent and proactive batting, which is resulting in this flurry of boundaries. He's already got 8 to his name.
Yeah, and that was like a front foot pull, really, wasn't it? Where he was just trusting the pitch. He sort of weighed up where Dom Leach was going to bowl, and sort of just set himself accordingly, really. And he's obviously a very strong leg side player, as we've seen. You know, it is difficult with men inside the circle, but you can't give him anything there. You wonder whether the Steelbacks might be better. Right, okay, we'll go 6-3 offside. We'll have 2 men out, and we'll hang it outside off stump and see what he does then. And just, you never know, he might just make him change the way he's playing, because at the moment, sort of bowling at him, and that's suitable for him. He's just walking across his stumps and smashing it through mid-wicket. Of those 8 boundaries, 5 or 6 of them have definitely come in that area.
It's a nice looking shot that by Charlie Tier for no run. Well, we do have the wagon wheel, of course. We can have a look at that with Charlie Tier. So if we are to take a look at those boundaries through mid-wicket alone, already 4 of them have come through that region. So half his boundaries in that area, which, I mean, there'll be some people out there saying, well, why isn't there protection?
Yeah.
Out at deep mid-wicket, which might be fair enough, but they're still trying to get these catching opportunities. Tia steps into that one, lofts it over the top of Luke Proctor, and it is 4 more runs off the bats of the Scottish international. He moves on to a barnstorming 46 from 32 deliveries, and Sussex now, well, they're firing on all cylinders. The Sharks 74 without loss after 9.
Yeah, all of a sudden this is becoming more than just a cameo, isn't it? You know, another 10 overs of this, and it's becoming a match-winning innings. And this is the problem that the think tank, the Steelbacks think tank, have got to come to grips with, really. Is it a change of tempo, spin-wise, or are we just going to continue to bowl to the medium fast quicks and see if we can just get Charlie Tier to make a mistake, or even, you know, Tom Haynes to make an error, and just give us a bit of chink of light here, because at the moment this is going one way. It's trending one way, as you kids say.
Guthrie there, very full towards Tom Haynes. Something does tell me we might see spin in the next over. I really do think that McManus might even go to Chahal, but this is the thing. I mean, there's no Rob Keogh today. No Nirvan Ramesh as well, who was very impressive on debut, and that doesn't surprise me. He's only 17, but his control for an off-spinner is absolutely top-notch.
Yeah, he looked quality, didn't he?
Yeah.
Not overawed at all.
Guthrie again bangs it in short, but it sits up nicely for the pull shot there for Tom Haynes, and that's bread and butter for Tom Haynes. Very strong on the pull, has a decent hook shot as well, and also caresses it very cleanly through the covers. So yeah, just simple runs there. Interesting
where Guthrie bowls at Charlie Tier here, whether he does sort of arrow in on the pads a bit, or just try and drag him outside off stump. You've got the natural angle there. You know, try and get it across him if you can. You've got a bit of protection out on the leg side, fine. But try and get wide and see if he'll nick off. He's coming round now.
Tia, with an absolutely impeccable on drive, brings up a richly deserved half century. He brings it up from 33 deliveries, and stunningly, it includes 10 fours. 40 of those have come via boundaries alone. It's the first 50 of the Metrobank One Day Cup for Charlie Tier, and he has gotten Sussex off to the ideal starts here at Wantage Road. Sussex 79 without loss in the 10th.
Yeah, quite an exquisite boundary there. Very strong. I mean, he doesn't look very bottom-handed, but he's so strong off his pads. A beautiful punched-on drive there, which whistled past mid-on. Just a quality innings. I mean, I thought James Sales batted beautifully and Stuart van der Merwe was also excellent, but this has been on another level from Charlie Tier. Not quite sure who saw this performance coming, but he's got off to a good start and he's just rolled with it.
He certainly has, and this is what we've seen from Scotland. He's got a high score of 80 in the format. He's someone who just needs those early boundaries, and that one banged in short by Liam Guthrie. Too short, I think, for the liking of the umpire. Indeed, it is given as a wide, but his confidence is something which I know for a fact is highly regarded up in Scotland. Already, considering that, he's 21 years old, almost has 500 ODI runs. Yeah. He's made a real good start to life for Scotland. I mean, 4 of those 550s have been in international cricket.
So he has a pedigree, most definitely, and you can see that in the quality of shots.
No, it has. It's been a real electrifying start, this, from Charlie Tier. And that will also feel really good for him. As I said, he's had a difficult start to this year's campaign, but first 50 in the 50-over format for Sussex County Cricket Club. I don't know, that will be an absolute delight to his teammates up in Scotland, and of course his teammates in this Sharks dressing room.
It's been a chanceless innings, hasn't it?
Short again, attempts the turnaround hook shot. And that will be the end of the 10th over. So Sussex 80 without loss. Just for a little bit of a comparison between the two, at this stage Northamptonshire were 50 for none. So we thought the Steelbacks got off to a good start, but this really is terrific stuff from Charlie Tier in particular. It feels like Tom Haynes is just watching along at the other end.
Yeah, and I think we've probably seen the benefit of almost losing the toss, because they had 50 overs to work out the pitch. And I think they have worked it out. It looks like they have. They've come out with real intent, with a game plan to try and get ahead of the rate, almost to try and get the game won in the first 20 overs. And, you know, if they repeat the next 10 overs with another 70, say, they're going to be in a very, very strong position, unless Steelback spinners can pull a rabbit out the hat.
Well, that's 2 shorts, and that has been peppered out towards the square leg boundary. It's 4 more runs here, and now Tom Haynes has said, right, it's my turn. Charlie, you've had your fun.
Yeah, well, he's gone unnoticed under the radar, really, hasn't he, Tom Haynes? But he's moved to 30 off 25, so he's not exactly been dilatory or Chris Tavare-esque, has he? He just hasn't seen quite so much of the strike. But this is, a very polished innings from him as well, almost chanceless, and just played proper cricket shots.
And there you go. Just leans into the shot, guides it through the covers. I think the backspin will be kind there for Adi Sharma, so it will just be a couple of runs. I'll tell you who else will watch this. I've said about Charlie Tier's Scotland teammates, and of course those watching on from a Sussex perspective. It's also worth mentioning that these two both play for Horsham as well, who had mentioned before on today's broadcast. But yeah, for Charlie, this really is, it feels like almost a coming of age knock, doesn't it? 50 from 36.
Yes. Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see. That's close.
Oh, big appeal, wasn't there? From both bowler and keeper. It'd be interesting to see the replay of that one.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see whether he can take it from a cameo into a match-winning innings. I mean, the one thing you would say, virtually every 4 of his has been hit along the floor with great control, hasn't it? There haven't been any, typical T20 shots where he's down the wicket, where he's ramping. They've all been orthodox cricket shots, which have really showcased his talent.
That one's short and hoiked down towards Ben Whitehouse at long leg for 1 run.
Just haven't been able to find a consistent length or line, Steelbacks. They've either been too full, too short. and there's been rich pickings for the Sharks batsmen who've waded into it.
Does seem a little bit strange, the tactics here implemented so far. We didn't see too many short deliveries from Sussex early doors, and ones which were short ultimately got punished. As that ball just evades the grasp of Tim Robinson, will be another single. And yeah, this start already eating into those required runs. A reminder that the target, just 296 over the course of this second 50 overs.
Already down to 208 to win.
He'll crack off the bat there.
Yeah, he's very Ben Duckett-esque, isn't he? Tom Haynes just plants that right foot and then hits through the line. Extra cover, you're going to be in the game there. I'm not going to say you're going to get catch, but you're certainly going to see plenty of the ball. 37 off his 5, Liam Guthrie. Dom Leach is also coming for a little bit of tap as well.
Well, here we go. For the first time in the run chase, we are going to see some spin. And unsurprisingly, it will be Yuzvendra Chahal who will come on to bowl here. Has had a decent campaign so far, hasn't quite lit up the stage compared to his first venture in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, but just look at his performances, was very good against Durham, got 3 for 30, got 2 for 54 against Warwickshire at Rugby School and 1 for 69 against Yorkshire. So, I mean, if you go off that, he's gone from 1 wicket to 2 wicket to 3 wicket. Is today the day he gets his 4th?
Well, Steelbacks supporters will be hoping so. It feels a pivotal moment in the game, even as early as the 12th over, doesn't it? But they've got themselves into such a position, the Sharks, that they can just milk Chahal, can't they? You know, if he bowls his 10 overs for 40, that's absolutely fine, as long as he doesn't rip through them with wickets.
Such an intelligent bowler, though, isn't he? So good. We've seen it how many times for India, seen it in the IPL for RCB, more recent years for Punjab Kings and the Rajasthan Royals as well.
He's going to have to count on all that experience here and try and be the catalyst to change, because at the moment it looks very comfortable.
That one half stopped by James Sales. Just turns it around the corner to Adi Sharma, so will be a single. Also, just looking out at some movement beneath us here in the commentary box, Ben Whitehouse is warming up rather vigorously, so imagine we could see debutant come on to bowl sooner rather than later. Chahal looks to drift that one in, and this is something we'll see from Yuzi today. He'll look to utilise flight and drift, bring those stumps into play. Tia has to be so careful of the googly here.
So we haven't really seen Tia try and punch the ball through the offside, have we? Everything has been leg side. He's either driven through the V on the onside, he's punched it through mid-wicket, he's pulled. He hasn't been asked to sort of drive it through extra cover. Slower ball that from Chahal, beautifully bowled. One of few deliveries to beat the bat.
And immediately you can just see there's some semblance of control here. 2 singles and 3 consecutive dots. It will just be a single to round out the over as well. So Sussex now 91 without loss, but it comes back to that exact point you just made, Sam. You can afford to not play him too cautiously because you don't want him to settle, but you don't have to take unnecessary risk.
No, you just take 3 and 4s and over and milk him and get your runs the other end, which has been easy to do. So unless he gets backed up with the other spin options, or Ben Whitehouse comes on and bowls really well first up, then there's going to be a release of pressure at the other end.
So this is a lovely moment. Ben Whitehouse, the 22-year-old seam bowler from Lincolnshire, a product of Bracebridge Heath Cricket Club, who he still plays for, might I just add. Shout out to Bracebridge Heath. Of course, attends Loughborough University. He's done really well for the Buck side. Finished the 2024 season for Loughborough with an exceptional bowling average of 5.14. Let's see what he can do here. It's a pretty handy seam bowler. Bowling around about the mid-80s, generates some good seam movement off the pitch. Something else to watch for as well is that natural angle back into the right-handers. Here he is then, his first delivery in professional cricket for Northants. He starts off with a dot ball already testing the blade of Charlie Tier.
Extra yard of pace as well, wasn't it?
Oh, he's a great bowler. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching him for the Northamptonshire Twos. And last year, he was with Leicestershire, trained a lot with their first team. I suppose in another era where Leicestershire didn't have Josh Hull and Alex Green and a whole slew of young seamers coming up through the ranks, he probably would have got a gig at Grace Road. You can just see here, really bringing Northants into the game, just has that extra degree of wheels and zip about him. And this year he started playing for the Northants Twos, got his rookie contracts for the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup, and he's also had some more good news recently. He's going out to Australia in the winter to play for Darley Cricket Club.
Brilliant.
In Victoria, so let's see how he gets on.
Well, he's hit a hard length. He's got the right line. And he's managed to join a couple of dots together, which is progress, really, for this attack at the moment. We saw Chahal set the standard in the previous over. It's just a case of just trying to get that, you know, that run rate's come from 8.9 to 7.3 now. It's just get it going the other way. Build some pressure. Dry up the boundaries.
Oh, that one comes off the toe end of the bat.
He threw the shot too quick, wasn't he, Charlie Tier? But yeah, that could have easily balled that onto his stumps. Just here, you know, 4 dots, and it creates a full shot, and one of the first ones in Charlie Tier's 46 ball innings.
It's a good start, this, isn't it, from Ben Whitehouse? It'd be great if he could get the first breakthrough.
Oh, and he nearly has.
Yeah, this now is going to be a fascinating passage of play, because you're going to have a little bit of extra pace from the David Capel end, and of course you're having an Indian international leg spinner from the Lynn Wilson Centre, so perhaps this is the route back into the game for the Steelbacks.
It's a very important 10-over period, isn't it? Because they need a wicket, obvious statement. They probably need 2, but if they do and get that run rate, which is being scored, not chased, but get that below, you know, 6 and try and dry up the boundaries. Exert some pressure.
And slightly too straight from Whitehouse, but Van der Merwe
Done very well there.
He has. He's so quick, isn't he, across the turf? And I tell you what, for your first over in professional cricket, Ben Whitehouse, you have done a great job there. Just 2 runs conceded.
Just 5 off the last 2 overs. Couple of little half chances, perhaps a play and miss, and the bottom edge onto stumps. Just need something to start happening. Just need one from Chahal, just to grip, catch the outside edge, or them not to read the googly.
Or just, as we've just seen there, throw the shot early. That is something which happens a lot with players against Yuzvendra, because he does take that pace off the ball. That one clipped around the corner. There's a chase on here for James Sales, who's lost his sun hat. And that will be 4 runs to add insult to injury as well.
I mean, that is amazing how that's gone for 4, isn't it? It was just a little flick around the corner, just beat short fire leg, and it's run away. Picked up pace, hasn't it, after it's gone past James Sales. Wasn't much wrong with the delivery.
That's a nice area there from Yuzvendra Chahal as Tom Haynes just quietly has moved on to 40 from 34. It's what would be described in commentary circles as a real Joe Root innings. You look up and suddenly he's on 40.
Yes, he's batted beautifully and perhaps hasn't grabbed the headlines as Charlie Tier has, but as Charlie Tier's sort of not ground to a halt, but found runs harder to come by. The joy of this partnership is that Tom Haynes has picked up pace and has picked up his strike rate. They complement each other really well, worryingly.
Oh, that one flatter in trajectory from Yuzvendra Chahal.
Kept low a bit as well, and Charlie Tier has just about got the bat down on it, but
Tier adopts the back foot approach and it's a decent over. 5 runs from it. Sussex move on to 98 without loss, and the spin just providing that extra degree of pressure. It's nothing too serious for Sussex.
No, the run rate's down to 7. It has been 8.9, 10 from the last 3 overs. They will say that, yeah, we're fine. We've just milked the best bowler for, what, 8 off the last 2 overs. Bit unlucky there because that little inside edge or that little turn around the corner ran away for 4. Normally you'd see that get a single. It's just a little bit of pressure that's been exerted, and Ben Whitehouse now going to come round the wicket to Tom Haynes.
Certainly is. Let's see what the debutant can do. Well, he's been rocketed away out towards deep square leg. And that is an emphatic way for Tom Haynes to bring up his team's century. Sussex 102 without loss. He moves on to 44 from 35. And he was a key pillar, wasn't he, in that run chase against Lancashire?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a short game if they keep testing the middle of the wicket, because like a lot of smaller men, he's very good puller and cutter, as he's just shown there. You've got a lot of Ben Duckett about him, I think. Don't think he'll mind that comparison, will he?
But Duckett has just been in unbelievable form, hasn't he? His evolution as a batting talent, especially in red ball cricket. But something to note about Ben Duckett, of course, who is formerly of these pastures in Northamptonshire. He builds his game around his defence. A little bit like Tom Haynes does in red ball cricket. If you notice with a lot of left-handers, they have that real stride into the forward defence. And I always see this with Ben Duckett, and I've seen it with Tom Haynes in the Championship. When they're properly in their rhythm, it always hits the middle. They're not catching the outside edge. There's no uncertainty. And then they build the rest of the game around that. Also a little bit different here in white ball cricket. Someone short again.
Probably a yard quicker as well, because I think Tom Haynes fancy getting in the way of that. Well-directed short ball. They haven't left much, though, have they? It's been that length it's been dispatched. I'd say it'd be a real handful, Ben Whitehouse, on a spicy one.
Definitely. No, he's got a lot of heart as the 22-year-old. And I think that is what Darren Lehmann wants, to be honest, in this competition. He wants players who are really hungry. He wants players who are maybe on the fringes, maybe haven't quite had that first venture into professional cricket. And it will be a learning curve, of course it is. The fact is, you are going to have those tough days. It's not always going to be a case of Stuart van der Merwe scoring 50-plus runs, or Nirvan Ramesh, for example, taking a wicket on Friday. That one's short again. Whipped away. James Sales and Luke Proctor will do the relay fielding, so will be another 2 runs as Sussex venture forward to 104 without loss after 15. But it's about the journey, isn't it? It's about the long-term growth of these youngsters.
Yeah, there's a lot of ability on show, a lot of talent we've seen. I'm not sure there's going to be much more joy. Keep banging halfway down the track to Tom Haynes, if I'm honest, and I just think that's going to end one way. I'll be very surprised, even with 2 men set. He just looks a very well-organised player who's going to roll his wrist. He's coming off the back of a big score. He just looks in great nick, as does Charlie Tier. But I would love to have seen him bowl a little bit more top of off and top of 4th stump and see if they can nick him off that way. Because I haven't seen them get flayed through extra cover too often. Certainly Charlie Tier hasn't played many extravagant cover drives, and I just don't think he's been tested in that area, unfortunately. Probably been guilty of bowling a bit too straight to him, playing in his arc at touch.
So it will be Yuzi Chahel to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowling here to Charlie Tier. Good areas there from the Indian leg spin bowler.
Yeah, every time he's gone back to Chahal, it does look like a wicket waiting to happen. It's just like had to chop down on it hurriedly. I just wonder whether that flipper or that zoomer or whatever they call these days might just find him out of touch.
Plus a deft paddle sweep. Just plays it delicately down towards deep fine leg. Nice variation there from Charlie Tier. That'll be a shot which will give great glee and delight to every member of the Wicketkeepers Union. Good old-fashioned sweep shot against the spin. That one given flight, and that one has been dispatched disdainfully by Charlie Tier. Takes a couple of bounces down towards cow corner for 4 runs, and Charlie Tier continues to impress here at the county ground Northampton. Sussex 110 for none. He moves on to 60 from 53.
Yeah, this is becoming a increasingly worrying partnership for the Steelbacks. Feels like the only way they're taking a wicket is a mistake. You know, whether they can produce a wicket-taking delivery, I don't know. Probably only Yuvi Chahal can manage that, but another 10 overs of this and it's almost game gone, isn't it?
Certainly a difficult start, this, for the Steelbacks. It's a long game, though. Just got to keep those heads up. He drilled down towards Liam Guthrie, and that will be a single to round out the over. So 7 from it. Sussex 111 for none. So for those superstitious out there, will Nelson strike?
Steelbacks fans will be hoping so, for sure. Be interesting to see here where Ben Whitehouse is going to target at Charlie Tier. Whether he's going to go straight or whether he's going to just try and drag him outside off stump a touch. Set the field accordingly. Just try and bowl 6 balls, same spot. Dry him up a little bit. Have a drive if you like. Because whatever they've tried up to this point hasn't worked. And whether that's been targeting his pads, whether they think they can nip one back and trap him on the crease, I don't know. But he's dealt with that admirably. And we saw there with that little chip over mid-on. Nice little 9-iron, 1 bounce 4 off Chahal. He's very comfortable playing leg side.
So it will be Ben Whitehouse to continue from the David Capel end. That one just muscled away through the covers. Will be stopped by James Sales, who's been active in the field so far, I think it's safe to say.
The Sun Hat has been in full operation. Good arm as well, hasn't he? Speared in. Short and wide and smash for one. What length is he going to bowl to Tom Haynes then, Ben Whitehouse? How are we getting him out? Slow ball.
Well, Haynes just threw the shot there, didn't he?
Was that a touch slower or did it just keep low? It was an ugly hack, really, wasn't it, for Tom Haynes, who's looked very cultured and measured, and 41 balls he's received so far to accumulate 46, but that was a proper Sunday afternoon shot. Recognise it well.
That's more measured, isn't it, from Tom Haynes? Yeah, just to give this knock a little bit of additional context as well. Started off the campaign with 21 against Durham and had back-to-back scores of 5 against Kent and Middlesex, respectively. And it was the last game, the run chase against Lancashire, where he really cashed in, scored 90 in that colossal partnership alongside Tom Clark, who is carded in at number 3.
Worryingly. Off the back of 139, isn't he?
That one's short and pulled away very handsomely down towards James Sales. Will be another single. Something tells me that the short ball probably isn't the way to go to Tom Haynes at this stage. But then again, it's a case of, well, what is? Do you go for your off cutters, your leg cutters, back of the hand slower ball bouncer? There's all these different options. But so far, Tom Haynes has dealt with every single one of them.
He has. He's answered every question. But I think he has been asked the same question a few times.
Well, the call there straight away is 2 from Charlie Tia. Clear, concise communication there between the Sussex pair. Does indeed result in an extra couple of runs.
Just like to see him hang it out there outside off stump a little bit and go on, have a drive. See how you get on with that. Okay, if you hit a couple of 4s for extra cover, you can play that shot as well. Congratulations. But just haven't tested him outside off stump enough for me.
Oh, real venomous short ball that from Ben Whitehouse.
Rapid. Good over in the main. You know, and if Sharks were 65 for no wicket after 17 overs, you'd be saying that's terrific. But unfortunately, they're not. They're 115, they're 50 on. In that run rate they're just clawing it back a little bit, the Steelbacks, but not with any wicket-taking deliveries, unfortunately, and it just seems very comfortable at the moment.
It does, and you look at the requirement, 181, just a tickle under 5.5 and over. Does look rather pedestrian, this for Sussex at the moment, but then again, it's a phrase as old as time in this great game. 1 brings 2. That's got to be the belief. Cannot afford to give up and produce poor body language.
Darren Lehman certainly won't allow that.
Well, he won't. It's as simple as that. And he had a lot of stern words after the Yorkshire performance. Felt it was a little bit of a capitulation, and to be honest, I'd be inclined to agree with him.
There's ways of losing, isn't there? There is ways of losing. You've got to make them earn it. Make the Sharks earn it if you're going to go down. But, you know, we're far from there yet.
That one too wide from Yuzvendra Chahal. But we are a very, very long way away from that. 180 runs is still an awful lot in professional cricket. And that's what I want to see. I want to see energy in the field. I want to see those 2s being cut down to singles. I want to see plenty of encouragement being offered. We are seeing that from the likes of Luke Proctor and obviously Lewis McManus. That one's short, carved away through the covers.
Tremendous dive for the photographers. Was it Tim Robinson?
It was Tim Robinson, yeah.
Just missing a cape, wasn't he?
It's funny you say that. We described him as New Zealand's answer to Superman in the home opener. pulled off an outrageous stop on the boundary.
He loves a dive.
He's a tremendous fielder, is Tim Robinson.
Wholehearted there, wasn't it? So if we can get out this over without a boundary and just a single or two.
Well, there is the single. Bottom hand flicks it.
They've done that well as well, haven't they, Sharks? Taking no risks at all against Chahal. Still, he's on the verge of going for 20 or 4 overs. Your gun bowler, and they've still milked him for nearly 5 and over.
That one out the front of the hands. Met handsomely there by Charlie Tia. And I think it was Tom Haynes on that occasion who actually says, you know what, let's come back for 2. Moves him on to 67 runs from 62 deliveries, and Sussex now 121 for none after 18. I've dealt with the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal quite brilliantly so far.
Doesn't look any dramatic turn, does there? It's not ripped off the surface. You don't say that Archie Lenham has got it to do more off the straight than Yuvi Chahal. Be interesting to see how Stuart van der Merwe gets on with his left armers if he has a go. As if by magic.
Yep, it is Stuart van der Merwe. Off-spinning bowler. It's a matchup which will help him here against Tom Haynes.
Yes.
Hopefully he can get a little bit of extra purchase.
I've seduced by the fact he was a left-handed batsman, wasn't I then?
Yes, he is. I think he's naturally right-handed. We see this quite a lot, actually.
I saw him throw in with his right hand. Amazing, isn't it, really?
Oh, honestly, it gets me every single time.
I'm not even talented with one hand, and yet these guys do it both ways.
So yeah, plenty of chopping and changing about in the field. And I tell you what, he might have a big role to play here. Well, the former Surrey Academy man. Already seen him chip in with the bat in hand, scoring 59 on his debut. Can he work his magic with the ball? As Tom Haynes just drops that into the offside, and he will bring up his half century from 47 deliveries, includes 6 fours and 1 6 to boots. It's back-to-back 50-plus scores in the Metrobank One Day Cup for the Sussex opener. And he's done exactly what his side needed him to do in this run chase.
Beautifully crafted, no risk taken, very composed, has played. He's hit his shots, really, the extra cover drive, and he's been very good off the back foot as well. I can just remember one ugly hack that's been about it, but other than that, it's been a very composed innings and played well within himself.
Nice start this from van der Merwe. Tia takes the positive option, slams it back to the bowler for no run.
Quite a tidy action, hasn't he, van der Merwe? Very sort of compact. Don't know how much rip he gives it, but I think he just wants to get in and out of this first over without giving it too much flight. Very understandable.
We can see straight away, getting through this over very quickly indeed. Tia goes on the reverse, and that really is a regal shot from the Sussex opener. Moves him on to 71 from 66, and just picked that up so early, premeditated the shots, and executed it quite superbly.
Yeah, so Steelbacks with all the tears at the moment. The way that Charlie's playing, and beautiful wrists there, got into position very quickly, hit it fine of the short third man, and has pretty much sported what was a very tidy first over for van der Merwe.
That one full and driven down towards wide long gone. So that is the end of Stuart van der Merwe's first over as a Northamptonshire Steelback, and he goes for 6 runs.
And it required a good shot for it to go for 6 runs, didn't it? Other than that, it was pretty tidy. One subtle tactical difference is that Obviously, Sharks positioned somebody in a very short mid-on, didn't they, to try and block that one up to long on. And Steelbacks have decided that that's not the way to go for them. So there's no real pressure being exerted there. It was just a case of Van der Merwe sort of firing it in a little bit with little flight or guile. So I'm not sure how you're going to take wickets that way, but which is really what Steelbacks need. They've got to break this partnership and break it quickly and try and induce a touch of panic in the Sharks dressing room.
Well, we will have a change of bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be Luke Proctor with his right arm seam to come back into play. This time around, though, McManus stood up to the stumps. He bowls here to Charlie Tia, who clips that delectably just out towards deep forward mid-wicket. Races away for 4 more runs, and we're running out of superlatives here.
Yeah, well, delectably was a good one. First use today. But I think it's fully justified. That was beautifully timed. Probably one of the hardest shots to play in cricket, isn't it? That sort of back foot whip. You've got to time it beautifully or you get the leading edge. And he's welcomed Luke Proctor back with an exquisite shot through mid-wicket. Timed that well as well. Everything fine in the middle of Charlie Tia's bat at the moment. Can't induce a full shot at all, can they, Steelbacks?
No, it has been a top effort, this. Tries to beat the effort there of Tim Robinson. Of course, just a reminder that Charlie's career best in, well, list A cricket, technically one-day international cricket, because he got it for Scotland, is 80. So already his best for Sussex in the format. Can he make a career best here? He's certainly looking the part. And at this stage, this is the advantage of having such a blistering opening power play. At this point, you look at that required run rate, 5.44. You've still got 10 wickets remaining. And neither of these two have looked too rushed. You can even have a couple of overs where you do almost just accumulate.
Oh, that's so beautifully timed. Really is. Such a class about that shot. I mean, if he was 2 foot taller, you'd think it's Kevin Peterson, wouldn't you? The way that he's just whipping the ball through mid-wicket. Anything in and around middle stump has just disappeared all afternoon. And I don't think the Steelbacks have got the answer to it yet.
Well, no, this really is ominous now
80.
For the home side. 80 from 72. And, I mean, the worrying thing is the consistency of boundaries. These are not just coming from 1s and 2s. 14 4s. 14 boundaries for Charlie Tia.
I think he's taken a particular liking to Luke Proctor as well, unfortunately. That's well run.
It's very well run. Moves him on to 82. And regardless of what happens from here, this is now a career best for Charlie Tia in 50-over cricket.
Can you name a bad shot that he's played?
Not really.
Oh.
No. He's been absolutely marvellous so far. And as a result, it's really put Northants on the back foot. And it's one of those, it's almost a mix. I mean, it's difficult because, of course, as the home side, you want to see wickets. You want to see those early breakthroughs. But he's batted well. And I think sometimes you just have to say, well, you've got to give the young lad credit. Like, he's done a really good job. Reminded that he's still only 21. Has had a difficult start to the tournament, but it feels like at certain moments, Northants haven't really given themselves the best option to get him out.
Well, it's been chanceless, hasn't it? And you know, obviously speaking to those who follow Sussex, they've won a couple of games by the seat of the Panthers. We see another boundary there to Tom Haynes. Not lovely little back cut using the speed of Stuart Van der Merwe and the width. Talking to Sussex members, and you know, they've won by 1 wicket. They beat Kent narrowly as well. This looks altogether a more simple task from here on in, doesn't it? this. They've controlled the run chase beautifully, got off to a great start. And they're just batting the way to victory as it stands.
Well, it has been a remarkable start, hasn't it? Because this was the passage of play in the first innings where Northants just began to lose a little bit of shape. Went from 73 for no loss to 118 for 3. McManus puts in a slight appeal there.
Well, we thought the pitch might become more difficult to bat on. You know, there were signs of that at the tail end of the Northants innings, and I think probably the Northants think tank probably felt the same. They're going to have the best of the pitch. We're going to win the toss, bat first, put a big score on, exert some pressure. But it looks a very placid, flat wicket now, and it's not even spinning that much anymore.
It's not, as that one has been flailed away. Will be cut off by Adi Sharma. So 2 more runs. Sussex closing in already on the 150 mark, which is quite a staggering start.
These two are just going about it serenely, really, aren't they? They just looked untroubled.
There you go, another fine shot that from Tom Haynes. Carbon copy of the result from the last shot.
Yeah. 8 off the over.
Well, just look at that equation now. Sussex, 145 without loss. They require 151 from 29 overs.
And interestingly, their run rate starting to trend back up towards 7 as well. It had been dragged back a little bit, so there's just absolutely no scoreboard pressure. Just batting through the overs, really, and helping themselves to big scores at the moment. Be interesting to see if anyone else does go out there, if it is difficult or not, or whether these two are just making it blindingly easy. Or look blindingly easy. At the moment, it looks a dream to bat.
It does. We'll have to wait and see, though, won't we? Because before we can see anyone else bat,
we need a wicket.
Precisely that.
We do the run out, lads. Come on. They've even run pretty well. It's just been very polished professional performance, hasn't it?
Slightly slower short ball bowled there by Luke Proctor.
It's worth it at this stage, isn't it? Just to try and experiment and try and buy one. Even if you go for a couple of boundaries, just try something, a couple of slow balls, go T20 mode, death bowling almost, and just try and effect a change here, because this is only going one way.
Short again from Luke Proctor. It's a definite ploy, isn't it? Just to hammer it into the surface.
3 men out. Deep square, mid wicket, fine leg. Praying for a top edge.
Just looking at the position of the other boundary rider down towards deep point. Takes all the pace off that one. Well, you said about a potential run out, Sam. That could have been it for a split second, but as has often been the case here in the run chase, these two running very efficiently.
Yeah, and I think that relationship that they have from Horsham was probably helping, to be honest. There was just a nod there, and they took off, and there was a comfortable run in the end. But there was a moment where you thought, could be a bit spot of bother for him. It does look like two mates just having a bat on a Sunday afternoon, doesn't it? No jeopardy at the moment.
Absolutely not. Umpire's happy with the height of that one. Must also add as well, another important bit of context in Charlie Tia's cricketing journey is the fact that he's been educated at Seaford College down in Sussex. And he's been under the tutelage of a Sussex icon, Chris Adams.
A good one-day career himself, and was also strong through the leg side, wasn't he? He was strong everywhere, really, but
Yeah.
pretty potent through the leg side as well. But it's not as if Charlie Tier's been hacking his way through mid-wicket here. They've been proper cricket shots with a straight bat, and has just worked off his pads beautifully. Hasn't looked like missing one. I don't think one ball's hit his pads, to be honest. Everything's just disappeared for 4.
That one just worked off the hips down towards deep mid-wicket. And that will be a single to round out the over. Pretty decent one from Luke Proctor with regards to runs conceded, just the 4 from it. Sussex move on to 149 without loss. But yeah, the danger there, of course, being that's wickets column. Currently 0 as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And he's getting to the stage now where it's needed a lot sooner rather than later.
For sure, yeah. I'm not saying we're drinking in the last chance saloon just yet, but we're right next door to it. You know, they're only halfway there, which, if you're grasping at straws, is one that you could grasp at. But I just, at the moment, other than if Chahal bowls a magic spell, you just wonder where 2-3 wickets are coming from. That's the only problem. Obviously, the Sharks batsmen are finding Stuart van der Merwe easier to play than the Steelbacks batsman on Jack Carson to play, for instance. 150 up. And it looks a containment job, really, from Stuart, rather than, you know, a wicket-taking attack.
And there you go. There's been so many of those shots, haven't there? Again, we'll have a look at the wagon wheel at the end of this over, but it just feels like there's been a lot of room for those pressure release shots and simple glances down the leg side. And for Tom Haynes here, he'll just be looking to bat for as long as possible. I mean, this is already a pretty handy contribution, 61 from 58, but...
Well, he missed out on the century in the last game. I think he's probably got his both eyes, set on 3 figures this afternoon. I mean, it's there for him, isn't it? Just another 145 required. Just bat. No pressure. Tidy over so far. Get out without a boundary. Take that as a win.
Well, in the end, that is a very good over from Stuart van der Merwe. Concedes back-to-back singles from the first 2. Then finishes with 4 consecutive dot balls. So Sussex do bring up the 150. And the requirement now 145 of the remaining 27 overs.
Just a shame there for Stuart van der Merwe that he can't just give something a little bit of flight. You know, if it was 100 for 2 or something, it would be interesting to see if he did want to use a bit of guile or whatever. But I think the circumstances of how the game is set at the moment is that he's having to fire it in. He's having to try and escape from the over with 3 or 4 singles. He can't try and take a wicket because he knows if he does flight it, that every chance that Charlie Taylor or Tom Haynes is going to pump him over the top, and all of a sudden any pressure that's built up is quickly evaporates.
Proctor here to Tia. Will be cut off there by Liam Guthrie. No, it is a good point. It's the risk reward, isn't it?
Yeah. Like here, I'd like, you know, right, let's bowl 6 balls, 4th or 5th stump. We've got a man set out. And let's see if Charlie Tier wants to go and have a drive and just try and bowl just that. Not quite half volley length, just short of.
Well, that one is short and simply helped around the corner for 4 fantastic runs off the bat of Charlie Tier, who moves on to 89 from 79 deliveries. Sussex on 155 without loss, and that's not the area to be bowling to a man who's already established.
and he likes a short ball. Anything shoulder height, he's going to have a go at. I don't think that's the correct channel. That is.
And takes the pace off.
Yeah.
Clever delivery that from Luke Proctor.
And I'm not saying you can bowl that every time, but I think 4th, 5th stump and just see if you can get him driving it. You never know. He might just spoon one into extra cover's hands or hit one to point. It's just the one area he's not been tested at so far in 80 deliveries.
Short again. Just watched on that occasion by Charlie Tier. It is interesting you say that because I've had a look at the wagon wheel here. And usually you split it into 8, 9 different areas of your scoring. So in the gap between what would be deep point and a wideish deep third, he's only scored 1 run.
Wow.
Which is quite staggering. If you look at the majority of Charlie Tier's runs so far, they've come down the ground.
Yeah.
And they've come out towards mid-wicket. So 28 of them have come in the V.
Yeah.
And a further 26 have come via mid-wicket between there and square leg. So when you think he's on 89, that's 54 of them. It's a pretty large chunk. So I completely concur with that sentiment.
Oh, good. I'm glad we got some data to back it up and I'm not just plucked that from the sky. But yeah, he's just so strong there that Steelbacks' attack just seems to have fed him there. And then that has contributed to his confidence growing, looked very comfortable at the crease, marching towards 3 figures. I think maybe even that slow ball that sort of floated up on a half volley length or something, you might just induce an error.
Well, you never know if you don't try.
No.
That will be the end of the 24th over, though. Sussex gets 6 from it. Now 157 without loss. And Charlie Tier, for the first time in his professional career, moves into the 90s. Which, this would be massive for him.
Yeah.
Would be absolutely huge. You look at his first-class output so far. Has a career best of 56 in the formats. Career best of 32 in T20s. And the aforementioned 80 that he got in an ODI for Scotland. This just feels like today everything has gone right. And
yeah, but he's also got the game. I mean, there was no nervous starting with no edges through first slip for 4, and they were all really strong, solid cricket shots, and he got marching from an early stage. And he hasn't stopped.
He hasn't, and this is the other important aspect of that, because if you look at 15 boundaries, of course, that in itself is very impressive. So 60 of those runs have come via 4. But on the shots where he has taken the single, they've not been big heaves or hoiks or hacks which have spiraled away. They've been controlled and measured shots.
Yes.
He's picked his gaps, and yes, at times he did get bogged down by Yuzvendra Chahal, but that's what you expect.
Yeah.
He is the X factor of the Northamptonshire spin attack.
Absolutely. But even then, he's still gone for, was he gone for 22, 23 in his 4 overs? So they haven't dried up. They've tried to be fairly proactive against him as well. They've just got the tempo absolutely right. And I think Steelbacks are somewhat shell-shocked, really, weren't they, through that first 10-over period where the ball seemed to be disappearing to the boundary every other ball.
That one straight back to Stuart van der Merwe. The wind has just picked up a little bit. Real nice cross breeze here in Northampton. Charlie Tier, yet again, in that real area of strength. Just caresses it out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be another single. Guthrie has a shot at the non-striker's end. And that will be the end of over number 25. Sussex 161 without loss. Charlie Tier is on 92 from 86. Tom Haynes on 63 from 64 deliveries. As it is the halfway point in the run chase, the players will now have a well-earned drink. It is quite hot out there today. Not quite the heat wave we were experiencing a little bit earlier on in the week, but still mid to high 20s nonetheless. Also a good opportunity for us to have a look at the scores on the doors from the other games. As we mentioned, plenty of action taking place here in Group B and in the other group in Group A. But we'll start with Group B because this is the important group. And we have had a result down in Radlett. Yorkshire have beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets with 23 overs to spare.
More runs for Imam Al-Haq, I should imagine, as well. He was not out, wasn't he?
54 not out. What a start that is.
It's been a game changer for them, hasn't he, in this competition for sure.
Well, he hasn't got out.
2 centuries and a 50, is it?
2 centuries and 2 50s. He's not got out for less than 54, which, I mean, by overseas standards, that is absolutely ludicrous. In the game down in Taunton, Somerset finished 309 for 8 from their 50 overs.
James Rue, how many did he end up with?
I can tell you that in just a few moments' time. In response, Warwickshire 132 for 3. So James Rue scored 81. Tom Lammerby scored 100 from 111. Looks like there was a late order cameo as well from Alfie Ogborn with 30 not out from 16 deliveries. And last but by no means least, in the game taking place at Beckenham, Kent racked up a very healthy score of 315 for 8. And in response, Lancashire 140 for 3. So that is the current outlook in Group B. Yorkshire still continue their outstanding start to the competition, and unsurprisingly, they are top of the pile. As for Group A, also a couple of matches taking place there. We'll start at New Road, where Worcestershire were 237 for 8 from their 50 overs. And in response, Gloucestershire 88 for 2.
They top of Division A, Gloucestershire. 4 from 4, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Yep. And Worcestershire are on 14 points. So
yeah,
there's 2 separating.
Clash, yeah.
Yep. In fact, both unbeaten sides, which is quite remarkable. As for the game taking place at Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan 278 for 9. In reply, Nottinghamshire are 86 for 1. And finally, in the game taking place at Grace Road, Essex amassed 321 for 8 from their innings. And in response, Leicestershire 80 for 3 in the 19th over. So that's all of the scores on the doors. And of course, the score here at Wantage Road after Northamptonshire were restricted to 295 for 8. Well, Sussex in response, well and truly in control, 161 for none, with Charlie Tier on 92 and Tom Haynes on almost a runnable 63.
Yeah, it's been serene progress, unfortunately for Steelbacks fans from the Sharks. They've batted beautifully. Some quality cricket shots, very few risks taken, no full shots really, no chances, virtually chanceless innings from both Tier and Haynes. No catches gone down. They just haven't been able to create any moments of jeopardy. Unfortunately, the Steelbacks attack. Let's hope the drink manages to prove a catalyst, perhaps to a lack of concentration or a switch-off moment from either Tier or Haynes, because that's the only way that the Steelbacks are going to get back into this game. A couple of quick wickets and perhaps exerted a little bit of pressure, but it's a very one-sided reply so far.
Yeah, most certainly is.
Sometimes you just got to take your hat off and say these two have just batted absolutely beautifully. I think they've been, I won't say fed, but I think they've made the most of some very not generous bowling, but I think they've been a little bit late to adjust the plans to touch the Steelbacks attack. They've just kept going and kept going. It's almost as if they've been told that, you know, Charlie Tier's got a little bit of vulnerable to balls on his pads, and they've just kept trying that out, and it hasn't worked. So perhaps a word has come out from the dressing room, and there might be just a change in policy for this second half of the innings.
Well, I think there needs to be, and there will be a change bowling here from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It will be Liam Guthrie to pick up his spell once more. It was expensive early doors. It's figures of none for 37 from his 5 overs. So Lewis McManus there, just making some final adjustments and alterations to the field. Wasn't quite happy with the positioning of points. Brings him up from the boundary. And rightfully so, because there were 5 fielders on the fence. So
that's all we need.
Yeah, good spot there from McManus. It's Tom Haynes just guides that down towards Adi Sharma for the single.
I think what you want to see here is, 25 overs or however long it lasts is good energy from the fielding side. Try and create something, try and go down fighting, take 3 or 4 with you if you can. It's easier said than done. I think we've all played in games where we've been on the end of a really strong batting performance as we're seeing here, but there are ways and means of losing, and if you're going to grow as a team, you need to make sure that you are difficult to beat and make them work for every run.
Guthrie opting for the short ball approach. No, that is 100% it. The fact is you are going to have days where your opposition simply outplays you, but it says a lot about your character with how you go down. And I say this is applicable to every single professional club in the country, but you've got to show a lot of fight. Can't simply just back down without giving it your everything. You never know. It's a funny sport, is cricket.
I think the other lesson as well is that, you look at Adi Sharma, you look at Luke Proctor, 38, 36 respectively. They both got out when they were going well, on a good pitch. Got out in frustrating ways, really. Just a slightly loose shot from Adi, little top edge sweep. Luke's, sort of spooned it back to the bowler. Instead of going on and getting 64 and 92 like the Sharks have done here, their 2 openers have really gone in and put the foot down and thought, right, we're not going to give this away with a pretty 30 or 40. We're going to go and win the game. And you just don't know. It might have made a bit of a difference. I mean, I know that Sales and Van der Merwe batted beautifully afterwards, but just think sometimes you can dispirit a side, and at 72 for no wicket or 73 for no wicket, it was verging on that. If you could have pushed it past 100, that opening partnership, and really put your foot down after that, you get the 320, the 330, and that does make a difference.
Yeah, it did feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity, didn't it? Just to really put the foot on the accelerator. But of course, that's been and gone now. Northamptonshire can't rue that mistake. They've still got, 133 to defend here.
Yeah, it's just one of the differences between the size and what we've seen so far, isn't it? I think the spin options as well for the Sharks, that they just looked a little bit more potent, looked like they could take a wicket. This is better. Outside off stump, hold the line. Just test Charlie Tier out a little bit outside off stump, because without sounding like a broken record, that hasn't happened enough, has it?
No, it hasn't.
As you illustrated with the wagon wheel of his innings.
That one's short, hiked away down towards deep square leg. That will be a single to round out the over. A better one, that from Liam Guthrie, goes for just 3 runs. And Sussex now 164 for no wicket.
Yeah, it was more consistent in line. They seemed to plan. I would still have liked to have seen a 6th ball just outside off stump, but I could understand what he was trying to do. When it came back over the wicket, tried to take the ball away a little bit from Charlie Tier, make him drag it. And, you've always got the chance of a top edge there. So there was some clear thinking and logical thinking behind that. And it was a better comeback over. Change of ends for Chahal.
Certainly will be. Yeah, none for 21 from his first 4. Feels like he could hold the key here. He gets 1 or 2 quick wickets. Could just open the door, couldn't it? Maybe make it a little bit more ajar, because so far Sussex, and especially these 2, have slammed it rather ferociously shut. If there is one man to work his magic, it is Yuzvendra Chahal. Here he is too, Charlie Tia, giving it plenty of flights. And even then, you can see there the approach from Charlie Tia, completely unfazed. It's as though he's having a net out there at the minute.
Yeah, and they've earned that right, haven't they, with getting ahead of the rate. I mean, they have done fairly well, Steelbacks. They've dragged it back to 6.3, but the rate that that they're going at. But you just wonder whether the damage has already been done. And obviously with wickets still left in the hutch, it's going to be a massive ask. What you're banking on is an inspirational 3 or 4 overs from Chahal, aren't you? And if that comes and he whistles 3 or 4 out in rapid succession, then we could have a game back on. But that seems a big price at the moment.
Well, Haynes takes a couple of steps down the wicket, plays that nice and straight down towards long on. I don't think we'll see too much risk being taken here by Charlie Tia. Currently on 94 from 92. And there you go, just plays that arrow straight. Tipped away goalkeeper style by Yuzi Chahal.
Strike rate's still above 100, isn't it? Even though he's become a little bit becalmed. Can afford to be, though. Well bowled.
Very well bowled, that. From Yuzvendra. Single taken nonetheless. Charlie Tia 5 runs away from what would be a maiden century in any format of professional cricket. And he really, really would deserve it. Tight over that.
Yeah, 2 tidy ones to come back with. Just exert a little bit of pressure. The only thing you would say is, and I think this is blind optimism myself, but, you know, if you're the Sharks, you don't want to just go too placid now and just sort of go through the motions, because if these guys just tick along at 3s and 4s and whatever, and then they both happen to get out, and then, you know, Chahal has still got overs up his sleeve, then you might just get a moment or two's worry. I mean, looks heavy odds on at the moment that Sharks will get over the line, and understandably so, with 10 wickets left in the hutch. But if he could just exert 3 or 4 overs of pressure where you're only going for 2s and 3s in those overs and perhaps create a chance, then it's the only way that Steelbacks are going to get it back into it, I think.
So Guthrie is to continue. I mean, this is actually one thing I have liked about Guthrie's recent approach to Charlie Tia, the fact that he's actually mixed it up in terms of his angle of approach. So we've seen him bowl around the wicket as he's doing so now. And towards the end of the last one was bowling over.
Yeah.
So just puts a little bit of indecision into the mind of the young Sussex opener.
So he's bowling the channel now. He's come around the wicket. He's bowling off stump. And then maybe the 5th or 6th ball, he'll go back over, try a short one, and hope that it gets high enough sufficiently on Charlie Tia that he has to sort of drag it and he can get a top edge. But might also be a good idea, having tried that in the last over, to almost try the double bluff and go for the very full one with the 6th ball if you do come back over, just with Charlie Tia expecting a short one.
Well, that one is short. Whacked away by Charlie Tia.
Missed, does he? He just hasn't missed anything that's been head high. He's not even hit it in the air, really. He's rolled the wrists on it and got down on it. You know, for a small guy, he's hooked and pulled particularly well.
Guthrie once more goes for the short ball. Yeah, just looking at the rest of the Sussex batting lineup as well. Still got Tom Clark to come in, Finn Hudson-Prentice, the captain John Simpson, Ollie Carter, Danny Lamb, Jack Carson, who's produced some fine knocks over the course of this campaign.
So he got a 70 odd and a 28 not out and a 50. Yeah, there's good depth there, isn't there?
Yep, even down to Archie Lenham. He's no slouch with the bat in hand either. Tom played with soft hands by Tom Haynes.
Good comeback from Liam Guthrie even, post the drinks. You know, he's found a better line and length. I don't know whether he's just took a yard off and just tried to bowl areas rather than speed. But this has just been a more consistent approach to how he's set up, whether there's word come out, as I say, from the Steelbacks dressing room that just let's get a bit of consistency.
That one's short and hammered away handsomely. Chase on here for the fielder, who just cannot get across. It was a valiant attempt out there by Adi Sharma, but it is a boundary to round out Liam Guthrie's 7th. He has figures of none for 45. Sussex 172 without loss. Charlie Tia on 96, potentially one strike away from his first ever century in professional cricket, and the ever reliable Tom Haynes out there holding the innings together, as he so often does, on 69 from 71 deliveries.
I'd love to know the strike rate off the short ball today. I think it'd be quite enormous. Every short ball seems to have been hit for runs. I know they've ducked one or two of late, but yeah, it was a really nice over, that last over, and then the last ball goes for 4, and all of a sudden it's just a pressure release.
And with every passing over, Northants can ill afford that as well.
Yeah.
We think 10 overs of that quickly adds up. Well, as you can hear there from the ambient mic, a few shouts of
the old bump ball catch. Take them anyway, we can get them.
Well, Tia a lot more expansive on that occasion. Has he penetrated the gap? Yes, he has. And for the first time in his professional cricketing career, Charlie Tia is a centurion for Sussex County Cricket Club. He raises the helmet and the bat aloft to the adulation of both the Northants and Sussex faithful in attendance here at Wantage Road. And this really has been a masterclass in white ball batting, courtesy of the Scotland International. Brings it up from exactly 100 deliveries, includes 16 fours. Well batted, Charlie Tia.
Indeed. Well batted, young man. Absolute masterclass, as you alluded to there. Brought up with a beautiful extra cover drive for 4. Bit of width and flight offered from Chahal, and he was onto that very quickly. Beautiful extra cover drive to bring up your first 100. Professional cricket, and it has been an absolutely wonderful innings. Very composed, played within himself, chanceless, and for those OCD fans amongst us, 100 off 100 or 100 balls always goes down nicely.
That one's short and wide and flat batted out towards Ben Whitehouse at deep point. Also worth mentioning as well, already spoken about the Horsham connection with Charlie Tia. As we see the end of the 29th over, Sussex 177 without loss. He actually started out at West Chiltington and Thacombe Cricket Club.
Right.
And I just think it's important to mention them as well, because
they've all played a part in his development.
Absolutely.
You know, and I'm sure it's helped him batting out there with Tom Haynes as well. That relationship that they have would have been ideal for him, and just seen him through any moments. But to be honest, he's not as even. He's gone through a sticky patch, is it? He's just moved serenely through the afternoon, scoring runs at will pretty much. And if they've had a quiet over, they've made up time the next over, and they've just looked a really, really good partnership. And it's bizarre, isn't it? You look at how he's batted today and you wonder, crikey, how have you not scored some serious runs? But sometimes you just need a set of circumstances to come together, a good pitch, sunshine, bowling that he fancies, and a good setup.
Here is Ben Whitehouse. Of course, he's still looking for his first wicket as a professional cricketer. He's made a good start to life in a Northants shirt. None for 12 from his first 3 overs. Has that extra bit of zip and carry with his bowling action. But of course, the main headline here is Charlie Tier. And I know there'll be a lot of happy people up in Scotland right now watching this. It's Whitehouse bowls in that avenue of apprehension.
A play and miss outside off stump. It's a rarity this afternoon.
Certainly isn't. Tier there just doing a little bit of gardening. Good delivery that from Ben Whitehouse. Something else to actually speak about with Charlie Tier is the fact that he represented Scotland at the 2022 Under-19 World Cup. But he also played for the England Under-19s.
Oh, shot.
Well, stand and deliver. I think they're the words I'd utilise to describe that. Charlie Tier really is ripping into each and every single Northamptonshire bowler. He moves on to 105 from 106, and when it's your day, Sam, it's your day.
Yeah, another short ball. I think the lesson might have been learned by now. We're, 30 overs in. Every short ball seems to have gone for either 1 or 4. Just not the place to bowl. So strong. Square the wicket. I mean, it's not like the lad can't drive. We saw that in the previous over to bring up his 100, but he hasn't been asked to try and hit a ball through extra cover off one of the seamers, I don't think, yet. We're 30 overs in and he's 105 not out.
Rises with the bounce there of Ben Whitehouse. Did just take a quick look at the YouTube live stream comments as well. Plenty of support for Charlie Tier, which is really nice to see. Had a difficult start to the campaign, but he is loved down on the South Coast. I know that those who worked with him in age group cricket really do think a lot of him. Good to see as well, him really cashing in today. Will hopefully be the first century of many for the Sharks or Martlets, depending on the format, of course. But
yeah, you don't see any reason why not, though. He's got the game, hasn't he? I mean, he's got a solid defence when he's had to. It's not been that frequent when it's been required, to be honest. But you know, he's very comfortable with the ball in and around middle stump. He's worked that. He doesn't look as though he's all bottom hand either. He's hit it with a straight bat through mid on and mid wicket. He's pulled well. Doesn't mind the short ball. He's got all the attributes to score good runs in List A cricket and T20 cricket, hasn't he? I mean, as he develops and strengthens and, you know, works out where his particular areas of power are, which I think he's probably got a pretty good handle on already. I think he could develop into a very talented cricketer if he's not already.
Stunning, isn't it? To think just 21 years of age.
But then again, real talent.
We say this in every game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. It's why it's such a glorious competition. And yes, it has changed its guise over the years, but it's so good. So good. Here is Yusuf Chahal to Tom Haynes.
One thing I always say is, God, those lads who represent the country must be good players.
100%.
Because, I mean, and I know he represents Scotland, but you look at the other ability and talent you see around the county grounds, and you think, God, those top level cricketers must be unbelievable if these lads can't get a sniff. And I think we're very quick sometimes just, you know, to criticise the international players if they don't do this and they don't do that. But you must realise what level they have to get to even get in the side and get in and around it. And it's good to see it. It's good to see that we're still producing the British Isles, still producing exciting talent. But like, no way should you be under any misapprehension that this has just been an innings where he slogged his way to 50 and then has just batted his way to 100. It was beautifully compiled from the word go.
Well, I think you said it earlier, Sam. Chanceless, I think, for the most part here from Charlie Tier. Really has done a fantastic job. Tom Haynes looks to tickle that one fine. Someone else to watch out for from a Scottish perspective as well is Mackenzie Jones down at Essex. Fine young seam bowler. Can also bat. Pretty sure, like Ben Whitehouse, he attended Loughborough Uni.
Yeah, been a good breeding ground, hasn't it, for good cricketers for a long time now, Loughborough.
And that is the end of the over. 183 without loss. Of course, someone else to watch out for is Jack Jarvis. Wonder if we might see him in county cricket one day. I know we've seen him in the GT20, played for the Brampton Wolves out in Canada, representing Scotland at both senior level and under 19s. If you can't tell, by the way, I'm a big fan of associate cricket.
Yeah.
I love my associate cricket. So, no, really promising signs, not just for Scotland, of course, who we're talking about in this passage, but of course for Sussex. And it's a testament to their academy. It's a testament to their pathway as well. And Charlie Tia really has been phenomenal today. As Ben Whitehouse continues his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Tia advances and clubs him straight as an arrow back down the ground. And that will be 4 more runs. Not the first time that we've said that today.
No, I'd say that's the first time we've seen a bit of a full shot. Most of Charlie Tia's boundaries have come from beautifully executed drives, flicks, pulls, cuts, whatever. That was a little bit more of a hoik, and the ball seemed to climb on him, and he was through the shot a bit late. He's a bit fortunate to get away with that. He could have easily spooned that to mid-off or even mid-on.
Well, there you go, playing a miss outside the eye line.
That's 2 in about 10 or 15 balls outside off stump that Ben Whitehouse has managed to induce the play and miss.
But he just needs a wicket, doesn't he? I mean, aside from Yuzvendra Chahal, who is expected from, of course, as the international option, but Ben Whitehouse has looked the most likely to get the breakthrough. Well, he won't get the breakthrough with that one.
No.
That one has been whipped away through mid-wicket. And Charlie Tia's innings shows no sign of relenting here. He moves on to a runner ball 114 and Sussex 191 without loss.
And the lyrics, "Baby, give it up," ring across the Wantage Road, and you just wonder. It's a bit cruel, isn't it, from the stadium announcer to play that? No sign of Charlie Tia giving it up. Drilled again through mid-wicket. Does time that so well, that shot.
One Yorker length delivery jammed in to the toes of the right-handed Tia. Just about guides it down to George Bartlett for 1 run. I mean, this really is just astonishing, isn't it? Paul Farbrace must be in that dressing room right now with the biggest grin on his face after saying, we need to get off to a decent start, lads, and your team's 192 for none.
Not bad, is it? I don't think there'll be many better starts. I wouldn't have the records to hand, but you'd have to think that the biggest opening partnerships, Sussex and List A cricket. Wonder what the record is.
We can find that out as Tom Haynes turns that into 2.
Had a partnership of 232 in the last game. And this is already standing at 194. I think he's bowled better than his figures, Ben Whitehouse.
Oh, 100%. He has. He's looked dangerous.
Well bowled. You know, he's gone for 27 off 5, and okay, there was 11 off that over, but it wasn't that bad an over. I think there was just 2 very good cricket shots there. One thing I would say with these 2 openers, and in the Steelbacks defence, you haven't had to miss your length or miss your direction by very far, and you really got punished. You know, the pitch has played beautifully. The spinners don't seem to have carried any threat. The seamers haven't all day. And that's added up to produce a set of circumstances for two batters who are obviously in good nick. Certainly, we already knew that Tom Haynes was, and Charlie Tier certainly is 115 off 115.
Well, you asked the question, Sam, what is the highest ever partnership for the opening wicket for Sussex in list A cricket?
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the answer.
Oh,
248 runs. And that took place in 1993 down at the county ground in Hove between David Smith and Bill Athey.
Bill Athey
Against Hampshire. Dom Leach just punched through the covers.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, it was a valiant effort, wasn't it? Great effort, but it goes for 4 nonetheless. And that really is unfortunate.
You know, in fairness to Dom Leach, he's tried to get the ball out 4th, 5th stump and get Charlie Tier driving, and he's met it with the beautiful straight bat and just caressed it through the covers. It's the power of his shots that, you know, for a guy that doesn't look, you know, hugely powerful, the timing and touch play has been quite extraordinary this afternoon.
Well, that's the mix, isn't it? Finesse and power.
Yeah.
2 attributes which will set him up very nicely for the remainder of his cricket career, especially in the white ball format.
Of which I had neither, sadly. It's funny though, isn't it, watching the back end of that Steelbacks innings where they could barely get the ball off the strip, and here it's almost like Sussex have batted on a road, isn't it, for 33 overs. It's just come on beautifully. They've timed it beautifully.
Oh, Tier puts the exclamation point on that one.
Oof.
Slams it for 6 runs downtown to bring up Sussex's 200s in scintillating style. And he now moves on to 125 from 119. I mean, we are witnessing something incredibly special here in the East Midlands today.
It's just been an exemplary innings. I mean, that was a beautiful strike. Left foot really to the pitch of the ball. Beautiful arc of the bat. Didn't try and overhit it. Held the pose. Gorgeous cricket shot.
That one's short. Glanced round the corner. It will be 4 more runs. Not the right delivery, that from Dom Leach, especially to that field that he's got placed. Now just, well, technically 41 away from breaking that partnership.
Yeah. Partnership that stood for 32 years. In fairness to Dom Leach, it's like, well, where do you want me to bowl? Because he should have bowled outside off stump. He's gone for 4 and 6.
Well, Tier this time just rifles that couple of bounces out towards deep mid wicket. And this now is getting, well, very, very dangerous for Northamptonshire. It's getting to the point of desperation. And that is a very expensive over. In the end goes for 18, all of which have come off the bats of Charlie Tier. And Sussex 212 without loss. I mean, back-to-back games where your top 3 between them have combined for 200-plus partnerships.
You just don't see that very often, do you? And that was like Tier teeing off, really. He's just literally utterly dismissive there. You know, Dom Leach, I'm coming after you, and it doesn't matter where you bowl, I'm just going to hit you. And look, that can happen when you've got a guy going into that over that's 115 not out from as many balls. You can go for 18, especially on a pitch that seems to be playing beautifully and doesn't seem to present any problems whatsoever to the batting side.
Haynes attempts the drop and run there.
If Tier carries on at this rate, Haynes had better get a move on if he wants to get to 3 figures. Still needs 28. There might not be enough runs for him.
Tom Haynes, at least in my opinion, is the kind of person right now who is very, very comfortable. I don't think he's ever really been too concerned with personal milestones. He's a team man first.
Mm.
Oh, as he gets the under edge there, and that should be 4 races away down towards the Metro Bank advertising hoardings.
When it's your day, it's your day.
Yep, simple as that. Haynes moves on to 76 from 79. And I'm just looking here. I mean, Charlie Tier is propelling himself up the records in terms of highest ever List A score by a Sussex cricketer.
Who holds the...
Well, I do know that one.
Right.
So that one is attempt to be smoked through the covers by Tom Haynes.
It's not Bilathi, is it?
No, no, it's Ali Orr. Ali Orr scored 206 against Somerset. That was in 2022, I believe, in Taunton. Yeah, that was a ridiculous innings, that. Of course, Ali Orr now plying his trade for the other side on the south coast. He's at Hampshire.
Yeah.
Tom Alsop in second place on 189 not out. So that one is short.
Oh.
Well, this could be a chance. And it's taken. Ben Whitehouse has his first wickets as a professional cricketer. He's dismissed Tom Haynes for 76 from 81 deliveries. Smart catch in the outfield by Adi Sharma. And finally, at long last, the Northamptonshire Steelbacks have broken the Sussex opening stands. The Sharks now 216 for 1. But I tell you what, that has been some hand played by Tom Haynes.
Yeah, a fantastic subsidiary role, really, to bat so well and accumulate 76 at almost a run a ball alongside Charlie Tier, who's pretty much dominated the partnership from the outset. But, you know, don't underestimate the part that Tom Haynes played in that. Built a lovely partnership, very few risks taken, very composed 76. And finally, the short ball has finally born fruition. A slightly top edge and well taken in the deep by Adi Sharma.
Well, it's a little bit of a funny dismissal, that, from Tom Haynes, after having that slight reprieve on the second delivery of the over with the under edge. But there you go. Fortune favours the bold. And regardless of what happens in this game now, that is going to be a special moment which will live long in the memory of Ben Whitehouse. He deserves this opportunity. He's been an absolute gun for the Northants Twos, and I know right now there'll be a lot of his teammates and family members tuning into the stream, those at Bracebridge Heath and Loughborough University, and I know they'll be celebrating rather hard right now, so congratulations to Ben. We said it before, his figures didn't quite do his spell justice.
I think he's bowled very well. I do. I think there'll be other occasions where he gets a little bit more help from a more responsive pitch. Ideally, this is a lifeless surface now for a quick bowler, and has been pretty much all afternoon, to be honest. But he's got it through at a good pace. I think he's bowled a consistent line and length. He's got a little bit of tap here and there, but that's hardly surprising with guys that were, 70 and 100 not out. So I think he can look back at this debut with a great deal of credit, and fingers crossed he can pick up another couple.
And that one's short. Helped on its way down towards long leg by Tom Clark, who, well, he's a man in some form, isn't
he? Yeah, just what you don't want if you're a Steelbacks fan is a bloke off the back of 139 coming out with 80-odd required. Yeah, he's in good nick, obviously. But look, this is a little window of opportunity for the Steelbacks, and if they can take 2 or 3 quickly, might set us up for a little bit of a finish.
Well, again, it's another shot where I don't think you really need any commentary from us two. Charlie Tier really has pummeled that with great disdain out in towards the advertising hoardings at deep forward mid-wicket. And, well, that's a very, very imposing way to finish the over. It's almost a shot of authority there from the Scottish international as Sussex move on to 221 for 1. Just 75 runs shy of what would be a crucial victory in the wider context of Group B. Getting so close already, as I believe we'll see the return of Stuart van der Merwe on the David Capel end, but
It's just utterly dismissive, wasn't it? It's a shot that I feel that I've seen about 10 times today, and all of them seem to have gone for 4. And in fairness to Ben Whitehouse, he turned around as soon as he bowled it, banged himself on the head, and as if to say, "Yeah, I know I shouldn't be bowling there. It's just happened." And that can happen with young bowlers. He's finding his way in the game, and he looks a really bright prospect.
here is van der Merwe to Clark. Already seen Ben Whitehouse get his first wicket. Nirvan Ramesh, of course, on debut, getting the wicket of Archie Bailey on Friday. Can Stuart van der Merwe join the list? As Clark shuffles a couple of steps down the track.
He's got the slip in now. I like to see him rip one past him. Perhaps give it a bit of flight. See if Tom Clark wants to use his feet and hit over the top.
That one's short, bit of a drag down. And it's been given the treatment by Tom Clark. Far too classy of a cricketer to miss out on such easy pickings. Sussex now 225 for 1, 71 runs away from back-to-back victories in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup. Clark again rifles that one, gun barrel straight, 4 more runs. And he's come out with a certain approach here, hasn't he? The Sussex number 3, coming off the back of, well, what was it, game-defining 139, and he must be seeing it like a beach ball at the minute.
But at least with that, there was a little bit more flight, and you're saying, right, come on then, Tom Clark, come down the pitch and try and hit me. And he could have easily dragged that into mid-on's hands. He didn't, but he could have done. And at least you are trying to create a chance there by giving it a little bit more flight. If you're firing in and spearing in, you get if you're too short, you get pummeled.
That's short again, and it's a good tumbling stop there by Liam Guthrie. Prevents the single from being taken, so 8 runs off the over, all of which came off the bat of Tom Clark. Sussex now 229 for 1. Yeah, really has been the dream start, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For the Southern outfits. Of course, things getting so tight in Group B. I know I've said that. We've seen Yorkshire earlier today get that 7-wicket victory down at Radlett. We'll keep you updated as best as we can with goings-on down at Beckenham and Taunton as well. But this really was a must-win game for Northamptonshire. It's been a difficult start. Felt like a page had been turned on Friday with that 150-run win over Durham at the Riverside. But unfortunately today, the Steelbacks, the victims of what has been an exhibition in finesse, deftness and power, courtesy of Charlie Tear. Chahal gives that plenty of flight down towards Liam Guthrie, who's patrolling at long off, and that will be 2 more runs. Charlie Tear continues to rise up those rankings of highest list day individual scores. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to surpass Ali Orr's 206.
Where can he get to?
Well, he can get to at least 150 at this stage.
Which gets him where?
Will he be in the top 10?
Not bad for your first century.
No, not bad at all. So just looking now, he's just surpassed Tom Clark, who scored that 139. Attempted sweep there by Tom Clark. It's for no run.
Doesn't look like these 2 shark batters want to nudge and nurdle their way to the victory target either, does it?
Absolutely not. So that one is misfielded by Tim Robinson.
Could be a bit of a page turner for the Sharks as well with their season as well. You know, just that winning narrowly the other day, just breathed a bit of life into their season, and then win here as well, build some momentum.
That one too wide. Tia bottom hands that out towards Adi Sharma. That's a deep cover, so another single. 235 for one. 61 runs away now for the Sharks to emerge victorious. As for Northamptonshire, got to get a few more wickets to make a game out of this one. Clark's turn to keep the strike, and that will be the ends of the 36th over. Sussex 236 for one. Charlie Tia on 141 from 125 deliveries. Tom Clark on 11 from 10 deliveries. And yeah, just looking at those leaderboards for Sussex, he's approaching the top 10. Ed Joyce is currently in 10th place on 146. Got that against Gloucestershire down in Hove in 2009. Matt Pryor also had 2 scores in the 140s. Scored 141 against Glamorgan in 2006 and 144 against Warwickshire in 2005. All of which, strangely, have come in Hove, by the way. It's just a stretch of Hove, right. Northampton, Hove. But
well, if you're going to make it a big one, make it a big one.
Exactly. When it's your day, cash in.
Absolutely. When are you going to get the opportunity to get a 170, 175? Very rarely. That's it. Nicely bowled, bit of flight. That Tom Clark guessing a little bit there, just readjusting.
Oh, slight shouts of catch. It was aerial, but
nice delivery. Yeah, it just gave it an opportunity to spin a little bit, and it's just turned on Tom Clark a touch, that, I think, and he's dragged it where, not exactly where he was looking to hit it. It's better.
Simple drop out towards the covers there for Charlie Tia.
Who's the next one in his sights on the list?
Well, it's just like a... it's like an honour roll, basically, for anybody involved at Sussex. The next one in his sights is Murray Goodwin.
Quality player.
Outstanding player, and that's a really nice push through the covers there by Tom Clark. Tia will have to be quick here, and he does. He scarpers home. Well, that would be an unfortunate way to bring this Herculean effort to a swift end.
Yeah, Van der Merwe looked like he could create a chance if he can just get it above the eye line of the batsman. When he's given it a little bit of flight in air, it's just been that little bit of uncertainty and the ball's gripped a touch more. Hopefully see that as he completes his spell.
So Sussex now 242 for one. Charlie Tia just having a quick drink. Is pretty hot out there. Don't think we're in any immediate danger with regards to the cut-off time as well, which is around about 25 past 6. But with 54 runs to win, you feel like either way, Northamptonshire will have to generate a lot of wickets here to get back into the game. And conversely for Sussex, Don't think he'll take them until the final over to get 54 unless there is a collapse.
Well, Yuvichaval has only just got 2 overs left to wreak any damage that he can. I have to say, I don't think he's particularly looked like taking many wickets this afternoon. I think they played him very well, very assured, very calm. Just milked him for, was he 38, something like that?
Bowling here to Tia, who pierces that through the covers. There's a chase on here for Liam Guthrie, who picks that one up cleanly. Will be 2 more runs, moves Charlie Tia on to 144. So he joins Matt Pryor and Murray Goodwin in equal 11th place on the all-time individual scores for Sussex men's cricketers in the list A format. And now he's just 1 run shy of joining Ed Joyce there in the top 10.
Well, I asked a question earlier, you know, can he drive? Can he hit the balls through the offside? And he's done that very well off the spinners, hasn't he? Off Chahal, he's hitting him, you know, wide of long off. He's hitting through extra cover for 4 to reach his 100. Don't know whether he do it quite so well off the seamers, but he's played the spinners beautifully.
Well, Clark there with a conventional sweep. Sweeps it just fine enough beyond the grasp of the fielder. And the equation now less than 50 runs for the Sussex Sharks at the county ground Northampton. Tom Clark just quietly moving onto 20 from 16. He's done a really fine job. But of course, the man grabbing the headlines today will be the 21-year-old Charlie Tia. And that's been absolutely everything. It's racing away down towards the boundary rope. Has it been scooped back in? Well, I don't think it has. It's 5 wides, and that just compounds the misery here for the home side.
250 up. Sadly, this has had an air of inevitability for some time now, unfortunately. It's just been so difficult to break that opening partnership and break that part and break the game apart, but just batted so well. Sharks. Totally dominant, in control. One-way traffic, I'm afraid.
Yeah, this will be a difficult one for the Steelbacks to swallow. Chahal here to Tia. Cut off by Tim Robinson.
That's the first time he's hit mid-wicket and found the fielder.
Punches that one confidently down the ground, retains the strike. Charlie Tia now moves on to 146 from 130. Sussex 256 for 1. The equation exactly 40 from the remaining 12 overs.
Yeah, we've eulogised about Charlie Tia, but this really is a top draw innings. Never in a moment's worry. Just sauntered through the afternoon, playing good, solid cricket shots, taking very few chances. Was driven well, punched through mid-wicket, mid-on. Played the short ball exceptionally well. Just been an all-round sparkling innings. And for those who pay £3 to come in, they've just watched a batting masterclass.
Well, I think you've got 10 times your value for money there. Absolutely. Great to see so many faces here at Wantage Road today, though. This Tia is squared up by that one. Saw some lovely scenes, didn't we, in the innings breaks?
Yes.
Plenty of families out on the outfield. This Tia just guides that, runs it off the bat face. Will be cut off by Luke Proctor for no run. Banged in short there by Van der Merwe. clubbed away by Charlie Tier. Moves on to 147. Special knock this from a very talented young cricketer.
What's great is that he hasn't given it away. He's got to 100 and he's just thought, right, I'm going to be there at the death. And he's just batted sensibly, hit the balls that he thinks he can hit for 4, rotated the strike, not tried to do anything clever.
It's a very delicate shot attempted by Tom Clark, just looking to implement a little bit of extra energy on it by whipping the wrist.
Well run. Yeah, it would have been easy for Charlie Tier, 21 years of age, gets your first 100, get a bit dizzy. You see it quite often, don't you? You know, trying to play extravagant shots from that point in, but he's batted beautifully since, very composed, belying his years, really.
He certainly has. Well, that's not a bad start, is it, from George Bartlett? Coming on from the David Capel end, concedes just 2 runs. Sussex 258 for 1. Just looking around the grounds as well, could be in for a pretty tight finish down in Taunton. Warwickshire 196 for 4 in pursuit of 310 against Somerset as Chahal bowls here to Clark, goes on the reverse, offers a little bit of an appeal. Completely unmoved. And in terms of the other game taking place in Group B, down in Beckenham, Lancashire 230 for 6 in the 40th over, chasing down 316 against Kent. So it really could be blown wide open, looking at how all of those matches are taking place. Chahal just takes all of the pace off that one. Played defensively by Tom Clark. Just 38 runs away. Could prove to be a nice little boost to the net run rate as well in what is a very tense affair in Group B. As Clark dances down the wicket. Should be a simple 2 runs. Indeed it will. Tim Robinson scoops it up.
Good fielding, good energy. Even at this late stage of the game, sets the tone, doesn't it? Just haven't had a cutting edge today, the Steelbacks. Somebody who could just come and whistle 2 or 3 out and make a game of it. There's just been absolutely no pressure on the chase, has there, from that early stage? Any fear was allayed by a flurry of boundaries.
The reverse attempted there by Tom Clark, and he just watches it race away in towards the advertising hoardings. 4 simple runs, majestically crafted by Tom Clark. Sussex round out Chahal's 10 in tremendous style. Sharks now 264 for 1. As George Bartlett will continue from the David Capel end. Bowling up first to Charlie Tier. As we enter the final power play here. Power play 3 allows for the 5th and final man to be allotted on the boundary. Just feels like damage control now for Northamptonshire, which is unfortunate. Because I think at the innings break, a lot of people would have been somewhat hopeful. As Tier looks to drill that one back down the ground, but...
Well, I think by common consensus, it was a bit of a flip of a coin at the innings break. I think most of the locals felt it was probably 20-25 light, but it was still game on with early wickets. But of course, it's a big caveat, isn't it? Early wickets, they just didn't come, and a partnership of over 200. And you're always going to be trying to push sand uphill from that point.
Tier there just rotating the strike very sensibly indeed. 2 runs shy of 150. A reminder that before today, Charlie Tier had never reached a century in any format in professional cricket. I dare say I don't think this will be his last in any format either. Really batted well beyond his years today.
Yeah, with great maturity and no little talent and skill either. I mean, some of the shots were just beautifully executed. Fantastic timing. As you say, you run out of superlatives, but he's just looked untroubled. I think I remember one semi-full shot.
Tom Clark there just retaining the strike for the next over. Tidy start from George Bartley, just the 4 runs from his first 2. And the Sharks now 266 for 1. 50 partnership up between Tom Clark and Charlie Tier for good measure. And I tell you what, if you're a Sussex fan, you must be feeling very, very confident at the moment, especially in the batting unit.
Yeah, I mean, they posted over 330 in the last game. You're going to get near 300 for the loss of, well, 1, maybe 2 wickets here. It's functioning very well. And I just thought their plans were very good in the first half, really. You know, Jack Carson, those 6 overs for 13, sort of set the tone in the middle. And although there was some good Steelbacks resistance with good half centuries for James Sales and Stuart van der Meer, other than that little George Bartlett cameo, 28 off 18, there just wasn't a lot of impetus at the back end and sort of intensity and big hitting, which would have sent a few tremors through the Sharks bowling, and also worried them a little bit in the innings break. And I think they walked off the happier of the 2 sides, if I'm honest. And I think they've taken that into their batting and been very, very assured and very calm, very confident. Pretty phlegmatic reply, to be honest. 1 chance.
I'm just banged into the surface by Dom Leach. Tom Clark works that out towards Adi Sharma for 1 run, brings Charlie Tier back on strike. Yeah, both of these sides next in action on Thursday, the 21st of August. Of course, Northamptonshire playing right here at Wantage Road, hosting the Kent Spitfires. As for Sussex, well, they play host to Somerset in what promises to be a really tasty encounter, that. Plenty of young guns on show. Dom Leach bowls here to Charlie Tier. Banged in short, goes aerial. Has he beat the man? Yes, he has. Goes all the way for 6. And Charlie Tier becomes just the 10th cricketer in Sussex's list day history to bring up 150. 154 from 138 deliveries, includes 23 4s and 2 6s. And he moves into the top 10 of all time with regards to list day individual scores for male cricketers at Sussex. Incredibly well batted Charlie Tier, who continues on his merry way. Very next delivery just clips it away for a single. And we really are running out of words here. I mean, Michael Bevan is the next man who's in his sights. He scored 157 not out in a game against Essex at Chelmsford in 2000.
Some good names on that list as well, isn't there? And you know, Charlie Tier is appearing alongside them and is going to go past them.
Well, it's funny you say that because we've already spoken about the connection to Seaford College and the man who tutored him, Chris Adams. Now, his list day best for Sussex was 163.
Right.
So
it's possible. It's 20 to win.
It's within touching distance, which I imagine there would be some nice phone calls or text messages exchanged between the 2.
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
No, it's been a scintillating display. It has not put a foot wrong. As you say, we're running out of superlatives, but it's been a marquee and probably a coming of age performance really from him. I don't know whether he's ever suffered with imposter syndrome, which can sometimes, with younger players, do I belong here? Am I good enough for this? But this performance should emphatically answer any question marks that he might have, because it's been chanceless, stunning array, glittering array of shots all around the wicket. And yeah, he just looks as though he's played in third and fourth gear, if I'm honest. He's run the singles quickly, he's run very well. It's just a very mature performance.
Of course, something else which it is worth adding, as the records continue to tumble here for Charlie Tear. It's also the highest individual score of a Sussex cricketer against Northants in the List A format. Continues to just rotate the strike, get Tom Clark back at the other end. And you look at the names. Ali Orr is there at the top on 206. Tom Alsop is in second on 189 outs. Cheteshwar Pujara, 174. David Visa, 171. Luke Wright on 166. The non-strikers ends. He is joining a pantheon of legends down at Sussex with regards to the names on that list. It really has been.
So the next one's Michael Bevan, 157.
Correct. Which was a red inker as well, might have just had 157 not out.
This might be it. Stands a chance. Well, quite tidily, George Bartlett. You might have seen him a bit earlier, to be honest.
He's ran the first one hard. This could be and should be 2 runs. Indeed it is. Misfielded by Yuzi Chahel. So he has surpassed Michael Bevan.
One of the world's best finishers.
He's now equal with Murray Goodwin and Rajesh Rao.
Not for long.
Not for long at all. Very next ball surpasses those 2 individual efforts.
What number is he up to now then?
So, in terms of the all-time here for Sussex, this is in men's cricket in the List A format. He's currently in 7th place.
Wow.
7th place.
I think he might have taken that at the start of the day if you'd offered it him.
I mean, it defies belief. It really does. Extraordinary. I don't even think that quite cuts it.
No, he's been magnificent. Really has. Just such a supremely mature performance, and just knows his strengths. I can't say he knows his weaknesses because I can't see any.
Oh, big appeal there for Dom Leach. Nothing given. We await the signal there from the umpire. Will it be given as a leg by? Indeed it is.
Has that done a bit? We're not right behind the bowler's arm here. Must have zipped a bit to beat his bat. It's twice as wide as everyone else's.
$14 to win. Tom Clark, the man on strike here. Here we go then. Charlie Tier will be back on strike. As Clark keeps that equation moving along. 13 now from 38. Still with 9 wickets in hand. Absolutely remarkable numbers.
Utter dominance, unfortunately. Complete authority throughout the afternoon. Great conviction in the way that they've batted. All three of the Sharks batters.
That one up in the air and spliced straight to the man. Charlie Tier's Herculean efforts finally comes to a conclusion. The Scottish international goes for a quite simply magnificent 159 from 146 deliveries. It's an effort which has included 23 fours and 2 sixes, and one which has immortalised his name in the pantheon of Sussex's list day individual scores. It's the 7th highest in the history of Sussex County Cricket Club. He joins the likes of Cheteshwar Pujara, Luke Wright, Chris Adams, Michael Berran and Murray Goodwin in that list. And he has absolutely dominated the Northants bowlers from start to finish here at Wantage Road today. Well batted, Charlie Tier. If that even does it justice, I feel like we need something.
No, I think you've done it justice. I think you've really done it justice.
Than that,
but I think the performance, the figures, the achievement, it stands for itself, really. Interesting that he was out driving outside off stump and just squirted to gully. And fair play to Rob Leach. He's kept going well. He's gone for a few this afternoon, but at least he's got a wicket to show for his exertions. But just a masterful batting performance, really, from Charlie Tier. And everyone who's paid £3 to come and watch that have just been royally entertained. The best value you'll ever have. And he got a really good hand from the local crowd as well, who really appreciated his efforts. And yeah, almost a surprise to see him get out and a yard either side, and he's into the 160s. But a marquee performance from him, definitely coming of age this afternoon in the sun at Wantage Road.
Well, it will be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who now enters the middle.
I bet he's pleased to come out with 13 required, having sat with his pads on for much of the afternoon. He'll be delighted that his teammates got such a big score to his name. Quite extraordinary performance from Charlie Tier. I phoned a Sussex member earlier on just to say how much did he know about Charlie Tier. He said not a lot, to be honest, but I think I've learnt a lot about him this afternoon, both from your data sharing and also from a stunning performance.
There is Bartlett to Clark. Clark just smears that into the offside. Well, talking of stats and data, would love to know this. If there's been back-to-back list A matches or even other format matches where exactly 159 has been scored by 2 opposition batters in consecutive matches. Imam Al-Haq in the Yorkshire game scored 159, unsurprisingly a career best. Charlie Tier with a career best 159 today. Bartlett bowls here to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Of course, the hope for the next match is that it's a Northants player who's got 159.
Yeah, I think the Kent openers they're looking at Thursday's fixture with a bit of glee and expectation, aren't they? Let's hope that particular trot comes to an end on Thursday.
Well, that now really does become do or die against the Kent Spitfires. I mean, this felt like a must-win today. That really is a must-win on Thursday.
Do you want the good or bad news? Ben Dawkins got 85 and Jaden Denley got 91 for Kent today. So they're going to be openers and coming here in good form on Thursday. Just when you thought it, the old Mick McCarthy, it can't get any worse, can it? It can.
Well, that's back-to-back half-centuries, I think, for Jaden Denley. Scored 50 against Warwickshire Rugby School as well, as we see the culmination of the 45th over Sussex 285 for 2. The visitors need just 11 runs off the remaining 30 deliveries. Yeah, Ben Dawkins is certainly someone to watch out for as well. Currently in England under 19. Seeing him on Thursday, hopefully not scoring that many runs from a Northamptonshire point of view, but
you just think that 30 at the end that Northampton will have felt that they've left out there. You add that to what's needed now. I know they've become very becalmed and they've just gone through the motions, the Sharks, and they know they haven't got to be proactive. They can just bat and they'll win comfortably. But 30 or 40 off 5 overs now would be an interesting game. But unfortunately, they just could never exert any pressure, the Steelbacks attack, and we are where we are.
That one short, just spoons up in the air. Bartlett was interested for a split second, but we got nowhere near it. So the equation now just 10 runs. Yeah, it feels like a missed opportunity with the bat in hand for Northamptonshire. But even then, you had those 20, 30 runs on. Would it have made that much of a difference? Does seem as though scoring has been a lot easier here for Sussex.
I do think that last 5 over period definitely altered the mental state of both sides, if I'm honest. Once Bartlett got out, the energy seemed to go out of the Steelbacks batting performance, and it sort of seeped into the bowling performance a little bit as well, I think, at the start. And then a couple of early boundaries really just got the Sharks rocking and rolling early doors, and they've just carried on, haven't they, at 80 mile an hour through the whole innings.
I do wonder if we might just see a slight change in approach here from Tom Clark. Been watchful on the previous 2 deliveries. Kind of player who can win this in 2 blows of the cricket bats.
The one thing you'd say for the Steelbacks is that they've stuck at it today. This game could have been done and dusted inside 40 overs at one point. The fact that they've got it into the 46th. Well fielded.
Oh, really good stop.
Brilliant stop. That was travelling.
Yeah, Ben Whitehouse it is. Down at mid-off.
Good commitment.
Well, channeling is in a Jordan Pickford there. Smart save, turning it around the corner, saving 3 runs. Sussex still just 9 away, though. Still have 26 deliveries remaining. But I would agree. I mean, this has not been the performance that anybody in Northamptonshire would have hoped for, but at least from a net run rate perspective, it doesn't take into consideration wickets.
No.
It's purely based off of, well, the run rate and the deliveries remaining. So at least it hasn't been chased down in 34, 35 overs, and it's undone all of the hard work from Friday. Just disappointing, though, how things have unravelled today.
Oh, shot.
That really is dismissive.
Yes.
Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice looking to put the finishing touches on what has been a thorough dismantling of the Northamptonshire bowlers. Sussex now 291 for 2. Just 5 runs away. Can be won with 1 big 6 or 5 singles.
Yeah, it's been a rather chastening afternoon, hasn't it? For the bowling attack, unfortunately, and they're just going to have to regroup and have another go on Thursday. Whether there'll be any changes, I don't know, but just think the approach probably needs to change a touch.
Clark again just watchful on that occasion. Full toss cannons into Adi Sharma. Looks like that one could be a little bit painful for the Northants youngster. Oh, it's been bowled. George Bartlett gets the wicket of Tom Clark. He goes for 36 from 45. Chops on, and there you go. Northampton not backing down without a fight here. Of course, Sussex well on their way to the victory, but always important to just claw away. Bring yourself back into the battle as much as you possibly can. And that is a well-deserved wicket as well for George Bartlett. You look at those figures.
They stand out, don't they?
Yeah, went for just 11 runs.
Yeah, they really do stand out. And I think he's bowled tidily. I thought that before he took a wicket. And he saw Tom Clark come in there. Tom Clark can barely drag himself off. Can't believe he's got bowled. It was a pretty ugly hack, to be honest. Clever bit of bowling, really, from George Bartlett. And he's got some reward for some consistency and line and length. And he has not been too scared to give it a little bit of flight as well. Something for the locals to cheer anyway.
Well, new man entering the middle will be the Sussex captain, John Simpson. The ever reliable wicketkeeper bats. He's been in many more difficult situations than 5 from 21, but just someone who can be the backbone of any innings, regardless, whether it's a run chase or setting a total, was ever so consistent for Middlesex. And well, he's been one of those inspired signings. He just felt like the right fit to what was a very young and inexperienced core down on the South Coast. He's really acted as a mentor, probably to the likes of Charlie Tier.
Smart move, wasn't it? Paul Farbrace.
Are we going to see the presence of a slip here?
We are. Yeah, and why not?
Well, there you go. Tim Robinson comes into slip. Fielder brought into the circle as well. So some more adjustments just being made here by Lewis McManus. Simpson plays his first delivery with a nice straight bat.
Positive punch down the ground.
Well, that's a drag down. It's been clobbered for 6. And what a way for Sussex to wrap up the victory here at Wantage Road. It's the captain, John Simpson, who finishes things off with an almighty 6 over deep square leg. And the Sussex Sharks have beaten the Northamptonshire Steelbacks by 7 wickets at the County Ground, Northampton. They've done it with 19 balls of the innings still to spare. And even though it's been finished off by the captain, Simpson, all of the headlines will be written about young Charlie Tier, the 21-year-old Scottish opener, scoring 159 from 146 deliveries, included a mind-blowing 23 fours and 2 sixes, was part of that 216-run opening stand alongside Tom Haynes, who scored a very handy 76 from 81. Also seen a contribution from Tom Clark, scoring 36 from 45. And Sam, what could have been a very difficult run chase with early wickets, in the end, has transpired to be a pretty comfortable one for the Sharks of Sussex.
Yeah, a saunter in the Wantage Road sun, really, wasn't it, for the Sharks? Never really troubled from that early start where they were off to an absolute, well, if they were a racehorse, they were sprinters, weren't they? They were out the gates very quickly, punishing any errant deliveries, and also 1 or 2 that weren't that bad, just hitting through the line, total confidence in the pitch, making the use of the white ball when it was at its hardest, and 1 or 2 of the opening bowlers, really came under the hammer, under the pump, and there was no respite then. They just maintained that momentum all the way through the innings. As you say, posted a 200 opening partnership, and the game was gone well before then, really. It's been a chastening afternoon for the Steelbacks, not least through the brilliance of Charlie Tier, 100 off 100 balls, 154 off 138 balls, and 159 before he squirted 1 to gully and was out. And that was the first chance that he gave. Absolutely extraordinary innings, coming of age performance from him, a marquee display, and certainly announced himself very firmly in Sussex's plans going forward in this level of competition.
And he most definitely have, and that is a great victory for the Southern outfit. It's back-to-back wins in the 2025 Metro Bank One Day Cup, and that will give them great confidence heading into that home clash against Somerset on Thursday, the 21st of August. As for Northamptonshire, well, they will play host to the Kent Spitfires right here at Wantage Road on the 21st of August as well. If you can't get to the ground, please do join us here on the Northamptonshire CCC live stream, as we'll bring you all of the action from what is a must-win game against the South Eastern County. But from myself, Aaron Viles and Sam Turner here on the comms, as well as all of our wonderful behind-the-scenes production team, without them, none of this is possible. We thank you very much for your company on this fine sunny Sunday in the East Midlands. And until Thursday, we wish you a very safe and enjoyable end to the rest of your day.